Yeah, I'm gonna shut off the radio there, but we want sound so that it sounds.
Sometimes it was distracting. Talking really like
Celebrate on June 14th at the Kennedy Center.
Oh,
Kennedy Road
okay.
just
It's
past
good,
Baumgart's
good to know,
Crossing.
but Craig wanted the action unless someone's having hearing difficulties.
They want us here to be live.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on in, we're going on 40 seconds here. This is the introduction to Radiothon that JJ is giving right now.
You may have to adjust my mic as we go. Volume-wise, but
476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyevent.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
10 seconds.
See you. Thank you for your continued
Ready to fly to the moon?
necessary support.
Ready to fly to the moon?
Okay.
Radiothon 2025.
Here we go. On.
good morning, everyone. My name is Kat Burns. You may know me as the host of the Clubhouse here on County FM on Sunday afternoons. But I'm here instead doing Radiothon this morning. I had the chance to interview two wonderful folks. First, we have Knowlton Hunter, and then we have Becky Elliott coming in at 9 o'clock. I'm very excited to be here, and it's going to be a nice chat over the next hour. And we're going to hear some great music. We've got Dave McKay engineering, so big thanks to him. We're making him do all of the live stuff by the skin of his teeth. So just before we get started, a reminder, you can donate in person. You can stop by, say hello, or at Cold Storage Road right beside the County Farm Center. You can also send an e-transfer to info@veritasfoundation.com, and you can use password 993 County FM. Just make sure you include your name and address. That way you can get your tax receipt. And you can also shoot us a donation online on our website at 993countyfm.ca for all the credit card donations. So basically, if you want to chuck some bucks our way, there's no way that you aren't able to. You can even drop off an old-fashioned check or even some hard cash in Brenda's hand. She'll be at the front desk this morning. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce our guest today, Knowlton Hunter. Born in Belleville, he attended the University of Waterloo in Ryerson, now called TMU, and he graduated from the Radio Intelligent Arts program, a fantastic program. I know many alumni from that program, and it's a good one. While studying in Toronto, his two brothers gave him his very first guitar. Admittedly, not a great guitar, but they were all learning, and they imagined a future of perhaps playing as a trio, but they really just wanted to be able to strum a few Gordon Lightfoot songs. So he teamed up with other beginners, and he started to learn the finger-picking style called Travis picking, and he started exploring the Mississippi's John Hurt blues and really cool finger-picked country music, the Carter family, and other folk artists. This marked his beginning of his passion in his life for guitar. After graduating college, he moved to the Bancroft area because at the time it was a vibrant back to the land hippie movement up there and a lively music scene. So he thought he would do a lot of good work there and really find a community. He later spent a few years working on the railroad, I can never say that word, railroad, in Revelstoke, British Columbia. And he started writing his own songs and saved enough money to buy into a 200-acre hippie commune north of Bancroft. I have so many questions about that. I can't wait. And upon returning to North Hastings in our area, he met Jennifer, the love of his life, and convinced her to join him in building a home and family there. He has newly acquired construction skills because he took a course at Willis College, got some more skills, and started his own construction company. Meanwhile, Jennifer opened a successful health food store in Bancroft. Together, they built a passive solar home and raised 2 kids. Music remained a constant in his life. He formed a trio called Dirt Road with his friends, even spending one winter touring Western Canada, which is very brave, playing bars and universities. Eventually the band did dissolve, but his musical journey continued, and he has continued on as a solo artist. And in 1998, he moved to our beautiful area here in Prince Edward County, and he became a project manager for a local contractor. Now he's retired, and Knowlton and Jennifer indulge in their wanderlust, exploring Central and South America, beautiful places, and they dream of more adventures ahead. So wherever they travel for extended times, he always brings a guitar in hand, and you can't leave it at home. You'd have withdrawal. And he began recently recording his original music at a local studio. So I'm really excited to introduce Milton Hunter to the studio this morning. Welcome, Milton.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so excited to have you here. So I would love to have you talk a little bit about, I would love to have you play a song right off the hop because we want to get right into this, and you have such a creative, varied journey over your life. And I feel like I can't wait to hear how your songs come out because there's so many inspirations I see and so many experiences. So let's hear a song. I'd love you to give us a little ramble about what this song is about and lead us into it.
Okay, well, the first song I'm going to play is called Monteagle Valley, which is where we were living up north of Bancroft, the Monteagle Township. And we were like in the middle of 200 acres. And I built a passive solar home there that you could heat with a candle, basically. And loved being there. It was a great place to raise our kids. And this song sort of started as just a couple of lines. My songwriting process is strange, maybe, but sometimes I get the music, sometimes I get the words. And this started with the first couple of lines, which I guess I could just play. Well, there's a beauty in the misty morning sunrise, and there's a whispered tune the trees are trying to learn. That cold north wind is causing them to shiver, and like their leaves my thoughts begin to turn. Like their leaves, my thoughts begin to turn. Looking at the moon rise over Monteagle Valley, thinking about the long, cold nights of winter up ahead, stacking up cordwood to keep the home fires burning. And thinking in the morning that I'll stay a little longer in bed. Yeah, thinking in the morning that I'll stay a little longer in bed. Well, sometimes it's silence that's telling the whole story. Sometimes words and music shout to fill the space. Sometimes there's no stopping those old memories from flowing, or new ones rushing in to take their place. There's always new ones rushing in to take their place. Looking at the moon rise over Monteagle Valley, thinking about the long cold nights of winter up ahead, stacking up cordwood to keep the home fires burning, thinking in the morning that I'll stay a little longer in bed. Yeah, thinking in the morning that I'll stay a little longer in bed. Well, I can tell you're asleep by the shallowness of your breathing, and I can feel the pressure of your body in the bed. I could reach out and touch you, although I wouldn't want to wake you. But I'm thinking in the morning we could stay a little longer in bed. Yeah, thinking in the morning we could stay a little longer in bed. Looking at the moon rise over Montego Valley. Thinking about the long cold nights of winter up ahead. Stacking up cordwood to keep the home fires burning. Thinking in the morning that we'll stay a little longer in bed. Yeah, thinking in the morning that we'll stay a little longer in bed.
All right.
That was wonderful. I just closed my eyes and just got into it. That was beautiful. Not only really lovely finger picking, but the lyrics were really great. There's
you.
something nice about the simplicity of the scene you set. You were there, I could picture it, just in this beautiful place. And I feel like I relate to some of the lyrics because I also draw a lot of inspiration from nature when writing songs. And I can tell that you really take in the beauty of it, right? And the simplicity of sometimes, and the stories that it can tell, as you said, the silence, right?
Yes.
A friend of mine and a really wonderful musician and writer once told me that silence should hold the equal weight of sound. And ever since I've really thought about that. And it's true, particularly in nature, isn't it? You can glean a lot of information from just listening.
Yeah, and I do tend to do little pauses in my music sometimes that just, I think they're important.
They are important, absolutely. I feel like the pauses and the silence let you enjoy the rest, and it gives you a moment of breathing, really.
Yes.
So how does it feel now that you're, like, you've had quite a life? And I always love speaking to people that are my elders because you have a lot of wisdom and experience. Oh no, that's not what I mean. I respect my elders, but I think it's really wonderful as a songwriter also to see people that are still writing music later in life, and especially after retirement. I think it's really interesting. So I'm wondering, how are your influences changing, or the way you're writing changing since retirement, since living here, since traveling? I'd love to hear some of the process changes.
Well, like I say, my process is, a lot of times I'll have the music, and sometimes it's just like a little finger picking exercise kind of that I just play.
Mm-hmm.
And then after a while, the more I play it, sometimes it takes years, the words just come. And that's, I don't know, that inspiration or whatever it is, it kind of comes and goes. But I find that I'm doing more, I'm writing the music these days more than the words. And then that's it's always a challenge. I mean, I feel like I've been playing and writing for like 50 years or so. And I was putting together I wanted to record some of these songs because I'd never recorded them. And I started putting a list together of all these songs. Well, after 50 years, I've got I just recorded this album at Little Known Labs with David James Allen. Yeah. And I had like 22 songs.
That's fantastic.
Well, over 50 years. So it's I'm not a really prolific writer.
Hey, you know what? A lot of people aren't, but a lot of times, you still. I think it's important that you're building your archive, though. It's good to get those recorded because you never know. Sometimes, there's a lot of artists that recorded and maybe didn't tour or didn't have a huge body of work, but then we find them and we're like, wow, this person was fantastic, and no one even knew about it till like 30 years later after they've recorded, just to kind of archive their songs, right?
Well, quite a few years ago now, here in the county, I did a project called Fogey Music, where I put out a notice to people because I go to open mics, and I don't like playing in bars anymore after years of playing in bars. And so I would go and I would hear people, and a lot of it is, covers of Johnny Cash and stuff, but it's in between there, there's always people who got original songs that I go, wow, that was a really great song, and then I got thinking, like, it's like myself, who's ever going to hear these songs? And so we put out a call for people with original songs to come and record them and for possible performance. And in the end, we did do an evening called Bogey Music at Mount Tabor Playhouse, and we had, I think, about 12 or 13 different musicians who played. Some of them played one song, some of them played two songs, and it was incredible. An evening of music, all local, over 50 was the cutoff. We said you had to be over 50, and for some of those people, it was the first time they'd ever actually had them performed in public.
Wow, that's
Like to an audience that was actually paying to come and see them.
Yeah, wow, that must have been really encouraging for a lot of folks, eh?
Oh, I think it was, yeah.
Because so often, like, the music industry is considered this kind of quote unquote young person's game. And, it's hard to imagine people aging out of writing good songs at 25. It seems like you don't have that much life experience. And I feel like some of the most beautiful songs are written after decades of life experience. And being able to also put it together into words and like into that music and marry them in a way that really resonates with people and like taps into the emotion, which isn't always something you can do when you're 20. Some people can, but it's hard without the life experience.
Well, I wrote poetry when I was younger, and I've always been pretty good with words. So you'd think it would come really easily, but it doesn't necessarily.
It's like climbing a slow mountain, You don't really want to ever reach the summit, You want to just keep on that journey, or else if you're hitting the summit too early, you might be like, well, it's only downhill from here. So you want to keep at it. So I'd love to hear another song, because that one was just beautiful. What would you like to play next? Would you like to talk a little bit about it?
Well, this is another one where I had a line, just driving along in the car and looked in the rearview mirror, and the sun was just this, like a blood red. And so I thought, there's a blood red sun in my rearview mirror. Oh,
there's a line, yeah.
That's a line.
That's great.
And so that's kind of and so the rest of it just kind of grew like a mushroom.
Wonderful. All right, here's Milton Hunter. What's this one called?
Blood Red Sun.
Blood Red Sun. You're on County.
There's a blood red sun in my rearview mirror. I'm feeling down 'cause I'm no nearer to the one I love. To the one I love. Yeah, the one I love. She's gone and left me. Well, trying to forget, I tried drinking, but drinking don't work. It just gets me thinking, whiskey and beer, rum and wine, all that stuff. None of that stuff will do. Borderline clouds from the horizon, I see her just fantasizing about the one I love. About the one I love. Yeah, the one I love. I tried the reaper, but the reaper don't do it. Storm as I got, I can still see her through it. Cocaine, ecstasy, angel dust, none of that stuff. None of that stuff will get. My fingers aren't working this morning.
It's okay. It's hard. To play guitar is hard. It's hard on the joints for sure. That was really cool. I loved it. It was like I could really picture it driving through a barren desert with a beating red sun behind me. And yeah, really cool, like minor vibes. We're going to take a quick break for some messages from our sponsors. I just want to remind everyone that it is Radiothon. So before we hit the break, I just want to remind you can pop by in person and donate. We're here beside the County Farm Center. You can also give us a call. Brenda is here at the desk to answer your call, 613-476-2229. If I don't hear the phone ring in the next 5 minutes, I'll be very upset. Because I know there's lots of you
Call
listening
me.
that have a call, that have a phone. You can also just go to our website, 993countyfm.ca. Most of you have a phone or a little computer in your pocket. Head over there. You can give us a credit card donation. My name is Kat Burns. I'm the host of the Clubhouse here on County FM on Sunday afternoon. So I'm here till 10 o'clock with you, bringing you lots of cool stuff. Like currently we're listening to Knowlton Hunter, and we'll be right back with him after this break. Stay locked.
We have
It's your home with windows and doors proudly made
2
in
minutes.
Canada. I'm Jason.
2 minutes or the commercial.
Sounds good.
We're proud to offer a selection of high-quality windows and doors designed and
Is there anything
manufactured
that
right
you'd
here
like
in
to talk
Canada.
about? Like,
So whether you're
want me to bring up?
upgrading your home or building new, VTech makes it easy. Choose Canadian craftsmanship
Well,
and support Canadian jobs. Visit VTech
my most
Window
recent
Door
song that I've
corner of
written,
Church and Station, Belleville.
it's not a,
Enjoy your local view.
I don't know, it's about my mother in a way, because she's 99
Wow.
and she's
Still
in
with
a,
us. That's amazing.
yeah,
That's so lucky. Wow. 99 is amazing.
except for the last 6 years maybe, she has dementia.
That's hard.
So she doesn't really know anybody,
Yeah.
and she's in a wheelchair, and she just gets transported for breakfast and supper, and then gets transported back and put in bed. And it gets me, you know.
That's hard.
And as I get older, I'm thinking about,
County Road 1. Thanks to all of our local musicians
I
who
don't want that to
graciously
be me.
donated their
I don't want
talents
to
to
be
Radiothon 2025.
not
a
know
supported
anybody,
by not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station.
I've joined Dying with Dignity, and supporting them and trying to allow people to make,
I think it's to be able to make that decision.
Yeah. and, you know, and
No one
it-
knows best than you when you're like, and when you're done.
Excuse me. You don't have to read that to start.
Oh, okay.
Because
Oh, yeah,
JJ
this-
just is reading it right
Okay,
now.
gotcha.
Okay?
No one wants, are you sure? No one wants to hear it 3 times?
You can do it again. I don't care. 15 seconds.
All right, so I'll bring it up. And it's what's your newest song called? Yours?
At JJ International
Well,
Media
it's-
and Management Solutions. Stop,
called-
visit jjthecoach.ca.
Let your love shine through.
3 seconds.
To connect the county.
That's one of my.
On.
well, yeah, kind of.
Welcome back to County FM 99.3 CJPE. My name is Kat Burns. I'm host of the Clubhouse. You should hear it on afternoons, Sunday afternoons, 1 to 4. But I'm here this morning with you for Radiothon. I'm here till 10 o'clock. We have some great guests this morning. Right now, I'm speaking with Knowlton Hunter. And then coming up at 9, we have Becky Elliott two wonderful, fantastic, and talented songwriters from this area that, you know, it's really important to share their work. So Knowlton and I are going to continue our conversation. If you're just tuning in, we were speaking previously about Knowlton's life experience, everything from starting school, TV, radio, going to learn Travis, speaking on guitar, forming a band, doing solo work, and then retiring, moving out here again, living on hippie communes. He's got a lot of life, and I love it. So we're going to continue talking. I want to start, Knowlton, by asking you about your newest song, Let Your Light Shine Through. And you said it's about your mother.
Yes,
Yes.
well, indirectly.
Indirectly.
Well, specifically, I mentioned her in the song, but
She's 99, you were saying.
yeah, she'll be 100 in September, and her body seems to be holding on. Her mind, not so much, which is really sad for everybody in our family. We're having a big family reunion on the 21st of June and up north of Sterling, and it'll be a shame that she won't be able to be there because I don't think her body would handle that trip.
Yeah, it might be a bit
Even
overwhelming.
going from Belleville to Sterling, you know, it's
Yeah.
like you get to that age, and it got me thinking about what I want when I reach that age. Do I want to be 100 years old and living in a wheelchair and not aware of where I am or who's around me? And that inspired me to write this song.
Let's hear it. We'll talk more after this song. This is Let Your Light Shine Through, Knowlton Hunter.
Had a dog called What-a, yeah, what a dog. Big and friendly and goofy, he was stunned as a log. He got hit by a car and he was suffering. We knew what was needed because when we saw the pain there in his eyes, the only humane thing to do was to put our sadness aside and let our love shine through. Our next dog was called Yuppie, though she was just a mutt. Smart and loyal, she'd meet our son at the bus every day and homeward they would trot. She was the best dog we ever had. She was 17 when cancer hit, and we knew what was needed because when we saw the pain there in her eyes, the only humane thing to do was to put our sadness aside and let our love shine through. Her nurses call her Evie, we just call her Mom. After close to a century, her mind and her body have let her down. She is our anchor, always has been. Her hard work, love, and humor shaped us all. She may yet outlive us, if that's what you call living. She is just a hollow shell of the woman that we love. If I were in that prison, surrounded by strange faces, I hope that those who care for me would know what was needed. Because when the spark of life is no longer in my eyes, The only humane thing to do is to put your sadness aside and let your love shine through. I hope you do that for me. I would do that for you. Let your love shine through.
Beautiful song.
Thank you.
And will that one be on your new record that's coming out?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
see it here. I just pulled up your Bandcamp. It's miltonhunter.bandcamp.com. You can pre-order his new album. It's coming out on June 20th, it says. So that's great.
Yeah.
Do a little pre-order, which supports the artist directly.
Yeah, and you can listen. You can just go on to
You can also just
Bandcamp and listen
listen,
to it for free. I mean, it's
For sure, but it's nice. It's nice to, you put time in. You went and recorded with David James Allen.
yes,
Yeah, that was beautiful. It was beautiful, and it is something to think about, isn't it? We do have that compassion for our pets, and then it's often not similarly extended to our human being.
yeah, and everybody that I know has someone who has gone through something like that,
Mhm.
and the way it's structured right now, it's impossible to say, okay, when I don't know anybody and when my body has broken down,
Yeah.
I don't want to be just kept alive.
Mhm.
I would make it easy on everyone,
Mhm.
make it easy on me
Mhm.
to be
Yeah.
able to just say, pull the plug.
Yeah, it's tricky because there are so many with MAID, the medical assistance in dying, which is very helpful for folks that especially have terminal illnesses
Yes.
and really reduce quality of life. It's such an important option, I think, and it is hard though because dementia patients, unfortunately, because they cannot consent anymore,
Yes,
they kind of get lost in this limbo of not being able to actually go anywhere if they want to. You know what I mean?
yes,
So their family ends up sort of suffering almost more than them, I imagine, because they
yes.
are every day is a new day for the dementia patients generally, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we go and visit my mother and it's hard.
I
It's-
imagine that's
It is
really
hard. I mean, I go and sometimes I'll play her some music and I wouldn't play her that song, I don't
Yeah.
think. But
She might like it.
she might like the tune, but I
Yeah.
don't think she'd get the drift. You know what
No,
I'm
I don't
saying?
think so. And do you find, have you experienced with her any music kind of bringing her into a lucid state of loving it, like music from her
Well,
earlier years or?
it's true. You can, whenever I play any kind of music, it seems like she just does kind of perk up a little bit. Like it's the melodic and the singing and like she does react to it. And one of my younger brothers, he complains that she recognizes my voice. He thinks that
Yeah.
she when I talk that she hey, I think she kind of responded, and it's like,
because you're singing often,
well,
maybe.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's hard. It's
It's
hard.
really-
And especially because she's in a nursing home where they continually have close downs because somebody has some kind of a respiratory issue.
No, what happened to the ring of steel that they were going to put up, and prevent all this from happening?
I don't know, but and it's only half an hour away from me, but I don't know, because of her situation, it's like there's only certain times where she's even awake. You get her, just before lunch or
I mean, it's
just
tricky
after.
enough even with a healthy 99-year-old. They, you sleep
Yes.
a lot because your body's really tired after
Oh,
almost
yeah.
100 years.
Tell me about it.
You want to sleep. Like I remember my grandmother was also 99, and by the end, she was sleeping a lot and her eyes were going, her ears are going.
Yeah.
So she couldn't read or watch TV, and really, she was pretty much just going to sleep, and then eventually did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the natural way of things.
course,
and but if I had my
Yes.
choice,
You don't want to suffer.
I don't want to be in that situation myself, and I feel like it's a choice I should be able to make. And for other people who would like to make that choice in advance so that they are not putting their family through the same
Yeah.
thing.
It's hard. It's very hard to witness someone that you know and love and raised you and then
Yeah.
feel like a stranger, right? It must be really heartbreaking.
Yeah, yeah. You know, we had a friend whose friend was dying with cancer, and she chose to get medical assistance in dying. But the issue was that even though she'd gone through the process, if the day came and she was drugged up on morphine, then they wouldn't accept it. And so she chose not to take painkillers, even though it was painful for her
so she
because
could
she
be
wanted,
able to
she
consent,
didn't want this anymore.
Mhm.
But because she couldn't make an advanced request, they would only let her be euthanized if she was she was in her full mental capacity and able to sign the papers or whatever. And so she chose to suffer so that she could be put out of her suffering. And it was like, that's not the way it should be.
No, I mean, there's something poetic about it, isn't it? It's like the suffering to not suffer. There's something about that that's, I feel like poetic, but also terribly unnecessary for someone to go through, right?
Yeah.
So you started working with Dying with Dignity.
Yes.
I'd love to know what you're working with them on and how you're.
Well, I'm just contributing money to them and supporting them in
spreading
trying
the
to
word
get
as
the
well.
legislation through because it's in the works.
Mhm.
And like Quebec has approved advance requests. And maybe now that the provinces are all cooperating and maybe federally things will happen better or something, I don't know. I can only hope that they are successful in getting this legislation passed.
I think it would make a big difference in many families' lives, absolutely.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you brought that up because it's something that, we don't like to talk about it, right? It's not comfortable to speak about, but the folks that I know that have used MAID or had family members use MAID, it is bittersweet, but it is ultimately, it is the right choice for those people.
Well, it's like you say, we treat our animals better than our family.
Yeah, well, it's the extending the compassion, right?
Yes.
It's like the recognizing suffering and the wanting to end the suffering.
Well, yeah, and dying with dignity, those three words say it all to me. I want to go with some dignity.
Plant, animal, and human. Yeah. We are going to, on that note, take a breath, take a moment. And I want everyone to think about it because it is important to consider these things. And honestly, I love that not only did you write about it, but just speaking out on it is important. Not everyone wants to be like, a downer, but I think, it's an important thing, especially as you were saying, you're working with a lot of seniors that were writing. So I'm sure it's something that comes up in conversation too, right? And not everyone is a senior that needs MAID, by the way. So, it could be anybody. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after the hop. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to you're not listening to the Clubhouse. Wow, I went really into autopilot there. You're listening to Radiothon. I'm Kat Burns. I'm here with Milton Hunter, and we'll be right back after a short break. Yeah, honestly,
Find what you're looking for at the County Farm Center. Spring is here, sunshine and showers. Our
who's only
bird
40?
section has lots of seed and feeder options to help welcome migrating birds.
Well, that
Gardeners
was,
will love our selection of seeds, fertilizers, and
I'm trying to
tools
remember,
get you
Rodriguez out in BC was the one who,
ready to lay hens for your backyard
Susan
farm.
Rodriguez,
See our
she
full line of men's
was
and ladies'
lobbying
workwear for
to be
spring.
allowed to
Brands
be
like
put out of
Tucker
her
and
misery.
Don't
and it's
forget our
wild to
frozen
have to
section,
lobby
which is sure to
for your own
make
body, isn't it?
The
To
County
end
Farm
your own.
Center.
Who were you speaking about?
Go to countyfarmcenter.com.
Who were you talking about?
His mom.
Your mom. Because my daughter's very
Celebrate
sick,
National
but she can't
Indigenous
choose
Peoples Day in
because
the
she has
county.
Huntington's
The top
disease.
ones
So
of
like I
Mohawk
totally relate.
Symphony
I
take
wish she
center
would, I
stage
pray
at
that
the
she
Regent
does.
Theater
Yeah.
Saturday,
Yeah.
June
Yeah.
21st.
It's not a good life.
Special
Yeah.
No, folks.
But my heart, I would
And I don't know how many songs you want to do, but you'll have
And music.
like 17 minutes. I'll give
Well,
you.
our-
I'll give
my
you
mother-in-law
Yeah.
lived in hospice
Now,
here
after that,
about 3
well, we
years
put a couple
ago.
of songs in,
And
so I gave a
she ended up being there
transition
for a
between
few
Becky
months,
coming in.
and
Sure, let's put in,
her mind was still there. It was her body. She was in so much pain, and she was just. But I would go in with my guitar and play, and she would say, "Oh, play that song."
I'll see if I can find, this thing is not quite right yet.
While I'm at it, I
But
remind you, go out there and have
what's
a
your
great
favorite Gordon
time.
Lightfoot song?
Please
We'll put it in
don't drink
after
and
your
drive.
interview.
It's not cool.
Because you mentioned
You're
your
listening
bio.
to the 99.3 County FM.
Any
What is
favorites?
a Fiction Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to
Oh,
all
no,
the
just about any
musicians
Gordon
for their
Lightfoot
support.
song for
I
me
think just
is.
look up
Listeners for your
Lightfoot. because it
generous
won't-
donations.
Yeah, just look up Lightfoot.
I got it there, Gordon Lightfoot.
It would take-
Although, if you're looking up
Take
songs,
Gordon out.
Oh.
It
There's
doesn't
a-
recognize half names.
There's a-
2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca.
there's a song
Send an
called,
e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com.
There's a Jesse
Using
Winchester
993
song that's,
County FM as the
one of my
password.
favorites
Please remember
is.
to include all your
We're at
contact
15
info.
seconds, sorry for this.
Feel free to drop
Let's
by the
do,
station during the radio
put in
call
Alberta
at
Bound.
38
Okay.
Cold Storage Road,
Yeah.
Picton.
Yeah.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and
Because we were
necessary
Alberta
support.
Bound playing music.
99.3
Exactly, yeah.
County FM's Radio
Three,
2025.
2, on.
Welcome back, everyone. You're listening to Radiothon here on County FM. It's that annual time of year where we're doing all the good things, including having wonderful musical guests. I'm your host, Kat Burns. I usually host the afternoon show on Sundays called The Clubhouse. I'm here this morning with Milton Hunter, fantastic, talented songwriter from, he lives in Prince Edward County, originally from Belleville, and traveled all over. And we've been having a really great discussion about a lot of different things, life, death, and in between. And I'd love to hear another song, Milton. Tell me about this next one and where it came from, what it brings out of you.
Okay, well, when we were living up in our hippie life up in the north of Bancroft, there was quite a vibrant local community, similar to here, where there's a lot of musicians, and we would get together on the full moon every month. And it didn't matter, everybody just knew, okay, where's the, and we called it the Lunacy Cafe. Because and people would say, oh, it's the full moon, when is the full moon? Oh, it's next Thursday. Well, where are we getting together? And so we had this Lunacy Cafe. And it was great. It was a great, and people would just come and everybody would play, they played different instruments, and there'd always be, people would bring potluck, and it was a community building, and it was also a musical sharing, and so just in the last, I don't know, within the last year, I thought, there should be a song about that. So I wrote a song.
Is it called Lunacy Cafe?
Lunacy Cafe.
Wonderful. Here's Lunacy Cafe, Milton Hunter.
Something completely different. Well, once a month when the moon is full and lighting up the trees, folks around here get all tuned up. There's a place they wanna be. Down an old dirt road, off another dirt road, people know the way. There's potluck on the table at the Lunacy Cafe. At the Lunacy Cafe, it doesn't happen every day. But when the moon is full, we feel its pull and people come to play. Well, word of mouth spreads the location. Bring your own of what you need. A bottle or two of homemade wine or some local homegrown weed. I got new strings on my guitar and a banjo on my knee, and everybody's welcome at the Lunacy Cafe. At the Lunacy Cafe, it doesn't happen every day, but when the moon is full, we feel it's full, and the people come to play. Oh, John is on the fiddle, and boy, he's playing hot. That washed up thumping in the back, well, it sounds a lot like Scott. Dennis is on the mando, can't wipe that grin off his face. There's room for everybody, and everybody has a space. At the Lunacy Cafe, it doesn't happen every day, but when the moon is full, we feel its pull, and people come to play. Well, Ron and Robin, Doug and Pat, Brooke plays the Jersey tune. I think that I see Karen smile, and Sonny is there too. There's a line of Peter's poetry about St. Bridget's Day that all the ghosts are singing at the Lunacy Cafe. At the Lunacy Cafe, it doesn't happen every day, but when the moon is full, we feel its pull, and people come to play. It's the Lunacy Cafe, it doesn't happen every day, but when the moon is full, we feel its pull, and people come to play.
So fun.
I like that.
Wonderful. We were singing along in the studio there. That was Milton Hunter, Lunacy Cafe. And Milton, I just brought your new record, so I'm excited to listen to it. That's coming out on June 20th.
Yeah.
And that was recorded right here in Picton, a little known studio up at the base.
The bass, yeah.
By David James Allen, another wonderful songwriter in the area.
Oh, it was great working with them.
Oh yeah, and it's mastered by Asher Gold Malta in Montreal, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
I can't wait to listen to this album. One thing I will say, you haven't put lyrics in there, so
There's what?
we'll have to put your lyrics in the Bandcamp, because I like to sing along. So we have time, Milton, for one more song. It's been such a pleasure to speak with you and learn about your life. And I have one question now. Is that hippie commune still happening? Or do you still
The
own
land
it?
is still there. It originally was a communally owned 200-acre piece of land, and there were like 5 families kind of living on there. And over the years, some people just left, and then parts of the land got severed off, and it wasn't quite the same.
Yeah.
And of course, then I got a job opportunity here in the county, which brought us away. But we still have friends who are still living there, and we go and visit them
Oh, that's so nice.
like every year.
Does that have a name?
Namaste.
Namaste. Of course it does. Namaste. If you do yoga or meditation, you may be familiar with that word. Giving gratitude, basically. That's really cool. I love that it's still there, because sometimes, unfortunately, those, unless there's a legacy plan in place, often when the families kind of grow out of the area, sometimes it just turns into a development or something, which is always really sad.
No,
So-
well, up there it's mostly Canadian Shield.
Yeah.
So,
Which is kind of that's a benefit, right? To keeping land.
well,
like,
where we were in the
forest.
middle. We were right in the middle of the 200 acres, and
Mhm.
where we were, you couldn't see any lights or any.
I love that.
It
It's
was
like a dream.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, our son always says, if we win the lottery, we're going to buy that back again.
I mean, if I win the lottery, I might talk to you. Go live in a tent up there for a while. All right, so this is our last song. It's been my privilege to speak with Milton Hunter this morning. And what are you taking us out of the hour with, Milton?
This is another relatively new song. Well, and I guess it speaks for itself.
What's it called?
It's called Just Be You.
Perfect.
Once upon a time, so the story goes, you've heard it all 1,000 times before. How a damsel in distress is rescued by her prince, and it's happy ever after evermore. But life is nothing like the fairy tales, and a prince one day may turn out to be a toad. So keep your head on your shoulders and stop wishing on a star. Just be you, no matter who you are. Well, there are more stars in this universe than we on Earth have grains of sand. There are specks of stardust blown on solar winds. It's in there somewhere. We scan the astral reaches, but history should teach us we're like those footprints on the beaches in the air. Not even stones of Machu Picchu or of Giza will endure to show what Homo sapiens could do. So keep your head on your shoulders and stop wishing on a star. Just be you, no matter who you are. Well, I have an inner monologue, the soundtrack to my life. And if you're like me, I bet you have one too. And I'm guessing when I stop, so will that inner voice, though there's no way to be certain that is true. But maybe, just maybe, that's what ghosts are. Echoes of our soundtracks hanging on. So keep your head on your shoulders and stop wishing on a star. Just be you, no matter who you are. Just be you, no matter who you are.
What a beautiful sentiment.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Milton.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Again, I want to let everyone know this was Milton Hunter. He's been sharing his beautiful original music, a lot of it written over the last 50 years, which is an incredible body of work. And he does have about 20 of those songs coming up on an album that's going to be released later. You can find him at miltonhunter.bandcamp.com. That's KNOWLTON, hunter.bandcamp.com. And
The name of the song, the name of the album is
Weathered.
which suits me, I
It
think.
is, and it's also great because you're in front of a beautiful weathered barn door. Like there's a lot of nice symbolism in there. So it's been so nice to speak with you. Thank you very much for taking time to come in here and share your joy and your stories.
My
with us.
pleasure. Glad to support the station.
Absolutely. Before we leave, why do you like County FM? Why do you like County FM, or why do you think community radio is important?
Well, because that's what I was saying about Lunacy Cafe. It's the
Yeah.
community. It's all about the community, and County FM is the community. The people from the community, like you, who are staffing and running the mics and and the businesses who advertise on here, and just that it's local. It's the local context that you don't get from CBC or
Mhm.
some rock station
Yeah,
somewhere.
definitely not.
And I
from Ross
love the
Station.
music mix.
Yeah.
It's an incredible mix of music on this station, you know, like it's not a formula.
Totally. And there's a lot of great curated shows. The more and more, there's more and more programming where there's great hosts and excellent programs. So
Yes.
wonderful. Thank you so much, Knowlton. We're going to end your segment by playing a song from your past that you really enjoyed called, where are we going? Alberta Bound by Gordon Lightfoot. Because back in the day when you picked up a guitar, you just wanted to be able to play a little Gordon Lightfoot. And look where you've come all these years later. And same with Gordon, actually. Both beautiful songwriters. So thank you again, knowltonhunter.bandcamp.com. Take a listen. We're going to listen to a song, come back, and be joined by Becky Elliott. Thank you, Knowlton. That was so nice. So nice.
Just beautiful, just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Dave, can you take a picture of us? Will you pose for a little pic? Make sure your finger's in front of the lens there. There you go. Yeah, sure. I'm scared of what this is going to look like. It looks like you're zooming in.
I'll get the three of you.
It's like, oh,
Dave, you're gonna have to put your head up. Oh my gosh, that's awful. Here,
this is terrible photos.
I did take one with you
Sure.
too. I can't see. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, and 3. Yay! Radiothon. Awesome. That's better.
Can you text it to me right now?
Do I have your text? I don't know.
I won't say that line. Oh my god.
There you go.
So terrible.
Thank you so much.
You're so
Oh,
welcome.
he's like, I'm live on YouTube sweeping. Craig.
Yeah, you are.
Well, we're clean.
It's very busy in here, Craig.
Whoops. That place hasn't been swept in forever, so. What does he want? He wants, okay, I want to, wait a minute.
Here, I can type it for you.
Wait a minute, what am I doing wrong to go for contacts?
You can just text the photo directly. Go to the photo. I'll send it.
Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, God bless you. Safe travels. Keep singing. In there, yeah. Becky.
All right.
I'm just gonna get some water.
Yeah, in 1 minute and 16 seconds,
Yeah.
you're gonna go on and do the
The count?
tally, okay?
What is the, is that the tally?
That's the tally right there,
And we're
yeah.
trying to reach 70, right?
I mean,
We're trying to reach 70?
74, I think, yeah.
Besides speaking. You guys are the same, so I don't need to change that.
All right, Kat, you're on.
I'll sign him out. I'll sign Becky in. I just cleaned off the mic for Becky. Yeah, I
Welcome back.
did that. Thank you.
I just tried to shove cheese and crackers into my face and didn't give myself enough time. All right. So-
Hey, hang on a
Yes,
second, put your mic on here.
All right. Hello. And we are going to do our tally for the hour. And I'm trying to swallow my cheese and crackers. Oh my goodness. All right. We are between 8 and 9. So far, we have raised $47,209. $47,209. And we are trying to reach $74,000 to hit our what we need to function without, from listener supported. So please donate if you can. But right now, $47,000 And 209.
All right.
47. Oh my God.
Amazing. All right. Thank you,
I'm
everyone.
having trouble saying the numbers, but we're getting there. If we can hit, let's try in the next hour to try and hit 50 grand.
I need the phone to ring and then
I
I'll
need the
stop
phone to ring.
speaking.
I know it's Sunday morning, but I know some of you folks get up early. There's a lot of you listening to music and miscellany usually. All right, so let's hit a song. Let's do a song while Becky sets up. Let's do, you know what? Let's do you have any in here of yours?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, let's throw in a Becky Elliott song and we can get acquainted with her while she's setting up her guitar. And Becky Elliott is going to be my next guest. And I'm very excited to chat with her again because we had the lovely privilege of chatting in Radiothon's past. So this is the song called Home, featuring Rob Hood. Here's Becky Elliott on Radiothon. We'll be right back with her live.
Do you have everything you need, Becky? I think so.
Teamwork. Throwing you in the fire there. Hopefully it's playing.
Okay.
Anywhere at 99.3, CaldyFM.ca.
Say, Rob, I do CD so
CaldyFM.
to leave with you guys.
We're all
Awesome.
about
Great.
Hadn't done that yet.
Great. How much minute I have?
Okay, you've got.
I have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, good.
Yes, go to the bathroom, take a breather.
I don't need to go to the bathroom yet, but I do need to put a little bit of food in there.
Absolutely.
Becky, Dave McKay, you and I have met before.
Yes, we have. Yes. How are you doing?
Good, you?
Good.
I think I worked with you on Radiothon
Oh gosh, yeah. I've been doing it for a very long time. Yeah.
long ago, so good to see you again.
Yes, I'm always grateful to be included. It's a
Well,
great opportunity. I appreciate it.
I was, I did an interview with Gavin Massey
Yeah.
the other day,
Yes.
and I was talking to Gavin, and I hadn't interviewed him in about 5 years, and I was so impressed with the depth of his voice and it grown.
Yes.
And I remember listening to you when you were really young.
Yes.
Because I'm a really old guy. And I remember, and I listen to your music now, and I think, man, you can just tell as people grow on and more
Absolutely.
experiences in life, it really enriches their voice.
Absolutely. And I was actually just talking to Knowlton in the break room when I said, and he was saying that I was saying that I had my start kind of at, or that he had seen me and worked with me back in the day at the Picton Rising Star.
Yeah.
And I said, it's really ironic that you say that because I said, that's kind of where things started
Yeah.
for me, really.
Exactly.
And I played at the main stage of the Crystal Palace last year.
Yeah.
And that was really cool for me because it was almost like a full circle moment because that's kind of where I got my start. And then to play on the main stage with the band and everything like that was just really cool,
Yeah.
right? Because I'm like, it's been a long time. I mean, I'm 34 now. And I started when I was 15, so I've been doing it for a while now too. But it's like, still feels like,
Did you ever perform at Music on the Mountain? Up at Lake of the Mountain Resort? That would be a long time
I
ago.
don't think so.
No, somehow I thought you were there.
It's
but maybe not.
possible. Sometimes it.
You were really young then.
Yes, very young. I know, it's so funny thinking about that.
So I think we've got this song, and then there's a promo for the Radiothon,
Okay.
and then we'll go in,
Okay,
and
perfect.
we'll be ready to go. And your guitar will be on that mic here,
Lower, okay.
and that'll be there. And I'm trying to balance the guitar. I put the guitars down quite low.
Yeah, no, it sounded great
It
when I was
just sounded
listening to it
okay?
before.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
yeah,
Good to know.
And with you,
And Becky sings quite a bit louder.
yes,
Okay.
they do. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Pretty loud. So
I put yours way up
I
there.
know.
Her voice is
you're so soft. Yes.
How bad?
That's my buddy who I play golf with. He said he listens every Sunday morning. He said, or Sunday afternoon, he said, that woman's voice, he said, is the coolest voice in radio.
I love it.
Okay, we have 2 minutes on this song. We're gonna do the promo that JJ has that says all that. So when we go in, you can just go right in, okay? And
Try and get my throats out.
Yeah. I'm always so impressed because when I when you do a spiel before you're telling a song or whatever on a show or even on the radio, I always feel like I stumble over my words. My brain doesn't work quite at the same pace as my mouth. I'm always so impressed.
Well, I speak really fast, so I'm really consciously. I'm trying to speak really slow.
You are.
It seems normal speed to most people.
You want to determine the commercial breaks, or do you want me to tell you when you should do a commercial break?
I think you should tell me because I didn't really think about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah. What I'll do is try to give you 15 minutes, and then I'll give you. I'll just give you a time, a couple of minutes to go before commercial. Okay.
You could just be like.
Yeah. Okay. And you'll know you got 2 minutes.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Thumbs up. 2 minutes. Awesome.
For till commercial. Okay.
Should we try and hit 50 grand this hour? Let's try it.
Amazing. When you were at 46, I think you 47. Okay.
It's a lot of people.
So the guitar sounded just about right.
I thought so. Yeah, the way I was listening.
Yeah. And I'll adjust your voices.
Okay. Because I am quite loud.
No problem. Seconds on this song, and then 1 minute and 15 on the intro. All right. Paul Johnson.
You're listening to
On
the
bass.
99.3
Yes.
FM Wellness
I've known Paul for a very long time. Yeah.
Radiothon. Today's music is
Does he
sponsored
do
by
much music anymore?
Walker's Country
I'm not
Gardens.
sure. I haven't seen him lately, to be quite honest.
The roundabout, west of
I
59,
totally thought you meant
County
much
Road 1.
music.
Thanks to all
Okay.
the musicians
That
who
would be
graciously
amazing.
donated their talents to
All right.
Radiothon
Absolutely.
2025
Yeah.
in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during radio. Say hi. Special thanks to all Radiothon
Maybe I didn't say. I don't know.
10 seconds.
I'll help you.
Look at it. Service, helping 99.3 County FM
3,
connect the
2,
county.
1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. You are listening to Radiothon, and my name is Kat Burns. I'm the host of the Clubhouse here on County FM on Sunday afternoons. But I'm here this morning bringing two wonderful guests to your ears. Our second guest now is Becky Elliott. Becky Elliott is no stranger to the spotlight. She has been performing since the age of 15, and she's built quite a reputation as one of Ontario's most authentic voices in traditional country music, which is pretty awesome and super niche, and I love that you're going in that direction. With a voice that can hush a crowd and her lyrics cut straight to your heart, she brings the real spirit of country music into every performance. Her songs are rooted in family, heartbreak, and stories that resonate with fans of all ages, all demographics. With her signature 3 chords and the truth songwriting style, she has a gift for connecting deeply with her audience, and she often leaves people with a few tears in their eyes. And it's no wonder that she was crowned in Breezeway's Female Entertainer of the Year in 2022. Her influences include Loretta Lynn, Dolly Parton, Emmylou Harris, Patti Loveless, Rhonda Vincent, and George Jones, classic country writers, and excellent songwriters at that. And Becky channels the raw emotion and storytelling that define country's golden era. Over the years, she's brought her heartfelt performances to stages across the region, including the Napanee Country Jamboree, Hollywood Jamboree, the Norwood Jamboree, and the Hitch and Post Jamboree. So many jamborees. You're going to be jamboreeing queen over here, Becky. And she's been sharing the spotlight with some of Ontario's finest musicians and songwriters. So she has a brand new album out. It's coming out soon.
It's released. Yeah.
Perfect. It's called Barnboard.
Yeah.
And it's a reflection of her roots, rustic, real, and rich, with beautiful songwriting that all her fans have come to know and love. From front porch ballads to toe tap and honky tonk, Barnboard is a pure celebration of everything that makes her music so special. Now she's married, raising a family, and she continues to live her truth, grounded, grateful, and guided by her love for country music, whether it's on stage or related songs. So we are inviting you up to stay for a little while and take a listen to Becky Elliott, my guest right now for this hour. Welcome, Becky Elliott.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
It's so nice to have you back. I think I interviewed you last year or the year before,
I believe it was last
and you
year.
were just building a house.
Yes.
And I saw over your Instagram stories of last year, it's complete. You're living there now.
We
You
are.
are raising your family and enjoying life there. So tell me about how having this new beautiful place to call home has influenced your songwriting.
It really has. You know, that's part of what I've always utilized for my songwriting is my own experience. I mean, that's what's so authentic about country music and classic country music specifically is, you know, that storytelling piece. And, you know, I'm a very, this is going to sound conceited, but I don't mean it in that way, but I'm a very authentic person, kind of who you see and who you talk to, like that's who I am. I'm not, there's no two sides to me. I am who I am. And that's always how I've kind of tried to attack my songwriting as well, is like I want you guys to know who I am as a person, and really there's not a lot to me. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, you know, I'm
There's
doing
more to you
music.
than that. There's more than just that.
I guess those are my top two job titles, if you will, that I love to, you know, to be a part of, and that's kind of where my songwriting has come from, you know, writing about what I know and being inspired by the classic country music that I grew up around, and music was a big piece in my home growing up, especially classic country. So that's really where, you know, my passion is. And I listen to new country and I listen to, you know, different genres as well. But classic country is what I really love to sing. It's kind of, like I said, it's built me as a person, a musician, and a songwriter. So that's where my heart's at, for sure.
And it's a wonderful, beautiful formula. You know, like 3 chords and the truth. It can be simple, but it's really, really leaning into the storytelling.
Absolutely.
So it's not a fancy genre. It's a real gritty, authentic genre, which feels good for what you're saying.
Absolutely.
You're showing up as you are. I'd love to have you play a song. What are you going to play today to kick us off?
Absolutely. So I thought that I would, because my nerves always get the best of me in the beginning. So I thought I would do a song that I'm comfortable with. It's originally a Keith Whitley tune that Alison Krauss later re-recorded, and she did very well for herself with that song. And it's one that when I'm out, a lot of people request. So I thought I would start the morning off with that, get my nerves at bay, if you will, and then I'll lead into some original tunes.
If it's any consolation, you seem cool as a cucumber right
Oh.
now, so you don't seem nervous.
You don't see me shaking.
No, I don't see you shaking. You're gonna kill it. So this is which song?
It's When You Say Nothing at All.
When We Say Nothing at All, Becky Elliott here on County FM.
It's amazing how you can speak right to my heart without saying a word. You can light up the dark. Try as I may, I could never explain what I feel when you don't say a thing. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. The touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. And you say it best when you say nothing at all. All day long I can hear people talking about, but when you hold me near, you can drown out the crowd. Oh, Mr. Webster could never define what's being said between your heart and mine. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your The touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. And you say it best when you say nothing at all. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. The touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. And you say it best when you say nothing at all. When you say nothing at all.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Becky, Elliott, everyone. Starting off our hour together, we're going to talk about all sorts of things. I was trying to find your website. Do you have a website?
I don't have a website. I'm kind of
You
slow.
need a website.
I know. I'm slowly working on it. I'll be honest, Kat. So I love music, and if I could do it full time, I totally would. I'm finding the balance between being a mom and working a full time job and doing music, I'm not gonna lie, is a lot harder than than I'd like for it to be.
No doubt.
Lots of things that I have on my little to do list. So definitely a website is definitely on my to dos for
So I was
sure.
like, where can I send the people? I'm looking, I'm like, there's another Becky Elliott, but she's in Scotland, not
Yes.
the same one.
Yes, I wish I was in Scotland
Yeah.
sometimes.
So don't go to that Becky.
No.
We're looking for Prince Edward County.
Yeah, so Facebook is my main for right now. I had a page that I've had since I started back when I was 15, and Facebook, there was a whole hacking situation, and I had to start all fresh. So I'm still building that new page, but Becky Elliott on Facebook is my new page. And I'm slowly getting things kind of on there, and I've got lots of to-dos, like getting my new songs online and everything.
Yeah.
It's definitely a work in progress.
The people need to hear the new music too.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm curious about your new record, Burn
Yes.
Board. Can I see the sequence?
Absolutely.
Beautiful photo on the front.
Thank
of you looking super country and lovely and like full performance mode.
Thank
in a
you.
really cool denim vest and cowboy hat. So there's 12 songs on this. Can you tell me about how you wrote the record? What inspired you? What are your favorite tracks?
Absolutely.
Yeah, tell me a bit about this new project.
Absolutely. So just to
Exciting.
spotlight the cover photo is actually a photo that a friend of mine, Orpha Weiss, took. So I've known Orpha for a really long time, and she does a lot of our live performance pictures when we're playing jamborees. And she just has such a gift for capturing, people in their authentic, performance mode. And that I just love that picture. It really is an epitome of how I see myself as a performer. So I was so excited to be able to use that with her permission, of course, and very grateful to her. And so this album has been kind of a long time in the making. I've done some smaller albums in the past, but I wanted to do something kind of up my game a little bit. And so it's a compilation of original tunes and some covers as well. And I was so fortunate enough to work on it with some really close friends of mine. So that being my friend Kevin Young was the one that did the recording and the producing and did a phenomenal job.
Was that here?
So he has an in-home studio actually out in Shannonville, and so we worked on that. It took about 1.5 years to get it done, just with my schedule and everything. But we've got it done, and there's some great players on there. My friend Steve Petico played all the lead. Well, he played a majority of the instruments actually. What an incredible guy he is! So talented. So he played lead guitar and bass and. Oh my gosh, I think there's some dobro, right? He's kind of plays a little bit of everything. And then I had my brother in song, Dean Austin, doing a lot of the harmonies on there. Him and I play a lot as a duo. We're actually playing music in the park in Wellington in August, I believe it is. So if you like classic country music, come on out and see us.
What date is that?
I would have to look in my phone. I believe it's
They're on Sunday or Wednesdays?
Tuesday nights.
They're on Tuesday nights.
Yes.
So Wellington the Park has great music all summer long, Tuesday nights starting in August.
I want to say it's around the 12th, maybe. I'd have to look on my.
Yeah, we can look at for that. For
Absolutely. And then I also had friends on Spike Petico, did some harmonies on there, did a beautiful job. And then Ken Post on drums. just it was really cool to pull it all together, and it was a cool experience for me too, because I was really heavily kind of involved in like producing, not necessarily the physical production, but saying, being like, this is how I want it to sound.
Yeah.
This is the vibe I'm going for. And I couldn't have asked for a better group of musicians to do it with, and to be guided by too. A lot of the folks that I played with on the album are ones that have helped me along the way and really guided me as a musician as well. So that was really important and integral for me too. So it was a really cool process.
That's awesome. It sounds like you're learning a lot in the process too.
I have, yeah. I feel like, we were talking before we started here, and I was saying how, really I got my start doing the Picton Rising Star at the fair, and kind of gaining my confidence that way, and the guidance that I received from folks there, and has really shaped who I am as a musician now. And I mean, I still feel like I've got so much more to learn. Don't we all, when it comes to music, right?
Oh, yeah.
But getting to, being able to, write songs about things I'm passionate about, things I feel strongly about, and then also be able to sing songs that I grew up with and that I love and have guided me not only as a musician, but as a person too, was a really incredible experience.
Absolutely. And you're also learning how to put your flavor into those songs that you love so much, right?
Absolutely.
And how to make them your own.
Absolutely.
And that's the gift of a real, especially country musicians. Like, there's a way that you can approach a song that maybe you didn't write, but you make it your own. You make it tell your story.
Absolutely. And I feel like when you pick a song that you listen to, or a song that you feel really passionate about, there's a reason, right? There's a connection piece there somehow. And really every cover that I even included on the album, there's a huge connection and a big reason why it's included, whether it be the artist that performed it, or the songwriter that wrote it, or the song itself, being so nostalgic of, my childhood, different things like that.
Yeah,
So,
and you've really connected with it. And that's
absolutely.
what your music will do to other people too, right? They're finding
Absolutely.
a connection in your original music, and that's kind of how you become a better writer. Because you see what you connect with, and then you realize, oh, I can channel this too. Someone else can connect with my story.
Absolutely. And I think when I started writing, I kind of did it just for myself, just because it was something that I had always wanted to do, and I wanted to kind of explore what that might be like, from my own words. And as I grew as a songwriter, it was really cool when someone would say, oh my gosh, I heard this song, and that really meant a lot to me because of this. And that is the biggest compliment as a songwriter, is to have someone relate to your song.
Oh,
Incredibly. Right? Because, you write it for yourself, and maybe it's helped you through a hard time or something. But to hear someone else say, that song really helped me, or that song, really, hit me, and this is why, it's the greatest compliment as a songwriter.
And once you write the song, you kind of give it away. It doesn't,
Absolutely.
It's not yours anymore. So it is out there for people to really latch into and listen to and relate to. So it's kind of the gift you're given.
Absolutely.
I'm here with Becky Elliott. She's my guest for the next half hour or so. We are raising money for Radiothon. We're hoping to hit 50K in this hour. So if you're feeling generous, get in there. And we haven't heard the phone ring in the last few minutes, so I'm kind of waiting, feeling a little offended that you guys aren't phoning me. The number, please call me, 613-476-2229. Brenda will actually answer, not me. We're going to take a little break, and then we'll be right back with more Becky Elliott. We're going to explore some more songs from her brand new record, Barnboard. I'm Kat Burns. This is County FM. We'll be right back. How was my timing there? Good?
And now, the concert calendar. Brought to you by the Warehouse. Open 7
Timing was
days a
good.
week.
Okay, so
Bringing you
the next
live
one,
local
we're
music in the
he's
Barley
also
Road
gonna do an
Visit
introduction at the,
warehouse.com.
at the beginning after this.
Every Monday,
And
the
then we'll have
warehouse
about,
is open like
we've got
night
a minute,
on
2 minutes.
Friday, June
You'll-
6th, Peter
Why don't we
Ray
do
is at Connors Pub
like a
and Tavern.
20 minute segment, 2 songs,
Sure.
talk,
Connors
2
Pub
songs
and
at
Tavern
least.
opening
Then we'll
with live
go to
music
commercial,
from 62
and we'll come back and
Matt
do
Hatter and
The
Jessica
final thing.
final.
Okay,
Okay?
great.
Sean Sharkey.
How's that
Perfect.
work?
Love it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sunday,
All right.
June
What
8th,
songs are you
Matt
gonna
Smith is
I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna just do originals from here on out. I'll do a couple from the album, and then I've got one that I just wrote recently that I'm really excited to get out and play a little bit more. So
Who was the Irish singer that sang that song that Alison Krauss when you sang at the beginning when you said nothing at all?
I'm not
He
sure.
was an Irish guy.
Was there an Irish one?
He made it.
1 to 3, because every child deserves
Remember
a chance
hearing
to
it when I was in
participate
Ireland
in
and that.
sports.
So he brought back great memories. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
From Picton Cruise Night.
I always find even when I'm doing my set list for shows, I gotta put one at the beginning that like calms my nerves, that I'm super comfortable with, and then I'm good.
As Kat said, I find it hard to believe you have nerves.
Oh, every
Very
single
calm.
time. What's so funny is like I say that all the time to people, like, okay, you've been doing it like for so long. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's still, the nerves still get me. I do. Absolutely.
I think we have a good volume on your voice too. I don't find it too loud.
You're listening to the 99.3.
Okay, this is JJ's introduction.
Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229.
Yeah, if you want partway through your interview, if you want to say that again,
Okay.
you can do that. But I don't think you need to say it at the beginning when JJ does.
Yeah.
Send
Agreed.
an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
10
We'd love
seconds.
to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
2, 1.
Welcome back. It's Radiothon 2025. 11 years we are celebrating. My name is Kat Burns. I'm host of the Clubhouse here on County FM on Sunday afternoons. And I'm here with my lovely guest, Becky Elliott, for the next half an hour. Before we get started, I think we should cheer on the kids that are running the Kids of Steel triathlon today.
Absolutely.
Because they are out doing their thing. It's a beautiful sunny day and they're so cute doing all their stuff. So County FM is a sponsor of the Kids of Steel. So we hope that everyone's having a great time. So let's get back to Becky Elliott. I want to hear a brand new song. You said you just wrote a song.
Yeah.
You want to share it with us?
Yeah.
This is a brand new exclusive,
Absolutely.
unrecorded, possibly the first time anyone is hearing this song.
Yeah, I've only actually played it once before. Yes. Yes. So it's
this
still
is gonna
very new.
be beautiful and new. And I also must say that Becky's rocking the most awesome nails.
Oh,
They
thank
are
you.
perfectly purple, matching your shirt. I love it.
I didn't even think about that.
It's so great. On full display with the guitar. It's so great. So we're gonna hear a brand new song. Becky Elliott, what is this called?
So this is a new one that I just wrote recently. So as we were talking about, what I kind of like to write about best is the things that I know. And being a mom is like, I'm in my mom era. Do you know what I mean? So I have 2 young kids, Jackson and Georgia. They're 9 and 6. They're growing up really fast. And, in coming to this, we were talking about building a new house and being on a farm. So I grew up on a farm, and so did my husband. And so we were very fortunate enough to build a home on my husband's family farm, and we're also happy there. It's so nice to get back to kind of our roots. We had lived in Hillier for a little bit, for about 10 years. And so just nice to have some land and teach our kids, the values and the things that we grew up doing. And so that was kind of what sparked the inspiration for this song. And I like to always tell this story because this is kind of where it came from. Is my son had come home and he was saying how his friend was telling him that his family lived in a mansion and how Jackson thought that was just so cool that someone lived in a mansion. And I said to him, I said, well, I kind of think like our house is like our mansion, right? Like I believe that, mansion is what you make it, right? And he kind of looks around and he's like, yeah, I guess it is a mansion. It's a little small for a mansion, but it's our mansion, mommy, right? Like from the lips of a young child, right? So that's kind of where this song came from, and talking about that love grows best in little houses like this, and that's what inspired this song. So I wrote this. I've been writing it, I'll be honest, for about 6 months. It's one of those songs that I've had bits and pieces and then finally kind of finished. So I thought I would play it for you guys today. Still a little rough because we're new, but we'll give it a try.
I love it. It's a brand new one for Becky Elliott.
So this one is Love Grows Best. It's always rough around the edges. The foundation may look a little worn. You can see it in every corner, from the ceiling to the floor. That love grows best in little old houses like this. Lord knows the front porch needs painting. The front walkway's overgrown. The welcome man will lead you through that old front door, 'cause love grows best in little old houses like this. Ooh, where we love, it's where we grow. Ooh, no matter where we go. If we had more room together, think of what we miss. Love grows best in little houses like this. The Sharpie marker on that hardwood trim. For years of growth, we're capturing of those two kids climbing out there in that old oak tree. 'Cause love grows best in little houses like this. Ooh, it's where we love, it's where we grow. Ooh, no matter where we go. If we had more room together, think of what we miss. Love grows best in little houses like this. A house is made of boards and beams. A home is made of love, hopes, and dreams. Oh, it's where we love, it's where we grow. Oh, no matter where we go. If we had more room together, think of what we miss. 'Cause love grows best in little houses like this. Yeah, love grows best in houses just like this.
Beautiful song.
Thank you. Thank
Beautiful.
you.
That is beautiful.
Aw, thank you.
Beautifully done and
Thank
such a
you.
wonderful, simple statement, you know, or sentiment rather. You
Absolutely.
don't need much to have love grow. Houses
Absolutely.
grow fast. I love that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So Becky, I'd love to know, what are you working on this summer?
So doing a fair bit, which is nice. So I've got some jamborees booked. So I'm at Napanee Jamboree, Norwood Jamboree here in a few weeks in July. And then we have Tweed Music in the Park, the 27th of July. And then, like I mentioned, I'll be at Wellington Music in the Park in August. I'd have to confirm the date, but I believe it's around the second or the third week of August. We're booked.
That's wonderful.
Again, yeah, we played it last year. It was so fun because, you know, Wellington's my town. I grew up in Curing Place, but I lived in Hillier, and so Wellington was very much a big part of my day to day. And
Yeah.
it's just, you know, you make those connections with everybody, and it was really amazing last year. So we're happy to be back, Dean and I, and singing some classic country music.
I love that.
Yeah.
And you'll be promoting a new record called Barn Board.
Absolutely.
And what do you have planned? Are you doing any more touring or jamborees after this summer? Are you continuing into the fall, or how are you?
So as of right now, nothing into the fall. I'm definitely hoping to take some time and get some things done off my to-do list, my musical to-do list. So
Your website.
get that, yes, exactly, all that kind of
We'll get
stuff.
you there.
Absolutely. Just kind of taking it a little bit easy this summer. We have some family things happening, and trying to, you know, find that balance, right? Like I love my music and I love doing music, but trying to find the balance between that and being a parent and
Oh yeah, it's
and just enjoying summer too.
absolutely
right?
it's the most beautiful time here. Like,
Absolutely.
when we live in Prince, you know, everyone that lives in Prince Edward County knows that this is the most beautiful time. It's touristy and busy, but we also live in such a beautiful place. You
We
need to
really
enjoy
do.
it. Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
such a gift for sure.
Absolutely.
We have time for probably another song.
Okay.
But before that, I'd love to, if you could just talk a minute about how it feels like, are your kids musical, or how does it feel to be a musical parent? Are you instilling that love in them, or have you noticed that they're taking to music or country music specifically?
Absolutely. So it's really ironic that you asked that because both my kids are definitely showing that interest. And
You're a very active parent, so I feel like you're
yeah.
sharing music with them all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always singing and playing. And my son, we just got him a guitar for his birthday, and my parents had got my daughter a guitar last year for her birthday. She's still a little young, so she's kind of like just fumbling around and feeling her way through. But my son, I've been I'm not a super great teacher because I kind of just taught myself music, or how to play guitar, but I definitely don't consider myself a musical teacher by any means. But trying to teach him the same way that my mom taught me, which was to teach me a couple chords, and then I kind of just took the reins on that after. And but it's so interesting to see their love for music, because I've always got music playing, of course. Sometimes I think it drives my husband crazy because I've always got music playing like 24 hours a day. It's crazy. And so it's fun to see my kids singing along to songs they're hearing on the radio, songs that they're loving. And I had a really proud parent moment because I was actually in the farm center a couple weekends ago, and they were playing Loretta Lynn, and I was singing along because I love my Loretta Lynn, and my son was like fumbling a little bit on the words, but he was singing along to it, and I was like, I didn't even realize that he knew the words to that. So I was like a proud parent, like, okay, he knows what 9-year-old knows Loretta Lynn. I love it. Like,
that's pretty adorable. And honestly, I hope more 9-year-olds know Loretta Lynn. That's very sweet. Oh, that's great to hear. It's always nice to ask people that are musicians about what their kids are gleaning. Because sometimes the kids are not interested, and then often you have kids that are very musical. Like my best friend's daughter is so musical because her and her husband are just always making music, making art. And she just picks up on it, right?
And that's what's so beautiful about the art, right? Is arts in general, right? Is it's that passion. And I always say to people, I love talking to people about what they're passionate about, because you see that love and that passion in the way that they speak of things. And so it's really cool to see, when there's musical or music or art in a home, right? It's interesting.
Do they like country music? Or
they do, actually. Yeah, I'll be honest, that's really all we really play. We're a little biased.
They have no other choice. Oh, I see someone walking in, possibly making a donation. I'm so excited. Woohoo! Thank you. Great, we're gonna hear another song. What would you like to play? Or tell us about what you're gonna play.
Yeah, so
is it something from Barnboard?
I thought I would play one of the songs from Barnboard. Again,
12 original songs. No, 8 original songs?
8 and 4. Yeah, I believe there's 8 and 4. And so I love the opportunity, and I'm always so grateful to independent radio stations like County FM for allowing, artists and songwriters like myself to be able to play our original music, because there's not always a forum. It's really hard to have a forum to showcase those songs. So I'm always so grateful to all of you guys for giving us that platform. So I thought I would take that opportunity to kind of play as many originals as I could today. This is another one that I wrote, ironically, about my kids. So ironic, right?
It's I would imagine that, because as you said, you're in your era of parenting young children. It's like a huge part of your life. So as you said, you write about what you know, and right now that's what you know.
Absolutely. I'm really in the thick of it for sure. And they always make me, the beautiful thing about children is they always make us see things in a completely different light. We're so hustle and bustle and, getting things done and all that kind of stuff, but they make you slow down and really appreciate those things. And that's, I'm so grateful to have children and to be a parent, to get to be a parent. And because they've really definitely, taught me to slow down a little bit and enjoy the little moments, right? And not take, not be so high strung all the time, I guess is the best way to say it.
It's important. So what's the song you're gonna play next?
So this one is one of my favorites off the album. It's called Let 'Em Be Little. There's been 2 titles. It's kind of been floating around, but Let 'Em Be Little or Till They Ain't Little Anymore. Again, just that mentality of slowing down and enjoying every moment. They're already 9 and 6, and it doesn't seem possible that that's even a thing. But again, just that reminder to slow down and enjoy all the little moments with them. And that was kind of what drove this song. So like I said, it's kind of got 2 titles. It floats around with 2 different titles. Let 'Em Be Little or Till They Ain't Little Anymore. And it is on my new album, Barnboard.
Perfect. Like Elliot, Let 'Em Be Little.
Do a quick promo for the radio.
Yeah, I will.
Great.
Yes, I saw it.
Most days I don't like what I see, showing up on that TV screen. People are hurting and kids are hungry. The world just don't make sense to me.
I dream of life in a better place. I wake up and see my children's face. I wish I could slow down the pace, 'cause life is good. It's way too good to waste. I wanna let 'em be little. Let 'em play in the dirt. Raise them to be a ray of light in a world that's full of hurt. Plant their dreams in both my hands and watch that garden grow. I wanna let 'em be little till they ain't little anymore. I don't want their eyes or heart to see a world without a loving family. Room to grow and air to breathe. Being together is all we really need. I wanna let 'em be little. Let 'em play in the dirt. Raise 'em to be a ray of light in a world that's full of hurt. Plant their dreams in both my hands and watch that garden grow. I wanna let 'em be little till they ain't little anymore. Oh, I wonder if they know they're the greatest part of you and me. The days are long, but the years are short. Before you know it, it's all a memory. I wanna let 'em be little. Let 'em play in the dirt. Raise 'em to be a ray of light in a world that's full of hurt. Plant their dreams in both my hands and watch that garden grow. I wanna let 'em be little till they ain't little anymore.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Beautiful. Let Them Be Little by Becky Elliott. That was an original from her brand new record, Barn Board, which is out now. Where can we find this album?
So just in physical form right now, but that is definitely in the works. I'm going to be.
Where can we get them? In town?
Absolutely. So I just am selling them privately kind of right now through me. So through my Facebook page right now. But
Becky Elliott on Facebook.
Becky Elliott on Facebook, yes. But I am working on getting them up on Spotify and all those kinds of forms. So they are work in progress, but I'm hoping to have that all up on there before I hit the road for the summer. So
Awesome.
yeah.
And I just want to remind people that it is Radiothon right now. We are trying to hit, I mean, Becky and I set a personal goal this hour to try and hit 50 grand. So I don't know, we're hoping. We'll get that tally soon. And we're seeing some folks come in, continue to stream in, which is great, keeping it busy in here. So give us a call, 613-476-2229, or you can pop onto the website, 993countyfm.ca. There's a big donate now button on the website. You can just hit it, pay with debit or credit card. And if you want to, you could just stop by. We're right beside the farm center on Cold Storage Road. I know the Kids of Steel is happening, so you might take a little while to get here, but it's all good. We will be here all day till 8 p.m. You can also e-transfer if you're interested. Just shoot us a message. We'll give you all the details. So let's see. I think we have time to chat a little bit more with the lovely Becky Elliott. And after that, after a commercial, we will be right back to do that. Oh my gosh, I'm swallowing my words today. We're going to take a quick commercial. We'll be right back after to have a little bit more of a chat with Becky Elliott here on County FM. Sorry, I misunderstood the assignment.
You're doing fantastic.
Hi, Deb. How are you? I love that. So you have it in CD?
I do, yes.
And you know what it goes?
$20.
Pretty amazing.
Right here.
Do you have it?
You want to buy this
I
one?
do. Yeah, I was gonna say I've got it all wrapped. Yeah, I've got extra ones in my bag too. Absolutely. Thank
So
you.
little truck inside.
Absolutely. It's so funny because I'll be honest, I'm terrible at selling myself.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
They carry. I always read too many. They do have
Okay. It's so funny because when I was doing it too, right? Like I am like that tangible CD person, but it's
I love physical.
it's right.
CDs are coming back.
They are. I'm a huge vinyl girl. I was thinking like it was a little pricey, but I was thinking about even doing vinyl too because I just love.
Yeah, you can do a good vinyl edition.
Yeah.
You probably have to get.
The very best.
You'd have to figure out the license. Yeah, for the
If
companies.
you are in the picture.
Yes, yeah, because those are all they're all completely licensed. I worked for CMRA for quite some years, so I'm always very like
We talked about
cautious
this before.
about that.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't.
No, they
And
don't.
I'm just like, you can't do that.
Yeah. And I don't think a lot of people necessarily know all the time, right?
Thank you. Oh, we didn't hit it. I was really hoping it hit today.
Yes.
County Kids
We've
of
got a
Steel.
matching donor next hour.
Oh, good. Oh, great. And who's sponsoring the next hour? Matching hour?
Family Dentistry.
Because I'll just give it a shout
Shannon
out.
Hunter of EXP
Oh, is it
Realty
here?
and
Sorry.
Books and Company. County Kids of
So many
Steel.
members.
Today with your
Caddyshack.
99.3
Caddyshack.
FM.
That's the next episode.
Yeah.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is
So we'll probably just
sponsored
chat for a few
by
moments and
Lockier's
then
Country
the song.
Gardens, where quality grows just around the roundabout, west of
Thank
Picton
you.
on County Road 1.
Absolutely.
Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously
Oh, we're
donated
doing the drum roll,
talents
right?
to
We're gonna go back?
Radiothon
Or are we chatting first?
2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station.
So we come
Please
back from
help
this,
us
we
bridge the
chat, and then when do we do the drum roll?
$74,000
We'll do the drum roll at 12 minutes.
Oh, right at 10?
Right at
Oh,
10, okay? So
So
I'll give you the word on
scratch
that.
I'll get you to play his song first.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. And the drum
We
roll
have-
together.
Perfect, okay.
We have 11 minutes after we, about 11 minutes to chat and play music. I'll keep you informed of the time.
Oh, I know. I've been like, yeah. They were really
We have
beautiful.
to do a commercial before we go to the drum roll. So we'll work around that, okay?
At JJ International Media
And we've got-
Management Solutions. Stop, visit jjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
On now.
Welcome back. You're listening to County FM. This is Radiothon. We're celebrating 11 years on the air. My name is Kat Burns. I'm the host of the Clubhouse here on County FM on Sunday afternoons. And I have a lovely guest with me, Becky Elliott, a beautiful country songwriter and singer here in the county. We're going to chat a bit more, hear a little bit more music before we wrap up the hour and learn our new tally. I'm really hoping, Becky, that we got to our personal goal.
Absolutely. Donate.
Yes, we want to see you walk through the door. We'll wave. You're live on YouTube. We can say
Kat and I will like spin a sign, like the arrow.
exactly. So, Becky, what is the last song that you'd like to play for us today? And tell us a little bit about it.
Absolutely. So I thought I would play another one off my new album. This is another favorite of mine on there. It's funny when you write a song and you write it acoustically, and then to bring it to life with like a full band is like the coolest thing ever. And getting to play, like I mentioned before, getting to play with such amazing musicians, and I've been so fortunate over the years to play with some really incredible musicians, and so to be able to build some of these songs with them was like a dream come true for me. I had wrote this song for my dad for his 50th birthday. Actually, we had a big party for him, and I wanted to write a song, and so I wrote this one. And so when I was looking at what songs I wanted to include on the album, I was like, this one has to be on there because my dad is one of my favorite people. Both my parents are two of my favorite people on the planet, and I'm so grateful for them and everything they've done for me over the years. And I got thinking that a lot of people, when they talk about like what a hero looks like, they've got like a cape and the like wristbands, right? And I got thinking that my hero wears work boots, and so that was kind of how I wrote this next song. And ironically, it's called My Hero Wears Work Boots. And a lot of men in my life that I look up to very much, and they all wear work boots, and that was kind of what kind of sprung this idea. It's so funny how a small thing can spark so much inspiration. And so I thought I would do that one for you. The way we did it on the album is really cool. I wish I could play it the way that we did on the album, but I'm not that good.
We'll make sure we put it into the database.
Absolutely. Steve Petico wrote a really cool lick in the beginning, very Alan Jackson type vibe, which is one of my dad's favorite singers, so it was really ironic. So it just all really turned out really cool. So I thought I would play it acoustically. Again, not as cool as it is on the album, but we'll give it a try acoustically.
A good song can be a good song stripped down. So here's Becky Elliott, My Hero Wears Work Boots.
My hero wears work boots, and he stands 6'3", and he carries a lunch pail just like most men do. But there's something different about the man I look up to. My hero wears work boots, and I call him Daddy too. When I was just a little girl, my daddy taught me the value of a hard day's work and the love of family. He taught me many things, and what you got is what you see. But the best thing he taught to me was how to love unconditionally. My hero wears work boots, and he stands 6'2", and he carries a lunch pail just like most men do. But there's something different about the man I look up to. My hero wears work boots, and I call him Daddy too. He always knows what to say when I'm feeling down. He's always got my back when nobody's around. There's so much I could say, so I'll say this once again. They don't make them like him no more. He's the best there's ever been. My hero wears work boots, and he stands 6'2", and he carries a lunch pail just like most men do. But there's something different about the man I look up to. My hero wears work boots, and I call him Daddy too. Yeah, my hero, he wears work boots, and I call him Daddy too.
Thank you. Becky Elliott, thank you so much for being here. It's been a real pleasure to speak with you for the last hour and to also hear a lot of your music.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure. I'm always so grateful to be included. And
Absolutely.
again, I think I really wanted to share how important, radio stations like 99.3 County FM are for us, independent artists. And that's why I'm doing a last ditch effort. Donate. Kat and I, we want to reach our goal for the hour. Maybe it'll happen in the last couple minutes.
I hope so. Someone's got to call in and give us thousands of
Yes.
dollars.
Just pocket change. Come on.
Exactly. But the next hour will be a donation matching hour. So you have to take a listen to that. We'll have the wonderful Caddyshack matching donations next hour. So we might get closer to our goal, which is awesome. So up next, after you today, we have, we have Kyron Tully coming up next and Siobhan Bodrug, which is fantastic. So I look forward to that. Okay. Thank you again, Becky Elliott and Milton Hunter, who came in at 8 o'clock, or 9 o'clock rather. No, 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock. It's been an early morning today. So we're gonna take a quick commercial break and then we'll be right back for our drum roll and our total for the hour. Will you be here?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go, Dave. We don't have to be here.
Is there a button for the drum roll? Because we haven't heard it.
And now the Arts Center on 99.3.
There should be.
Yeah, he did it.
It's there.
Before, yeah.
Gallery presents Friends of the Woods.
We're gonna come in, and you're gonna introduce the drum roll and talk about whatever you've got.
Towering trees.
There you are.
Yeah.
And there's the drum roll and everything else afterwards, all right? And I'll give you a signal when to put the
Gallery
tree.
presents Botanica, fine art, paintings, photography.
I've got some music playing for you prior to when you come in. There'll be music playing, so you'll have time to set up.
54 Wilson Road, Broomfield. Visit AnderaGallery.com.
It's what it is.
Theater presents She Kills Monsters.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having
You're so
me.
welcome. That was lovely.
Awesome.
I
So much
hope
fun.
you have a great summer.
Yes, I'm looking very forward to it. Yes, it's so funny. It just seems like it's come so quick.
I was just thinking sometimes in September, I'll be there and wow, that's gonna be here really fast. I just keep the years.
It really does. I know, we're partway through June already. It's crazy.
It's so weird.
And we finally have some summer weather, which is nice. Because until this point.
I know it's been very cool this summer for sure.
Yeah.
No pressure to stay.
Yeah.
You can pack.
Perfect. I'll think about it. Thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome. It was a real gift to have you.
Oh, thank you.
The arts calendar can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week on 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Please don't drink and drive. Don't be distracted by that thing over there.
Focus on the road. Don't drink or smoke and drive.
Text messaging can wait.
In 10 seconds.
To impact lives forever.
Please make the right choice. This is a public service message.
Until what?
99.3.
Hey,
The voice.
you're on.
We are at Radiothon. We have the total coming up, but a quick lowdown of how to donate. And then we're gonna head into our hourly total. Just waiting for this to go through. Our system is frozen. Yeah. So let's just do a drum roll and we'll get the hourly total. Drum roll, please. Our impromptu drum roll. So we are up to the 9 to 10 hourly total is now $47,734. Woohoo! That's amazing. Thank you so much to our donors over the last hour. We have Kyron Tully up next. Yeah, to play some of their beautiful music. And thanks everyone. My name is Kat Burns. It's been a great couple hours. See you soon. Keep donating. Thanks Dave McKay too. And thanks Dave McKay. I love that. So
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM.
Oh, I took it off.
Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored
Hey,
by
this is for?
Rogers Country Gardens, where quality grows just around the roundabout.
Hey, this is 4, that's 3.
Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon.
There's 3 songs both there, but you can take them out.
Okay. 3 songs before we're on.
Yeah, but you can.
I can take them out of the background
When
ones.
you're ready to go.
mixed up.
And, yeah, with that new jock and circuit feature, it's really good to set things up for you. This one here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's really good for planning.
Yeah.
Good luck, it's fun.
Thank you. Somebody's CD here.
Oh, that was here.
Comes here, sir.
Thank you. That was fun, my dear. Good to see you again. Have fun.
Thank you, Dave. Oh, Kat, is this her purse? Oh, Kat, your purse?
And to Angie's Cooper Parking Septic Service, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
Thank you. Oh, I see. Okay. I want to wipe your mic. It's okay. Everything else okay?
Okay to kind of start setting stuff up?
You betcha. This was there we go. So you need, well, Dave will get you. Okay. Throwing these around all over the place lately. Gabriel, do you have one of our CDs?
I have one in my hands that we're going to be giving away, which is pretty
Okay,
cool.
well, you can have another one for you. Just
Okay.
as a thank you.
That sounds great.
Yeah, enjoy.
Oh, I will, absolutely.
I love your little shoes.
Thank you. They're really made on the res and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Gabrielle,
Moccasins
we've
by
got a
Carl.
couple songs too. Do you want them out?
Well, let's give ourselves a breathing room here. Why don't we keep one out of the two,
Okay.
right? And then
Which
that
one?
lets everybody. Leave Elvis. Take the Bee Gees. County loves Elvis. It's a thing.
Okay, good.
I don't get no headphones today, though, do I? I'm the headphone girl. All right.
Just let me know if I can help with anything, Michael.
Does your son live with you too? Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah.
Very cool.
He's a special needs guy.
Yeah.
He's 21.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
cool. He's 21 now.
Yeah,
Oh,
big
that's
guy.
awesome. Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah.
That's great, though. Do you have plans to do your cross country tour?
No.
No.
We
COVID sucked that fun out of it.
we work jobs and we have a medically fragile child. It's really unpredictable, his condition. There's like 8 in the world.
Oh, wow.
Or no, sorry, 13 males in the world have it. So we can't really tour.
No.
But we play as much as we can.
Yeah. Locally, stuff like that. Yeah. Very cool.
We go other places sometimes. We have toured in the past. We've toured out east, out west. We've been in Europe. We've been in the States.
Yeah.
We have, but just since COVID, basically, it kind of took us off track.
I was reading that kind of changed it. So you got a nice home here and just settled in. Yeah. Now you're in a creative hub.
Quite a few shows in Toronto over the years.
Yeah. Got your favorite venues kind of thing?
Yeah. The local pub, Mitzi's Sister, folk. Remember that little folk venue?
Supermarket.
The supermarket we played, but
Is she gonna have a microphone?
No, we've only got 4, so
is this one?
yeah,
So
you're gonna have
maybe
to
this
sit
one-
closer to that one.
And then,
Okay.
but he's got one set up here for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yep,
Can I
power.
plug in? I don't know if need that power bar. Yeah, if you can sit close to that
Sure,
one, then
I
I'll
will.
use that one for you.
Why don't
Okay.
could I use this for you, sir, then? How about I use this? That's gonna reach then.
So are you
Good.
from here, Gabriel?
Yeah, we got here when I was
So,
12.
Yeah, you can shift that over wherever it's comfortable.
Okay.
And I've got power.
Woo. I
Yeah,
guess the
that's-
biggest
yeah.
thing is gonna be when they're answering questions, right? Is he gonna be able to talk into this one?
I don't know how
You
well
can
that's
put that,
gonna
I
work.
mean,
If
it's
we-
gonna, could you want me to just kind of use that more as a vocal kind of
I
thing?
think
I
that
have
maybe
the-
we should
I
move
have
that
the
closer to the middle.
I have the headphones.
Yeah,
or
I
have
think
the
so.
speakers
Maybe
in the middle
tilt
here.
it up a bit.
yeah, so that I can
Yeah,
hear
probably,
that.
probably better, but it's good for, because I can always adjust the sound.
Yeah,
for
Are they
music,
pretty
you know,
powerful? Like I
cuts.
don't have to get too close to it?
They say like a hand
Yeah,
distance.
Yeah.
You know,
2 to 6 is best, but. Up there. I mean, it'll be fine for the music, but
Okay.
But yeah, be mindful of that maybe when we are asking a question.
Okay.
still got a
Yeah.
couple
It's
minutes.
good that it's below your face. That's great.
Should I put this down a touch more then?
there.
Yeah, I think that'll work. And just maybe lean forward.
I'm a visual artist, so I call myself a glue artist.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only got 4 channels, so.
A mixed
we're
media,
stuck.
found objects, break it apart, glue it all back together. Say I found a dead butterfly on the road the other day and she's gonna be part of my piece. Yeah,
Cool.
that kind of stuff. Yeah, I love it.
That's
It's been
awesome.
1 year here at the radio.
Did you go like
nice.
the roadkill as well? Or
I am thinking of it because I found a little squished turtle and squished
Oh.
head and I was like cleaned him up and
Does
stuff.
that say 3 on the back of it?
It says 4.
4?
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what we want to
4.
know because my
Yeah.
3 looks like it's missing right here.
Okay, so 4, 3, 2.
2. No pressure, buddy. Don't you do news? Isn't that what you do?
Ticking.
Are you news?
News and grapevine, yeah.
News and
And
grapevine.
we don't get any headphones. We're just like this. Okay.
I know.
In the past we did, but
I know.
well,
I don't
whatever.
feel great about the no headphones either, but we're gonna work with it.
Okay. Do the best we can.
What is my intro after all of that? Am I going?
You still got commercials for a minute and a half.
Perfect. Yeah. Are you picturing me right about here, like 10:09?
Sorry?
Are you picturing me right about here?
What's the second?
You'll come in here, right? That's our live, that should be our live segment.
No, that's something for 54 seconds. You're gonna put our live segment in right after that blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Exactly.
it's up
Yep. Perfect. Then we're gonna start.
there. Yeah, okay.
And then we're not gonna need those hits. You're gonna kill those.
These?
Yeah, kill those. Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah. Perfect.
And come in here. In here again.
Well, my biggest thing is on this jog. Is it just gonna run my mic?
Because to them, customers are like family.
No, we'll turn on all the mics, whatever mics you need during there. That's okay.
So we'll just stay in that break the whole time.
We'll stay in that break.
And so I'll say,
And then you can decide what you want to do with
well,
the rest of
exactly. I'm gonna like ask you. I'm gonna do a little blurb from here, Radiothon. I'll ask you to kind of introduce yourselves and then roll us with a song. Let's do that more so than questions at the
And
beginning.
when you come out, do you want these songs or right into commercial?
Right into commercial.
This is a 99.3 County FM Wellington
I'm gonna go
Radio
tell you about that.
Yes.
25 matching water hour. Every
Oh, your water's right for you, Farrah.
This hour's sponsor.
But would you grab mine that's right by the pole, right down at your feet? Yeah, thanks, teamwork.
County FM means local music,
Perfect, thanks.
local news, and county
Where's mine?
conversation.
Right at feet, I think.
First, a $74,000 funding gap, so we can continue to connect the community. Donations are eligible for master's. We remain a nonprofit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Your support is what keeps us on.
Did you settle out here right at the vid 2020, 2021?
Yeah, 2020.
Right.
We were gonna go on a cross-country tour actually.
Yeah, I read that.
We sold our house in Kingston. Then we were like, we sold it on March 15th, like the day the pandemic was declared.
And use 99.3 County.
No, no worries.
Burp out of me while I had.
Don't forget all your
And then
or drop by
our
during
friend, it was
Radiothon
friends
and
who bought our
say hi
house and they were like, if you want to change, we're like, nope, we're gonna go because our son was almost dying all the time. We're just like, we're gonna like live life. And then we just like scrambled looking everywhere. We
You're listening to the
houses, Napanee,
99.3
guess
County
anywhere,
FM
you know.
Wellness
We didn't really
Radiothon
consider here, which is
2025.
funny because we have friends
Thank
here.
you to all the local
But then we
musicians for
found
their
a house
support,
at Kijiji.
and to our
We were
listeners
just
for your
really
generous
like, and it was
donations.
like beautiful. So we're like,
Donating
yeah.
is easy.
And it was like from 1 to 4 years. We ended up being there the full 4 years, and the owner moved here, and then we found another house. So, and no, we never want to leave. Like we told everybody here.
Live in 30 seconds.
Send
Okay,
any transfer to info@theveryfoundation.com using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Ticket. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support.
Live in 5, 4, 3,
2025.
2, 1.
My name is Gabrielle, and this is hour 3 of day 4 of Radiothon 2025. Thank you for being here with me today. I am live in studio with Kyra and Tully.
Hello.
Hi, guys. Thanks for joining me, and thank you for supporting Radiothon for 99.3 County FM.
Thanks for having us.
Lovely. How would you introduce yourself to the county for those who don't know you?
Well, we are a folk duo, singer-songwriter folk duo. We mostly do original music.
little bit of covers. We've been doing music since 2006, and we have a new EP coming out.
Songs for the Universe.
Songs for the Universe, and this is actually the second release that we've released in the county. The first one was in 2020, but we couldn't tour or do any shows or anything because it was COVID. But
it happened.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So husband and wife duo here in studio. What instruments are you playing with us today?
Well, I have a Yamaha 88 key keyboard, fairly new. Pretty happy with it.
And the harmonica?
A little harmonica, yeah.
And I have a Larrivee parlor guitar.
Very cool. I'm looking like they're right set up to play with us today. So why don't we roll into the first song you had in store for us?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
This is a song from our first EP in 2006. It's called You.
You.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Out there on your own, you so far from home, you going strong, you out there on your own. Fire is burning bright, stars are shining, it's a cold, clear night. You hear rustling branches, conquer your fears, listening to the river flow, to the lake that is near to you. Out there on the road, you stories to unfold, you growing old, you out there on the road. Path you follow, it changes its way. Sometimes back to yesterday. These quiet reflections, I get a feeling it's hard to explain. Wonder if I'm feeling the same as you. Path you follow, it changes its way. Sometimes back to yesterday. These quiet reflections, I get a feeling hard to explain. Wondering if I'm feeling the same as you.
That was Kyra and Telly coming at you live from the studio on Cold Storage Road with their song You. I like that you guys answered my question. You write your own music? Tell me how that started between the two of you.
Well, that was a co-write.
just fairly early on when we started dating, I guess.
I think even before when we were friends, we started playing music. It's actually how I knew that I loved Tully, because I could laugh my head off with him and I could cry. Yeah, and we just felt really comfortable together. So, but we were friends first.
Lots of Tai Chi.
No way.
No, joking.
Oh, but mindful movement is a real thing.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Well,
we didn't do that though.
No. It's all smiles here in the studio as we try to raise funds for the radio station, isn't it? What's interesting is Songs for the Universe is described as a dynamic production that layers thoughts, sounds, and emotions with wonder and thankfulness. That's not something you hear every day. Have you always been holistically inclined and in tuned?
I would say that we're, like a lot of people, always striving to better ourselves. Definitely, we are spiritual, have open minds and hearts and all that. But I became an early years Waldorf teacher in 2018. So I really kind of relearned a sense of wonder and thankfulness, gratitude from my becoming a Waldorf teacher. They focus a lot on that in the early years, especially, like all of the grades. But so yeah, that kind of reinforced it. But I think generally we have wonder and thankfulness, but definitely are mindful of it.
Yeah, as long as we don't lose touch with it, right?
Yeah.
It's all about staying connected.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason too is why we are so grateful and thankful is that we have our beautiful son, and he's a medically fragile guy, and he's almost died a bunch of times in our care. He started seizuring when he was 4, and he's 21 now. So we've been through a lot. He's been through a lot, and it just really taught us to be grateful for life.
Yes, as we should.
Yeah.
How are you, Telly? How you feeling over there?
I'm feeling good.
What's up next on the docket for songs to play for us?
We were going to play one from our new EP.
Yes, Songs for the Universe.
Mm-hmm. And this one is inspired by the Millennium Trail. So all these songs were recorded in Prince Edward County over the last bunch of years. This took us about 5 years to put this 5-song thing together. But yeah, just pluck away, slow but sure. But we did the best we could. And this one, we'd spent a lot of time on the Millennium Trail during COVID.
Yes.
And sometimes songs, for me anyway, come in a flash. Sometimes they're drawn out for a long time. So I had this idea for like months and months of just like, I'm walking on the trail. And then Tully was like, why don't we say golden snail on the trail? And I was like, no, I don't like that at all. That is silly. But then I came around to it, and I really love the idea.
And sometimes there are snails on the trail.
Yeah,
yes.
Literally. And also just to like notice the simple things and how the simple things give joy. Like there's something so powerful and potent and beautiful about a simple little snail.
100%. Oh, well, play it for me, guys. Now I'm excited.
All right. Golden snail on the trail, in the middle, where you can't see the beginning or the end. Bluebird fly free, follow life's journey. Seasons change, we keep searching for meaning, observing nature, discovering nature and know where we stand, walk hand in hand, for an unthreaded strand, good for all's will to mend. All these mistakes will take what good came from them. Forgive, not forget. This anchors in the mission, following hearts, finding like-minded vision. golden sail on the trail. In the middle, where you can't see the beginning or the end. Bluebird fly free, follow life's journey. Seasons change, we keep searching for meaning, observing nature, discovering nature in me. Farmland pastures, many tree clusters, sun on the rise, our eyes on the horizon, color slideshow, go in slow motion. You have my love and devotion. 2, 3, 4. Time is a present, good people are great. Their heart's in the right place, they're not out to win the race. To them love's no stranger, without them the world's in grave danger. Golden snail on the trail. In the middle, where you can't see the beginning or the end. Bluebird fly free, follow life's journey. Seasons change, we keep searching for meaning. Golden snail on the trail. In the middle, see the beginning or the end. Bluebird fly free, follow life's journey. Seasons change, we keep searching for meaning, observing nature, discovering nature in you and me. Nature in me.
Beautiful. Kyra and Telly live in studio with Golden Snail on the Trail. Needless to say, Kyra, you came around to that, didn't you?
Yeah, totally did.
One
Yeah.
of their 5 songs on their EP. And this doesn't happen all the time, but thanks to the generous donation from Mike Farrell, we have one of their EPs up for grabs right now. So if you'd like to call into the station to claim this prize or visit us at Cold Storage Road, we would love to hand this over to you. You'd even have a chance to see Kyra and Telly live in studio for the next 40 minutes here at the station. As for now, we should probably hit a first commercial break, and we'll be back with you in a bit.
Thank you.
You're doing great, guys.
Very
That's
clear.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since yeah, the kid just steals the lead from 11.
Oh, it was beautiful.
So we run the 10.
We did kind of go slow.
You can run up until
Good. Trust
after
me.
We're into it.
As I'm like, fill the time. You're doing great.
I got a better idea here.
Okay. Oh, because you don't need a mic. Dang.
I don't need a mic.
Okay.
That's true. Good.
Was it not coming through that well, or?
I think, well, it
We
was,
have no
it
idea.
sounded
I heard,
okay to me, but
I heard it through the radio.
I think it'll be better this way.
It sounded good.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
okay.
fine. Yeah,
Thank
it was-
you.
it was
So we
loud.
got 4 on the music.
That's so cool.
And don't forget to say hi to the cameras. We're really sorry in advance. Hi, you guys at home.
Hey, so Dave, that's
I was
done.
watching the live stream and I was like, oh, shit. We're gonna be on that. Socials, how can we live with them? How can we live without them?
There's a dead chipmunk in our neighborhood there. You never see chipmunks.
They're usually too
I'll look at
fast.
the feed.
Usually squirrels.
Exactly.
It could be the
Do
internet
you want me to
connection.
ask you about your next kind of traveling ideas for performances, or ask you about more people you like to sing with? Like I
We
know
don't need this
Justin,
music, right?
right? Like Justin Rutledge, you've done a recent song with. Is there anybody else you're planning on co-writing with or stuff like
I
that?
think we mentioned David James Allen. that
We can
record
talk
with
about
him,
the new record, like who
Yeah.
recorded on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, and how would I lead in with the Americana review, and then that way
Sure.
you could go with that.
Yeah.
Cool,
Did you
cool, cool.
read the Americana review?
No, I'm sorry.
I don't have it.
That's okay. I probably don't have time to read right now.
It's pretty short.
Okay.
I mean, do you have I don't have my phone.
Yeah, I didn't bring my phone in either
Oh,
because we're working.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's fine.
And it's songs for the universe.
That's right.
Correct. Perfect. Goals down. Child health outwards, inspiring interconnected.
So yeah, we've been releasing one song a month since February.
Leading up to June 21 when the whole thing drops.
That's right.
How is that date significant for you guys?
It's my birthday.
I was
But it's
gonna
also
ask-
like
okay.
summer solstice.
You're right, it is.
So,
okay, double wham.
So we did years ago. We did a CD release on Tully's birthday. So I thought, well, why not do mine this time? Just because we were like didn't know what to do. But the first song from the single got put on the Exclaim A list.
Okay.
And we also got reviews from like Portugal, Mexico, UK, America, America Pancake.
Whole album.
Well, there's our answers for our next question. Tully, we're gonna get you to say some things to the mic too.
Yeah, I know. I'm more of the talker, but I'll be quiet.
Yeah, no, we don't want you to ever be quiet. We just
Well.
we need our stable Sally up here too.
So whatever question you ask, I do.
Oh, I get it. Oh. So we'll say
Oh, here it
Americana
is.
UK just recently
Yeah.
did a review of your 5 songs EP. Okay.
Yeah, so it's the first EP of the whole, or review of the whole EP.
Okay.
Which is hopefully not the last, but here you go. You can. I haven't had the answer.
5 and 5,
Not gonna fit
4,
time.
3, 2, 1.
This is hour 3 on day 4 of Radiothon 2025, and I'm live in studio with Kyra and Tully today. We're celebrating their new release. They have an album EP that's coming out on June 21st, and they just had their first review. Americana UK just recently did a review of their 5-song EP, Songs for the Universe, and I'd love for you to tell me more about your album and what you're feeling.
Do you want me to go ahead? We're really excited to be releasing new music. We've worked really hard, even though it's like only 5 songs. They're strong 5 songs, and we're really proud of all of them. And yeah, it's just like exciting to be actually able to play to support the release as well, because the last one we released in 2020 in the county, but besides, being online and things like that, we couldn't do any live shows. So
and this is a 5-song EP, and you're slowly releasing each of the songs, correct?
yeah, that's right. So we've released a single a month since February. Yeah, and then the last one will come out on the day of the release on the 21st of June. So.
Perfect. And how is that date significant to you?
Oh, it's my birthday.
Yeah, June 21st.
Yeah. So as I was telling you earlier, we released one album one time on Tully's birthday.
Yeah.
So it was my turn when we were scrambling for a date. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. We're really excited about the different people who play on it. Bert Carroll on pedal steel, and David James Allen helped record us and plays a lot of instruments on it. And maybe you want to mention a few other people that are playing with us.
Yeah. Who else is on there? We have
Justin Rutledge sings on Deer in the Headlights.
Yeah, Justin Rutledge singing on one of the songs. You said Burt Carroll. He's a fabulous pedal steel player. He's played on a lot of indie folk musicians over the years, and he's just fantastic. We have Caleb Hutton playing on there, and Caleb actually did some recording on the 3 of the songs, and then we did some work with him, and then we worked with David James Allen, and David James Allen also contributed, vocals and bass and drums. So yeah, and he produced all of the songs.
I was wondering that. Where were you recording?
So we recorded in the earlier years. Like I said, it took us about 5 years.
5 years, 5 songs.
But we were like 4 years sort of doing the recording part, and we were at Back 40 Studios with Caleb Hutton for 3 songs, and then we started working with David James Allen, and that was at his little known studios, and
Base 31.
He's up at Base 31, yeah.
Oh, fun!
And
Yeah, we have Ray Desjardins is on violin, and
there's a funny story. We met our violin player. We were buying a futon, and he had all this violin stuff everywhere. I'm just like, you don't happen to play violin by chance? So we bought a futon off him, and then got him to play violin on our Back on the Farm song.
We've been friends ever since.
That's an organic county story
Yeah,
right there, if I've ever heard it, right?
totally,
It
yeah.
seems everything's falling into place for this EP, right?
Definitely.
Oh, you must be feeling so proud, especially
we
your
really
first
are.
review.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure. Yeah, it's a really good review for the whole EP. We did have some reviews previous for the different singles, and we've been put on some Spotify lists. And it's doing really well considering it's not fully released yet. So
Just being on Spotify is a big deal.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, shall you hit me with another song?
Yeah.
Sure.
On the farm, maybe?
Oh, sure.
Or I'm switching things up.
Yeah,
here.
you are, but that's
Do you
okay.
want to do like do what we're playing.
Well, okay. I was gonna play one from our last record. It's called Time.
Okay.
And this song is called Flowers Wild.
Okay.
And this song was not inspired in the county by a farm in the county. It was inspired by a farm that's just outside of Kingston. And but then we recorded the song in the county. So we
And Kingston was your first home, too.
What am I talking about? That's on the farm I'm talking about. But Flowers Wild we recorded, but in Kingston.
Yes.
Or Battersea, actually. That's where that record was recorded. That's about, 20 minutes outside of.
With Chris Coleman.
With Chris Coleman, that's right, yeah. Brilliant guy. All right. So here we go.
Thank
you. Rose outlined, crested snow, cracked brown earth deep below. Golden fields aglow, casting shadows for miles ago. All directions, as far as my eyes can see. Tree horizon house, you and me. I wanna run wide open spaces, beautiful places, time spent with you, fields, woods, and meadows, rocks, trees, and pillows, flowers, wild, spirit of a child, you by my side, wearing down the soles of our wearing down the soles of our shoes, amongst flowers wild, amongst flowers wild. Boy walks with his dog along ice paths and waterlogged. the trail he follows to the cabin, car sculptures he steps in. I wanna run wide open spaces, beautiful places, time spent with you, fields, woods, and meadows, rocks, trees, and pebbles, flowers, wild, spirit of the child. By my side, wearing down the soles of our wearing down the soles of our shoes. Among flowers wild, amongst flowers wild. Watching skies above, geese fly home, our hearts are filled with love. Heads on soft pillows, touching cloud billows, blue pink streaked sky, the sun we rise. I heard the coyotes call through my cracked open window moonlight. Now another bird song, symphony of singers. I wanna run wide open spaces, beautiful places, time spent with you, fields, woods, and meadows, rocks, trees, and puddles, flowers wild, spirit of the child. You by my side, wearing down the soles of our wearing down the soles of our shoes. Amongst flowers wild, amongst flowers wild.
That was Kyron Tully live in studio with Flowers Wild from their album Time. You really do paint a picture with your lyrics, guys. That is
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank
Has
you.
that always been part of the songwriting concept, just to really bring your people into the picture with you?
I don't know if it's conscious, but I don't know. I'm really inspired by nature, and I'm inspired by like how it heals.
100%. If you don't know that here in Prince Edward County, you are clearly not living on county time.
Yeah.
Right? This place
Totally.
is magical, 100%.
Yeah. It fully is, yeah.
How about you, Tully? You part of that creative writing process?
Yeah, well, sometimes more so than others. Little bits here and there.
She bounce ideas off of you?
Yeah.
And vice versa, I would hope.
Well, we both compose
Mr. Deadpan over
separately.
here. Yeah.
We compose separately and we compose together. It's a mixed bag. She's for the EP, they're mainly her songs, but I've contributed little bits here and there, lyric-wise, and different chord changes and stuff.
That's a
But,
modest husband right there, people.
Well, he's, more than contributed. Like, for example, Golden Snail, like that would not be if it wasn't for Tully. So, yeah.
It's kind of like she painted the Mona Lisa, but I painted the smile.
Oh, that's nice.
We're having
I had
fun
that
here in
That's
I had that one ready.
Aw, what a sweetie you are.
As we're trying to raise money for 2025 Radiothon, we even have something that doesn't happen all the time. We're giving away their EP, guys. This doesn't come out till June 21st, 2025. So if you want to get your hands on it beforehand, call us at the station here, 613-476-2229, or simply drop by because Kyra and Tully are live in studio. And if you don't want to see these duo play, come on in.
Come in and grab a CD for free.
Yeah. And then let's talk about your upcoming show, which actually happens to fall on the date of release for your EP. This sounds beautiful.
Yeah. Well, we planned it that way, and Radiator Collective was interested in doing something with us. So it was actually them that scheduled it on that day. So yeah, I don't know if you know Radiator Collective, but they do fantastic work in the community, and we're so happy and proud to be part of their showcases. And yeah, they're just like beautiful people that run that, and they
you're
do
going to
such
be
a great
playing at
job.
the cemetery?
And we're at the cemetery, the Glenwood Cemetery.
Yeah, what is this columbrium?
That's a really good question.
I think it's the building, right?
Yeah, well, it's not the chapel as
We're on the
my
flat
understanding.
ground as we hear, kind of near the fountain. Is what my understanding.
Mhm.
They need to do some work on the church's
The chapel needs work, yeah.
work.
Okay, so it's going to be
We're
like
gonna be
fun
outside
hide and
with
seek going
some
on.
Tent. We're hoping for good weather, but there's going to be some tents and.
Yeah, it's rain or shine.
I love that. You should be in the county. Wear your umbrella, get your ducky on. We're going to play some music.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
expecting anywhere between 20 and 500,000 people.
It's only $15 to attend, people. It's going to be a great show.
Yeah, and you can just go to the Radiator Collective website, and then that will take you to the tickets.
100%, because they're doing so many cool things this summer in the county.
Yeah, tonight we're going to see Jennifer Castle. It's a sold out show. Yeah, it's at the Andrew. It's a sold out show. So that's going to be fabulous. And Lisa, do you know how to say her last name?
Artists supporting artists, though.
Yeah.
A high concentration of movers and shakers in this area, as everyone knows.
Lisa, if you're listening, I'm so sorry. It's Brokasovic.
It's just best not to butcher it.
Yeah,
We know you,
exactly.
Lisa.
Sorry,
We
I
see
did
Lisa.
anyway. But we've seen Lisa perform, and she's absolutely fabulous. And I know she has Alex White on trombone. He's a local musician who's really fabulous as well. So it's going to be a great show.
Don't you love our community where we're talking about you guys right now, but we're still going to talk about somebody else because we all just support.
Well, yeah, we could talk about all the great people in the county for a long time.
100%.
Yeah,
Let's roll to a commercial break, and we're going to come back and be with Kyra and Tully a little bit longer here. Good to go. Good to go. Perfect. Oh, that was so fun. This is going to be a cool show, guys.
I think so.
Well,
Super excited.
Glenwood's amazing. Like, let's talk about
it totally is. You want to read that?
Yes.
After the next one is the the drum roll and the
the yeah.
So so you just have to give me time to click that.
Oh, I
before you
know.
announce it.
Sorry, I know. That's why I was like, zip it, zip it,
Yeah.
Then you're like, headphones, can't hear you.
That sounded better.
Yeah. Okay, good. Now that it was moved over.
What do we have? One more song to play?
Yeah, because we're at 43. You could even play 2 if you wanted to.
Okay.
That's up to you. Yeah. The less you play, the more you talk, Tully.
Yeah.
So bring out some choices.
Well, we can do on the farm if you want.
What's that?
You can do on the farm.
You want to do on the farm first?
Oh, no, I don't mind doing
I don't
it.
need to do on the farm. Just do deer in the headlights.
Okay.
Should probably be it. We'll just chat.
Yeah, I like that fight, flight, and fawn thing. We should
Yeah.
talk about that. I
Yeah,
think that's
for
super
sure.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, she fell asleep again.
Oh, here it is.
Reading
So-
instead of talking. Smart. Perfect. Oh. 2018 on the farm, eh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you include it on the album?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was recorded here.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So it fits the whole Prince Edward County.
Yeah, like we kind of left that song for a long time, and then I just kept working on it here.
Oh, tweaking it,
Yeah.
just perfecting it.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
See, and as like I love graphic novels and stuff, and Radiator Collective's been doing a lot of like come draw with us and
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
right? So that's how I first started to hear about them.
Cool. You should say that.
I should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really neat. I don't
Yeah.
want to misquote the facts, which is the different thing. Maybe I'll talk about the Wednesday morning for my show.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
there we go. Do my research, get the facts in order,
Yeah.
and then get all set.
Nice.
Perfect.
There's
Yes! And one day I'll have my hair that cool.
Right. Me too.
Right. So we answered those questions. What else can I ask?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta say
Did you see what I brought?
Oh, look at that.
I was gonna give this to what day is today? To Siobhan. Hello, everybody out there. I was gonna give this to Siobhan.
Siobhan's out here.
She's here because she's got a record player bag.
Oh,
Do
great.
you mind?
No, not at all.
You know when I got this?
Siobhan's on next.
From here? Yes, last year.
Nice.
Cool.
Siobhan's on
I
next.
know she is.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh.
We just missed you. It was almost 3 years in a row. That close.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Really good to see you too, Renee.
I think Craig picked me for you.
Cool.
Yeah, because I got that hippie vibe that he was like, these will be your people. When I started researching you, I was like, ah,
You calling us hippies?
Yes! So, but I heard that's like a trash talk back in the day. So, you know.
No, it's a good thing. I'm just joking.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
I've said
For
it to a
sure.
7-year-old once, and she's like, they're dirty and didn't
Yeah,
shower.
yeah,
And I was like,
yeah.
oh, I'm sorry. Now it's a cool symbol, right?
It's so funny. We played the South Shore Joint Initiative yesterday, and I just stank so bad. Like, even though I showered, I didn't put deodorant on it, and like, I just stank. I had to keep my arms like that. And my friends were like, "You're around all these hippies. Don't worry about it."
Exactly. Did you go for the laser pointer show at night?
No, we just played there.
Yeah, I saw you were on
Yeah.
during the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we went to.
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Gabrielle in studio with Kyra and Teller, celebrating the 11th annual Radiothon 2025. But let's first give a cheer to all the County Kids of Steel participants happening right now, right beside us at PFAC. The juniors are set off and the seniors are right behind them. So they're racing about right down Main Street here. Give a big fun shout out to everybody participating in that. Good luck and best cheers. Yes, all the little ones. There's kids as young as 3 right now on push bicycles doing this. How
Yes.
inclusive, eh?
So great.
Yeah. But back to what we're supposed to be doing in studio today, which is raising funds for us here at 99.3 County FM, your community-led volunteer station. We are focused on you, the people of the county. And as much as we might be located in Picton, we are for everybody in every hamlet of Prince Edward County. Kyra, Tully, thanks for donating your time to be here with us today.
Oh, it is our joy and privilege. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting us.
Absolutely. What should we do? Shall we play a song?
If you would like.
I would love.
All right, then. This one is the first single off our new EP, Songs for the Universe, and it's called Deer in the Headlights. Dance, sleep, walk, smile with the sun and the shadows. Fear follows, it's not fooling anyone. We all see it there. Try not to stare, get pulled into the glare like a deer in the headlights. Run, open arms, heart true. Love's what I want for you, to have your voice heard, feel understood, find more ways to give. Really live, dance, sleep, walk. Smile with the sun and the shadows. Fear follows, it's not fooling anyone. We all see it there. We try not to stare, get pulled into the glare like a deer in the headlights. and sleepwalk. Smile at the sun and the shadows. Fear follows, it's not fooling anyone. We all see it there. We try not to stare, get pulled into the glare like a deer in the headlights. Dance, sleepwalk, smile with the sun and the shadows. Fear follows, it's not fooling anyone. We all see it clear, like the light from a flare. Get pulled into the glare, like a deer in the headlights. Stop.
Husband and wife folk duo. Kyra and Tully with that joyous song, Deer in the Headlights. Wow, I really enjoy the length of your songs.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's got a nice creativity to it. The bounce back and forth between the two instruments is really synchronized.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's funny. I had a friend, a musician, ask me about like guitar or just how we do the guitar and the piano together, because I do this like ding, 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 ding. So that's kind of how it works. You know, like I do a little bit of strumming, but I do like a little bit of picking, my own little style. So it just kind of works somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's joyous.
Thank you.
Yes, I
Yeah.
love that.
That's what we love. If we can touch hearts, that's the best thing.
Right, as you're like kind of bringing into the oneness of the universe and how Mother Earth is ours to be as we are with her.
Yeah, totally.
Tully, how do you feel about all the music you've been creating?
It's a lovely thing. I don't know why that's so funny.
Is the long process worth it?
Oh, it sure is.
Are you happy to see it all in print now?
It's very exciting. When we got it just the other day. My aunt was in town, but we wanted to get her a CD before she went back to Nova Scotia. But anyways, we'll send you one.
Didn't make the time limit, eh?
No.
We had her out at the.
Well, we actually went to Sandbanks with her, and then they went back to Kingston, and then our CDs got delivered same day. But it's okay. We'll just send it to her.
Exactly. Hop,
Yeah.
skip, and a jump in the mail, right?
Yeah. But it is. Sorry.
I was just saying, I got some family. I was in Nova Scotia. They usually get some CDs out there at some point.
Yeah, Telly's from Halifax originally.
East Coast Charm. I see this now.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm from Toronto originally, but I was in Kingston most of my
Big
life.
Sloan fan.
Big Sloan fan. Yeah.
Serious?
We actually, there's a lot of East Coast artists that we love, like Jen Grant,
Joel Plaskett's,
Joel
coming to
Plaskett.
town.
Our friend Jill Barber used to live there. Now she's in Vancouver. But yeah, there's a lot of
I always
amazing.
appreciate seeing like they take things a little easier. The music is a little lighter, and
Yeah.
Is that kind of the approach you guys take in your own music?
maybe inspired by it.
Yeah, I would say inspired. You know, it's hard I just try to be as authentic as possible. I don't know if I have an agenda. I just like really try to get an idea and capture a feeling and then, create it from that. And I'm a self-taught guitar player, so I sort of have my own little, idiosyncrasies.
Did you come from a different profession before just picking up the guitar? Teacher?
Well, I am a teacher. And right now I'm a children's, I work at the library in the children's department.
Really? Ours?
Yeah, our library. Yeah, I work at the Picton Library, and I do programming for early years children.
Good.
So yeah, it's my favorite job ever.
The upgraded space.
Yeah, the library's fantastic. My colleagues are fantastic. The CEO Barb is wonderful. It's a wonderful place to work. And and it's really my honor and joy to serve the children and families. I feel like I have a purpose and meaning in my job, and the music definitely is in there. I do music. We do a sing-along on Saturdays.
No way.
Yeah. So I just do traditional, like not my own songs, but just traditional kind of folk songs and like, keep on the sunny side of life and stuff like that.
Open to the public?
Yeah, it's open to the public.
What time of
Definitely.
day?
Anybody can come. It starts at 10:30.
Yeah, in the library.
At the library. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for, children and families, and
that's the whole point. A sense of community. Like, let's just come spark joy in one another.
Yeah, and it really does. There's so many amazing families that come together, and there's community building going on, and it's quite the social. A lot of families have a routine where they go to the bike and brew, and then they come over to story time. Yes. Yeah, and it's always just my highlight of the week. It's a wonderful, wonderful time. So, yeah.
Kind of ties into what we do here at the radio station too, right? Like I love the GM, Craig Mills. I think he's running a great ship here in the county.
Sure.
And it just really changes when you enjoy who you work for and what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're leading to your authentic life. Now I have to mention the money part right now. We are in a matching donor hour for the next 5 minutes, thanks to the Caddyshack Mini Golf just outside Sandbanks Provincial Park. Once again, that's the Caddyshack Mini Golf. If you haven't been, it's really a gorgeous course. He did top notch in building that one. Isn't it? You really feel like you're not just right here.
And shout out to David Clegg, who owns that.
Thank you, David Clegg.
From Brenda Mercer. We were neighbors.
From Brenda
in
Mercer.
The 60s.
She never will let that down. Yeah, you dragged us to Prince Edward County, man. And we have an hourly tally as well. So after the 10 o'clock hour, we're at $49,534. Thanks to everybody that's participated in it. I'm still sitting on these 2 Kyra and Tully EPs though, guys. So I'm just saying, if you want to get your butt down here to the station, we would love to see you. It's kind of fun to see what's going on here with all the microphones and all the artists, or just send us a quick phone call. We will answer that and hold it aside for you. We're just happy to be giving things away when we get contributed to as well today. Kyra, Tully, thanks for spending some time with us.
Thanks so much for having us.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the interview.
We just want to say the radio station is huge for us. We put it right up there with the Regent Theater and the Sandbanks as far as wonderful things in this area.
It's the first thing we do when we wake up in the morning is turn on our little kitchen radio and
We've
to 99.3.
We've seen some lovely shows as a result of giveaways on the radio station. And amazing.
Yeah, everyone does such a professional, wonderful job here. Yeah,
And
really
it's
proud.
nice. You can win fun things. You can find out fun things. We're
Everyone
always
seems to be doing an awesome job here. Like everyone's.
And local music is so supported, and that's so wonderful. So.
Absolutely. Do you have any other shows coming up this summer that we should know about too?
We're at Sandbanks Winery a couple times. So
Interesting. On a
August,
Friday or Saturday?
August 3rd. It's actually a Sunday. We're on the Sunday.
Fun.
August 3rd is the first one. Yeah.
Guys, Sundays is for the locals. If you didn't know this, that's your day to go wine tastings on Sunday Fun Day. So August 3rd at Sandbanks Winery. You can find Kyra and Tully as well, if you know the cemetery isn't your thing. I guess that's the end of it all for us, right? Thanks
so
friends.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That went so much better than I expected.
We're clear.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I was just nervous.
Oh, you're funny. Yeah.
That's cool. Oh, I get your phone
Nothing
back
to be
too.
nervous about with that.
Well, no, that's what I figured when I was reading up on you guys. I was like, oh, this is perfect people to interview.
Good job.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Very cool. We're going to put those up at the front desk. I can't believe you guys gave me a CD. I'm so going to listen to this. You have no idea. Actually, no, I'm going to give it to my mommy. She'll love that. As she's my #1 fan listening to me right now.
Well, all the songs are online, like wherever.
That's just it, right?
We just got a really short, because it's like every year, every time we release something, we're like, did we put it on anything? Like we have 2 vinyl records that we printed.
I saw.
Yeah, but like, we I don't think we're gonna, because it's so small, we were not gonna put it on vinyl.
Yeah.
But we just wanted it to print. There's some sort of
Some like the
validity.
tactile, but then I love if it's on Spotify, right?
Yeah,
like
we
so
have
the-
that too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's anywhere you stream music.
Oh, so easy.
Yeah.
Okay, we're probably help with this. Yeah, exactly. No worries. Do this like this.
So are you doing the next one, Gabrielle? No, Brenda is.
And you got that card for the county kids of steel?
Yes, I deleted it, everyone I could find up to 11 o'clock.
No, it's after 11.
No, I mean after 11, up to 11.
Oh, I see.
For
Okay,
12
thank you.
hours. I
Scared you there for a second. Okay, perfect. Thanks so
I'm
much.
just gonna
Debbie.
wipe down the mics.
Okay, I'm gonna run up to the washroom.
Okay.
We've got music playing for
You're
7
awesome.
minutes or something.
Oh yeah, this is
Good job. This worked out well with bringing that mic over.
Yeah.
That made sense.
Hello.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
You
Thank
did
you.
awesome.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you.
did. Deb's like, who's that? Watch her good.
Who's that kid? Okay, these 2 CDs are up for grabs. So I shouted it out a bunch of times. So we would probably, yeah. So if anybody comes by from Byron and Tully, it's $3.99. Here, we'll put one of these. This and this, right? If we have another clippy, we'll put these 2 together too.
Okay, that's all wiped down.
It's Mike Farrell donated them.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they're up for grabs. If anybody comes in. All right. Okay.
That's donor that walks in the door.
Get it.
Did really well in there.
That was great. That was a great game, right?
Oh, cool. Sounded really good. I'm lifting in the car.
Thanks. Oh, okay. I would love that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, cool. That'll be fun. Yeah.
Who's in next?
Yeah.
You mean this the host or the,
Yeah, who's the host?
Renee? She's Renee White.
Right.
Is she here?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's here.
No.
Because we're just playing, she's got,
You want me to get the act in Renee right now? I can bring
yeah, well, I mean, we're playing music, but I don't know how long she wants to play music.
Okay, let me.
There's like, I don't know, there's another 3 minutes if she wants it, 4 minutes.
Uh-oh. This happened,
Okay, maybe slide the lock.
No, stand down. No, push it down. Oh, yes, sir.
No, I was like, that's not a good idea.
correct.
That is the weirdest.
Yeah. I just walked away.
I could feel the energy.
I don't see how we locked doors.
All right.
So I guess I sit over there.
Yeah.
Where's the
Good for you.
best place for piano?
For piano?
Yeah.
Over there.
Over here?
And we use this for the instrument back for you.
And do I use this mic?
And you use this one.
Okay.
And we
Thank
got
you
some time here if you
Okay,
don't mind
Joy,
playing
have
these
fun.
songs.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll
Thank
just
you.
take now.
Yeah, you can tell me what you want in there. We've got the commercials for say 2 minutes, and then we're on this song right now. Do you want that one to play or no?
Oh, we better do the Sam Cooke one, and then by then they'll be settled. And then we'll do we have to do the concert calendar.
We have to do the ads.
Okay.
At least as far as I know, we have to do. the
Because
ads.
somebody said to me that, you're so busy doing this, should you be doing it? What, Mark Desper?
I don't know if you want to move that mic, because that's the mic you're going to be talking into. So wherever that is convenient for you, you can either lean in over the piano or whatever you prefer.
We'll figure it out. Let's get the piano set up here.
And there will be a point, I'll say, at the end, like when we have the last 15 minutes.
Right.
Is there anything we haven't talked about that you really want to talk about? Okay, so
Okay.
if we miss something as we're having our
Yeah.
chatter,
No worries.
that's okay, right?
Yeah.
If I have to give you a time signal, is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely, and if I miss it, talk over me, I don't care. I'm
Well, I don't
having
have a
one
mic,
of
so
those
I
days
can
where I have
probably
no,
talk and nobody
I
hear
have
it.
no time
But just,
awareness.
if we're running late for commercial.
That I understand totally, and
You
we
need me to do
probably
anything,
will.
just let me know.
We probably will. I know people are watching us.
Yes,
I'm
they
wearing
are.
my County FM I
I know,
thought
I
maybe
was
it'll
looking
wake me
at
up. The only trouble is you're seeing it, not me.
Well, you're waking us up.
Okay, well, at least that has a good. So look at this, I went to print up your bio.
Yeah.
On my printer, printed up. All those words are missing. But that's okay.
I can fill in the blanks. It's weird. I can see my name on that.
Yes. And that's the
2019.
only year we weren't involved in the radio.
Oh, really?
Telegraph era. I was not involved in that year. That's a whole long story, which you do not want to hear. So what is Bodrug? What is the heritage?
It's a long story.
That's also a long story.
But it's believed to be like what we're certain of is we have ancestors from Kolomyr, Ukraine.
Yes.
But the short version of the story is I was in Bratislava, Slovakia, making a record a few years ago.
Yes.
Not a
And
few, that was a long
10 years ago. And the guitar player says to me, he's like, "What's your last name?" I said, "Bodrug." He's like, "Where are you from?" I said, "Kolomyr, Ukraine." And he said, "I don't think so." He pulled out a map and he showed me there's a river, the Bodrog River, that goes through Slovakia and into Hungary. And then when you look on the map for Kolomyr, it's like right across the border from the river. So we think that probably our family originally was from either Slovakia or Hungary, and then moved to Kolomyr after that. So that part of
That's
the world.
the story.
Yeah.
And what about your mom?
I'll move
No
this
idea.
in as close as.
I have no
Oh,
idea.
Okay, sorry about that. Forgot to take them off.
Oh,
Do we need headphones?
so is
As
that
close
not
as we can there for you.
I can only.
We can. Yeah, no, it's fine. I actually don't
Whatever you
know.
want.
I don't know where my
And then
mom's
this one's just your
family
speaker one.
descendant. I just know that I'm extremely white. That's all.
You know, you might be very surprised.
Yeah, I could be.
I found out that I have Northern African,
Oh, okay.
but I am Jewish, so I wasn't that surprised. But yet, you don't expect to hear.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah.
So we're gonna add. Are you playing Sam Cooke right now?
You want me to delete it?
No, I'd like to hear it.
Okay. I can
Do
do
we-
this.
Maybe it'll wake me up.
Are we having? We don't have headphones. Okay. Just want to make sure.
No, that's Paul.
It's just finished. Yeah, it's just finished.
Are you okay? Listen to no. We better stop because we're in 11:08. We want to talk to these people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we talking or are we playing first?
You're gonna talk. We'll talk first. I'll introduce you and I'll tell
And
everybody
now,
how
the
to
concert
donate.
calendar, brought to you by Pounders Pub and Patio in Wellington, formerly known as North Docks, and featuring open mic night every Thursday.
Well, you know what you're doing.
Every
Why am I
Monday,
telling you?
Well, I don't know what I'm doing, but
Oh,
I know I'm supposed to flip
in the Bobby
it.
Room Pub. On Friday,
I
June
get
6th, Peter Ray is at Pounders Pub and
cut
Patio.
some
On Saturday,
a lot
June
later.
7th, it's Pounders Pub and Patio's opening party with live music from 62 South,
Stop
Mad
the
Hatter,
songs,
and
but-
Dusty Keller. And John Sharkey is at Three Dog Winery. And on Sunday, June 8th,
Yep.
Matt Smith is at Half Estates Winery.
Totally good.
The concert calendar is brought to you by Pounders Pub and Patio in Wellington and can be heard 6 times a day on 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Ladies, it's finally here, the shopping event you've been waiting for. Today is the last day to check out the Christmas warehouse sale, open until 5 p.m.
So I think they said one of these
$75.
ones, then they don't want to
50
promote
to
it anymore
80% off
it's too
European
onerous.
fashion and footwear. Lots of shoes, ladies. Today until 5 p.m.
Measles is spreading. The good news is that the measles vaccine is safe, highly effective, and can provide lifelong protection. Contact your local public health unit to check your vaccination status or book a vaccine appointment today. Visit ontario.ca/measles to learn more. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Welling's official Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 99.3countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Pitt.
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I think my mic needs to be put on. Yeah. Hi, I'm Renee Wiseman-Stanners, and I am so excited. I am in the studio here with Siobhan Beaudrug and her daddy, Brent Beaudrug, and it's really been difficult to sort of unravel whose story we're going to talk about today, because they're both very, very interesting. But I am very excited because this is the 11th Radiothon. And JJ just told you how you can donate, but I want to tell you that if you come down to the radio station right now, Deb Hepburn is sitting at the desk, anxious to say hello to you and give you her great big smile and to collect your money. So, and the money is really, really vital for keeping this radio station going. And I have met personally in the 15 years that I've been in Toronto. Oh my God. In Prince Edward County, I have met so many amazing musicians and people, and it's a magical place. Now, Siobhan and her dad are going to tell you their connection right now to Prince Edward County.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure.
I'm so excited to be here. I was here last time just after the pandemic, and it was super fun. We had Bill Mill, and I actually named my Fender Strat after Bill. Yeah, he was great. It was an awesome afternoon.
What are you going to name after me?
This will be Renee. Every time I come here, I name my guitar after someone.
I like the shape.
Yeah. No, it's great. My connection to Prince Edward County, our connection is my dad moved to Prince Edward County when I was about 5, and I went to Pinecrest, which is now closed, and I went to PCI for a year. So I did most of my schooling here, and yeah, I've been performing in the county since I was 11. My first gig was at the county canteen, which is crazy because it's closed now, which is really sad. But there's a great place there now. And yeah, I've performed at Sam Biggs Music Festival, County Pop. So I've been around for a while.
For all of 20 years.
Yes.
A very long time.
Yes, very long time.
Brent, do you want to tell us about how did you come to the county and your story?
Well, I'm from Saskatoon originally, but kind of grew up in Toronto and surrounding area. And Siobhan's mom and I, after we had 2 beautiful daughters, we're looking to put some roots down. And so we came out here and bought the old house right next to Crimson Ford. Lived there for a long time. And we also bought an old chapel up in Trenton, and I ran my business and my recording studio out of there for a decade as well. And Siobhan kind of grew up there, which I think is part of the reason we're here today. So,
okay, can you explain that when you say that's why you're here?
Yeah, I mean, from the time I was like 5, I was living in a studio with musicians around all the time. And for whatever reason, I always had a huge interest in, talking with the people, and, I would analyze what they were doing all the time. And I'd ask my dad all these questions. And so I think from the time, even before I was aware of it, I was like, this is what I want to do with my life. And so I think why we're here is because this is kind of where it all started for me as a musician. And this is kind of the place where I discovered like, oh, this is what I want to do. And, I'm really happy that it was a safe and kind environment that I could, achieve my dreams.
And I would like to say to the audience, get ready, because you guys will be so grateful that Siobhan is working on achieving her dreams with her dad. And what song are you going to perform for us first?
So we are currently working on my debut album. There's no name for it. We are in the very early stages of it, but we play these songs all the time. This one is called 10. It is called 10 because of Pearl Jam. My ex-boyfriend really liked Bruce Springsteen and Pearl Jam, and that's all I'll say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2. A 1, 2, 3.
Lock me up in his world, he yelled at me on the corner of the street, frozen there in my tracks. Oh, we're fighting for we can't get back. Shocking that it's fear now instead of him. How'd it come, forget so grim? Caught me like a ghost in a limb. How did I become a pseudonym? I'm your ready better. You're my heavy weather. In my heart you'll never know. 'Cause you wouldn't let me go. Maybe this is better. You're no Ryan Tedder. In my heart you'll never know. 'Cause you wouldn't let me go. Dancing in your darkness, you blowing smoke. You're broken, choking, joking. You're beating up jalopy. Yeah, you're not a tribute or a Springsteen copy. I'm your ready better. You're my heavy weather. In my heart you'll never know. 'Cause you wouldn't let me go. Maybe this is better. You're no Ryan Tedder. In my heart you'll never know. 'Cause you wouldn't let me go. No fire, no spark. It was better when we were apart. No fire, no spark. It was better when we were apart. Fire, no spark. I'm your ready better. You're my heavy weather. In my heart you'll never know. 'Cause you wouldn't let me go. Maybe this is better. Yeah, you're the reader. In my heart you'll never know. 'Cause you wouldn't let me go. No fire, no spark. It was better when we were apart. No fire, no spark. It was better when we were apart.
I felt quite a fire and a spark. That song, and I love the ending.
Thank you.
The ending just was perfect. I
Thank
was
you
hoping
so
that's
much.
how you were going to end it. And I was like, yes. I think we have to go to some commercials now, do we? Do we have to go to some commercials or something? Okay, we better go to these commercials, and then we're going to be back with Siobhan Bodrog and her dad, Brent, and the fire and the spark is going to continue.
We're clear.
Okay, so we're going to talk about, I have to do a little spiel about the radio station. So I'm going to ask for each.
Do you want these other songs?
No songs.
No songs.
We don't need any songs.
I didn't think so, but
No, we got the music here. I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
What's 99.3? What's your connection? What does it mean to you?
Okay.
And why
Yeah.
people should donate. And do you
100%.
want me to say that you're available for a gig this afternoon?
My dad wants you to. I don't know if I want him
Seriously,
to.
I'll do it. I think it's fun.
We
I
go
think
play
it's a fun
we go play
story.
a couple tunes somewhere, sure.
Okay, so I'm going to tell them that.
Yeah.
When we call in the next 15 minutes.
What's a good donation?
Okay.
Yeah, like
So
what's
let's
a
set
really
it
good
at a level. So a donation of, we'll go play a couple tunes at their place or whatever.
$100? Does that work?
Is that I don't know what the
See, I
what a
don't
typical
know.
donation would
Deb,
be like.
what's a good amount for a donation?
Like what's a Yeah, like what's
No,
but like a typical like
Like
really
what
good
would you
amount.
what would come in and you'd go like, oh,
Oh,
that's
that's
amazing.
amazing.
500?
500
Okay,
bucks. Okay,
500,
set it at
okay,
500.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're all right with that?
Yeah,
First
I don't
donation
care.
of the net, first donation of $500 in the hour, and we'll go to their place
Yeah.
and play.
We'll play it.
boy.
We'll play
We'll play a
5
mini
tunes.
set.
I should
Yeah,
have
there you
mentioned
go.
where the mics were. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Are you getting enough of the?
Right?
Are you getting enough? Is the mix okay?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not a good really.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you sing at all?
No.
No. So I can turn that mic off.
I do, but
Yeah.
she won't let me.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not
It,
good.
well, it sounds really good when I turn the voice mic off and just let
Yeah.
that one do. It sounds better.
That's great. Because
That's
I probably
another story.
I probably make weird noises when, when
Yeah,
I'm
no,
playing
and
it.
then there's a lot of
But you
tapping
don't
on
want
the
those.
foot.
Yes,
Okay.
no.
Well,
See, I'm sad that we're missing this conversation in our.
Well, they're getting it on YouTube, I think. So.
They are they are because
They
I was,
are.
Yeah. So
Probably
hello.
are.
So it's a funny conversation we're having
Yeah,
with these two
yeah.
talented people here. All right, well, I'm very excited about this because something really neat is coming up. And we've got, what? 50 seconds.
just under a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, 50
So-
seconds. So I will come back and I will say where we are and who you are. And then I will send out, and they are offering the most generous gift of the Radiothon. No,
The donation has to come
I'm gonna
in
do happen next.
this hour because otherwise we're probably gonna be on.
oh, no,
Yeah.
it has to
Yeah.
be during this.
It has to be,
30
yeah.
seconds.
Absolutely.
I'm doing happen.
Okay.
And do you know why?
What?
Why you're doing that song?
It's just like a good like bring it up and bring it down. You
She'll
know?
tell the story.
I'll tell a story.
Okay,
I'll tell a
okay.
story. I got stories.
Okay. So you're doing some amazing things, and I'm going to ask you to tell us
Yeah,
about the
yeah,
amazing
sure.
things that you're doing. Because, like I said, I can only read half of the sentences here, so I'd rather you do it.
Yeah, 100%.
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, everybody. I'm having too much fun today. Somebody slapped me. Anyway, I am in the studio here. What's your name?
My name's Dave McQueen.
With Dave McQueen. Oh, my goodness. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Renee. How
And
are you?
he is handling this board so beautifully, and that's quite a skill, let me tell you. And I am interviewing Siobhan Bodrug and her daddy, and they are making some wonderful music for us. And they have a very fine offer that I'm going to tell you about, but only after I get Siobhan to tell us the career trajectory that she is on at this very point in her life.
That's a really big question. I would love for it to go way faster than it is, and so I can make millions of dollars one day. I am a full-time musician now. I am not in school, and I am writing all the time. We're producing. We're making an album. We're actually going on tour this summer. We are going across Canada. We're going to Winnipeg, and we're going to Montreal and a bunch of places in Ontario, including Prince Edward County on August 29th at Up Street, which is run by Craig Foster, 99.3 Zone. I think I just want to keep doing what I'm doing, and eventually I will make a lot of money, I hope. I guess that's the goal. And to do what, obviously, I love doing what I do. It's a very special thing that I'm able to make any sort of money by doing something that I wouldn't trade anything to do in the world. So
Okay, and can I ask you, what is Honey Jam Artist? What is that?
yeah, so when I was 17, I auditioned for Honey Jam, which is a program where it's a bunch of female or female identifying musicians across Canada, and they do this mentorship program. And so I was lucky enough to be selected when I was 17, and I got to perform at El Macombo, which was really cool. I got to write with a bunch of really cool people. I did some writing camps. So it was just kind of like an opportunity to kind of get myself into the industry in the city.
Some amazing women have come through that program. Like I would think that probably their most successful graduate is Nelly Furtado, who was a Honey Jam artist as well.
And that's
So,
the voice of Daddy. That's Brent Bodra, by the way. Just in case you're wondering why all of a sudden Siobhan's voice got very low.
Yeah, I don't know. My voice is really low.
What is the iconic Rockwood Music Hall in New York City?
Yeah. So when a couple of years ago,
That was so much fun.
I'm gonna say some illegal shit right now. Oh wait, poop. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to swear. Okay, hopefully we can bleep that out. I went to New York City a couple of years ago, and our good friends Ryan and Lena, Telephone Tag, invited us to play a set in New York City at Rockwood Music Hall.
Which is a pretty legendary club. Like a lot of big names have played there. So.
Yeah, so I was really happy about that, and it was a great show. And then right after, we went to a really fancy Italian restaurant, which I could not tell you the name of, and they didn't ID me, and I was 18, and I got hammered in New York City.
Hammered in New York City.
Yeah.
That's a song.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, no, it is 100%.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, I'll next time.
Okay.
Next,
All right.
Yeah.
We have a deal.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So here's the deal to you, the listener out there, because we are doing this not just because we're having fun. We're doing this because we're trying to raise funds for this radio station to keep it going. We do have a funding shortfall of about $74,000. The Radiothon always helps us fill that gap. You can do this in person. Come into the radio station right now. Deb Hepburn is waiting over there with a big smile on her face. She'll even tell you about her story as an artist. Right, Deb?
I'll do that.
She'll do that. And then, or you can call 613-476-2229, and she'll also tell you the story then. You can send an e-transfer at info@theveritasfoundation.com. You have to include your name, your email, your mailing address, and the password is 993 County FM. Or you can go online to 993-993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Now, here's the big deal, everybody. So if you're all sitting there patiently, really pay attention now. This is me being a teacher. This is really important. But Siobhan and Brent have offered their services this afternoon. They will come and play 2 songs for you if the first 500 donation that is made in this hour, they will come to your house this afternoon and play 2 songs for you. And right now on the air, we're going to get to hear
a song called Happen.
All right.
Which has a little story to it. Prince Edward County is such a big part of my musical journey, as I said before. And a big part of that journey is also my dad, who's sitting right next to me. And I've been really lucky to have a mentor through, doing something that's really, really difficult. And being told that you can make something happen is kind of the goal, especially when you're a musician. And so I wrote this song called Happen, and it's about making it into the industry and, believing in your dreams, because I believe that it's possible to make your dreams come true. And so did my dad. And this one's called Happen. So many things left and right unsaid, but we keep pushing on. Even though you or me, our world in a song. Want to believe, live in my truth, bound to succeed, desperately seeking me, play pretend, no stop, I think I can do it then, always say, dream big in my heart, it will happen. Crossing the line, don't wanna lose or win. All of my pride, it's a cold, dark road. Makes me think time will go before I get old. Want to believe, live in my truth, in see. Give me play pretend. No stop, I think I can do it then. Always said, dreaming, I know it will happen. It's gonna be ups and downs. I wanna leave, but no doubts. Dad always said, dream big in my heart, it will happen. In my heart, it will happen. Ooh, ooh. In my heart, it will happen. Thank you so much.
That's so, I just wanted to sing along with that. It was so beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me. This is the smoke out here. Okay, can we have another song?
Yeah. Okay. Let me just.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No.
Your father does not sing on your songs.
No.
And we want to know why.
She won't let me.
No. My dad had a band called Nathaniel Roberts and the Collective in the 80s and 90s.
It was in the 80s.
It was the 90s.
It was the 90s.
I just thought you were really old. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. My dad has not shown me any clips from that band, and until he does, maybe I'll let him sing.
We didn't have phones that we
Yeah, but you have
had in our
tapes.
pocket in
You have
those days,
tapes.
so
You gotta find a tape player.
it wasn't like it is now where you can go to a show and like take video and post it on Instagram.
That's not an excuse. It's not
I
an
think you have
excuse.
very high expectations.
Yes, I do, because that's what he has for me.
Exactly.
There you go.
And with good reason. Can I ask you something? One more thing.
Yeah.
Joel Plaskett.
Yeah.
Tell me about him.
I was able.
That was here.
That was
Yeah.
here. That was at County Pop. Joel not plastic. Plastic.
Plastic.
Guys, I sang with no water that I was like, okay. Yeah, no. Why don't you tell the story?
And let her have a drink.
Yeah, you
Sure.
tell the story.
Dad.
Yeah, there you go.
No, just we, in the early days, Siobhan was quite young, and we had some amazing opportunities through Dave playing at Sandbanks Music Festival and County Pop. And so, he would always give us a great spot, before Joel Plaskett and Elliot Brood and Siobhan shared the stage with Miss Emily one time, and
It was very fun.
it was really cool. And so there's been some incredible opportunities for Siobhan here, and we're quite grateful for all that has happened
Very
in the
grateful.
county.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it was important to say that.
Yeah.
And I will tell my story about Siobhan, which was I participated in one of those Christmas CDs, Telegraph Narrows, and I rewrote the lyrics to Moonlight in Vermont to make it Moonlight in Northport. Anyway, that's another story. But the point was, I handed it to a secretary at one of the schools, and I said, listen to this. And while I was working, she did. I came back and said, what did you think? And she said, doesn't Siobhan Bodrug have an amazing voice?
I really appreciate that.
I think
Whoever
it's
that person
I think
is.
it's a little warm to play a Christmas song, but I tell you what, we're gonna re-record that song soon,
Yeah.
and we'd love to come back and
perform it.
and perform it live, and maybe we'll do a
Did you
release
guys
here
hear
at
that?
County FM.
Yeah.
I do have to say one more time because we haven't received that. Have we received that $500 donation yet?
I will let you know if we get it.
Okay, so we're looking for a $500 donation, and that will get you Brent and his daughter Siobhan and her beautiful sounding guitar.
Thank you.
And
His name
his-
Renee.
And named Renee.
Yeah.
And his wonderful keyboard for 2 songs this afternoon. Special concert for you and only you. And the song you're going to play for us now is
called Imperfect. A little story about this song. I, as many musicians are, I'm a perfectionist, and I have had a big trouble with that concept for most of my life. And I sat down and I write most of my songs on my bed or in our basement. And I sat down on my bed and I started writing this song, and it kind of just ended up being a song that my dad really liked, and yeah, and this is kind of, it's one of our, like we like to say, this is one of our bangers.
Do you feel that it helped you to write the song?
Oh yeah, songwriting is a huge outlet for me. Whenever I'm going through something, I want to grab a guitar, and it sounds really cliche and cheesy, but musicians understand. It's like a thing. It's like writing a poem. It's like going for a run. It's like eating food. Like it's just my outlet, and I'm really grateful for it. Yeah.
And you find that if you can take you out of a mood, if you're in a mood, or it can help you explore that mood.
I think it can help explore it. I don't know if it necessarily takes me out of it. I'm a pretty intense person. So I like when I feel something.
No, really?
And who did I get that from? But yeah, no. When I'm kind of like in a mood, I kind of stay there for a bit, and I want to understand kind of what's going on. And I think part of the reason that's just who I am, and that makes me able to write songs because I understand, or I try
Clearly.
to. Yeah.
Clearly.
Okay, this one's called Imperfect.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One day I'll wake up to find the world is safe. One day I'll feel good, start living life my way. Little but it's impossible, you're so irresponsible. One day I'll wake up and finally be okay. Clouds are turning into rain, got no point in stopping it, 'cause the love is perfect. I'm so low in the sky, a raging storm that hits, 'cause the love is perfect. There's no sense better. It's the love that really matters. 2 days will go by, fast forwarded 365. It's spinning now, and I'm done, and I can't hide. Little brother's invincible, growing so remarkable. Today I woke up and I think I'll be alright. Clouds are turning into rain, got no point in stopping it, 'cause the love is perfect. I'm so low in the sky, a raging storm that hits, 'cause the love is perfect. There's no silver platter. It's the love that really matters. In an ocean with a big heavy waves, they knock me down, but I'm okay. I'm okay. Car speeds so fast down the freeway, I can't keep up, but that's okay. That's okay. Clouds are turning into rain, got no point in stopping it, 'cause the love is perfect. I'm so low in the sky, a raging storm that hits, 'cause the love is perfect. There's no silver platter. It's the love that really matters. Oh, it's the love that really matters. Oh, the love that really matters. Oh. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Siobhan Bodrug and Brett Bodrug. We're going to have to go to commercials, and then we will be right back on Renee Wiseman Standards.
Clear.
That was beautiful.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
I was listening to you on the radio on the way in. I kind of ran
awesome.
in. I'm like, all right.
And who are you?
I'm Leah. I'm the
Oh,
new
yeah, we
donations
met
coordinator.
you.
Yeah, we've met once before.
Renee, after the next session, when
Yes.
you're done talking everything, I have to come back in to run the drum roll before you actually announce the
Okay,
total.
but
So
I don't have the total yet.
they'll give us the total,
Okay.
but just if you can remember that
Remember
I
that
need
you
just
wanted
to
to do
put that segment on again, or we miss the drum roll.
Or we miss it, or we would have to do our own. What do we do?
Or we have to do our own. That's the other thing. If we don't, well, we do our
We've
own.
got, okay, so two more, I think, hopefully two more.
Yeah.
For sure, two.
Is it
Yeah, I
like,
think two.
are we against covers?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
No,
too.
we're not against covers. If
We
you
only
want
need
to
a
do
couple
cover,
minutes
we
at the
just have
end to run the.
You just have to find a cover. What's it called? Oh, no, you're gonna do it live.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Okay. We'll
Do
end.
the party trick?
Yeah, we'll
End
end
with
with
the party
that.
trick?
Oh yeah, I still need this.
We call it the party trick.
Okay, so, I do have to announce again that we've got the $500.
So we're doing
Yeah.
a stranger.
Yeah,
Stranger.
we'll do strangers.
So you're gonna start with strangers.
Strangers will be our next tune, and then we'll end with the party trick.
Well, then you might need one more, too.
3?
3.
30 seconds.
We'll figure it
We'll
out.
figure it out.
You wanna-
Yeah. I'm not used to like singing sitting.
Stand.
No, it's
So
not.
who interviewed you from people of PEC?
Huh?
Who interviewed you for people of PEC?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea.
That nobody interviewed.
Live
They
in
just
5,
wrote that.
Yeah, they just
4,
wrote it. I have no idea.
3,
It was an article.
2,
And where?
1.
Okay, so I've got this thing here that says people of PEC said in a recent review. Can we just talk for a minute about this how fabulous Siobhan Bodrug is? If you've never heard of this person, you soon will. She is fire. And this was on people of PEC. And from what I'm hearing, whoever wrote that, they nailed it.
Yeah, thank you.
That's so cool. So, as a brilliant young artist, which is the other thing they're saying here, do you have any advice for any other up and coming brilliant young artists?
That's okay. That's a big question. You're asking me all the big questions.
sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. And I also feel like I have to sneeze right now, which I don't want to do on the radio. I guess my advice would be to young artists is it's not easy. And you got to work really hard, but it's worth it. And you don't need a manager. That is usually what I tell people that ask me is you don't need a manager. You're able to do it. You can do it, and you can do it all by yourself. Don't let other people take your money and your worth away from you, if that makes sense.
A lot of people, when they look at what Siobhan is doing, they automatically think because there's an older person who's been in the music business for a long time, sort of pulling strings behind the scenes. And that is not the case. Siobhan works incredibly hard. She does all the booking for us. These tours that we do, and this tour this summer, she did entirely herself. She's handling merch. She's arranging for all of the, openers. She's handling the money. Siobhan is very disciplined. Like when she decided to embark on this, we sat down and we made a schedule like it was a job. And so she gets up in the morning and she operates her day like she has a job at a corporation.
Yeah.
It just happens to be the corporation of Siobhan Bodrug. So,
Working for myself.
yeah. So she is a phenomenal business person as well as a brilliant artist.
Mm-hmm. So I get the feeling that this is a full-time job, and you really have to have the passion and the drive to make it work.
I've always had it. From the time I was 5,
What was the first song?
Can I tell this story? This story is amazing.
The first song.
So I want to tell the story of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this was great. So I used to teach audio at Loyalist College, And I had this one class that came to the chapel, to my studio, and they were doing like a talk show kind of thing. It was a media department, and so they were filming this talk show, and they had musical guests, and one of the musical guests didn't show up, and Siobhan was 10, and we had sort of been in the background working on a song, working on a track, and we had recorded just sort of a basic version of it, and the artist didn't show up, and so all the students were like, well, what do we do? What do we do? So I turned to Siobhan and I said, Siobhan, go put on an outfit and put on some lipstick, and you're the musical artist. And she reluctantly did it, but she did it. And the people, all the students and all the other teachers that were there were absolutely blown away by this performance by this 10-year-old who hadn't had any preparation for this.
Were you playing a guitar on it?
No, I was scared of a guitar up until I was probably about 16. I am I'm not recent. I've been playing since I was a kid, but I did not like playing guitar live. So a lot of the time it would just be piano and voice. And then kind of when I started playing and I was comfortable with it, became like that was kind of our new thing. And it's really awesome because our sound is now so loud with two instruments, and so it makes it so we don't quite need a band, even though we both kind of want one. So yeah.
So are we announcing? Are we announcing that you're looking for band people? Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. So are you also a keyboard player?
No.
Okay. So the guitar is when you're writing a song.
I pick up a guitar.
Pick up a guitar.
And when we write together, it's usually I pick up a guitar. At least recently as well. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like I guess the magic happens here. I don't know.
We're not looking for a band right now, but the one thing that we are looking for is always cool, fun, amazing people to collaborate with.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
and I'm sure you're finding them.
Yeah,
we do lots of co-writing.
And there's no dearth of that in the county.
Oh God,
Edward County. As this radiothon is showing everybody, there is so much talent out here. And I just want to remind everybody how to donate and of the very special gift that Siobhan and Brent have offered us, which is if you donate $500 during this hour, the first person to do so will have a personal concert this afternoon with Siobhan and her dad. 2 songs.
We can do more.
Maybe more.
Because $500 is a lot of money. So
please, we've got 15 more minutes, and somebody please call in and you will get this wonderful, talented family knocking at your door to sit there and entertain you. But if you want to donate online, or if this is how you can donate in person, come down here. I see there's Lee is here, and John Lai is here, and Deb Hepburn is here, and they'll be happy to talk to you. You can call 613-476-2229. You can send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, your email, your mailing address, and use the password 993 County FM, or go online to 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. And I think we have time for 2 more songs, so go for it, please.
Okay, so this next one was the name of our tour, which my dad is wearing the tour shirt. I did not tell him to do that.
There's
that's the tag factor of my band. And there is a little sing along part at the end. And I know I can't hear you, but I hope that you're singing along. This one's called Strangers. Makes one thing the loneliest number, but equations won't sum up to lovers. When sun meets the thunder, side by side, there's rain in my eyes.
ever gonna have? Will we benefit from being friends? Flying, flying in low skies. The summer's ever gonna end. Will we benefit from being friends? Love you wasn't said. Strangers never but silent lines fade on affection. Obsessed in try and deadly attraction. When the sun meets the thunder, saying night is right in my eyes. The summer's ever gonna end. Will we benefit from being friends? Flying, flying, it's flying in all skies. The summer's ever gonna end. Will we benefit from being friends? Love you wasn't said. Strangers never met. So it's the part where we sing along. And again, I can't see or hear or anything. I can't see you. So I'm going to do it, and I just hope that you sing along. So it's going to go like this. Ray's going to do it alone. Some lovers, and some meets the thunder. Sky blue, day and night. It's rain in my eyes. The summer's ever gonna end. Will we benefit from being friends? My heart is flying, it's flying in all skies. The summer's ever gonna end. Will we benefit from being friends? Love you wasn't said. Strangers never
Oh my.
Thank you so much.
I have such shivers.
Thank you.
We have the best of news.
Did
You
someone
guys
actually?
are going
We have a
to
gig this afternoon?
perform for Heather Boyd.
Yeah.
Wait, who donated?
Heather Boyd.
Oh my God! That is so.
Thank you,
That's so lovely.
And Heather, we are ecstatic, and you will be ecstatic too. And it was more than we asked for. I'm just saying that.
Well, thank you, Heather, and we'll see you soon.
And we will. Deb's got your address and all of that. Well, that's so wonderful. We're so excited. We are getting ready to tell you how much money we made this hour. What the final tally is, but I think we have time for one song. Yes,
Okay.
One song, your final song, and it is a cover. Is that correct?
So we call this one the party trick. I have been performing this song since I was 11, and I remember performing this, especially at West Bend in like a concert. What was it?
West Bend.
Yeah, it was just like a West Bend concert,
Yeah.
and
It was actually Ken Tizard's
Ken Tizard.
MS benefit.
yeah,
So-
and I've been performing it since then. There are clips of me as a child singing this song, and I thought because we're in Prince Edward County and this is where it all started, I thought I should maybe end with the party trick. Usually I start with it, but we're gonna end with it this time.
Have you ever performed this sitting down before?
No, so we're gonna try that.
And, you know, you're not really ending because you're going off.
No, exactly. To Heather's house.
That's so amazing. Yeah.
If it's okay though, to Heather, we might have a couple people with us.
Yeah,
my
the grandparents are in tow today. So.
But they're really awesome.
Yeah.
I just want to give actually a huge thank you to you, Renee, for interviewing us. You've been such an amazing host. And I want to say thank you to Megan, because I know she, I think, was booking all of the musicians. And a huge thank you to 99.3 for having us. We'd love to be back, and not just on the Radiothon occasion. And maybe we'll be here at Christmas for our Christmas song release.
Yeah, or even maybe someone will invite us for the release of the record when it's done. That would be nice too.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, thank you guys so much. And oh my God, I can't believe someone donated that much money.
it's amazing.
Thank you so much. Okay, this one is called How Come You Don't Call Me Anymore? I keep your picture beside my bed, and I still remember everything you said. Ooh, yeah. I always thought our love was so right. I guess it was wrong. Always thought you'd be by my son, mama. Now you're gone. What do I know, baby? Oh yeah, it was good. How come you don't call me anymore? Oh yeah. I still light the fire on a rainy night. I still like you, but holding me tight. And everybody said that we should never part. Ooh, yeah. Tell me, baby, wow. Why you wanna break my heart? Yeah, baby. Whoa, what do I know, baby? Oh yeah, it was good. How come you don't call me anymore? Oh yeah. Sometimes it feels like I'm gonna die. You don't come in, Papa. Ooh, you gotta try and get down on my knees, begging you, please, please. Why on earth can't you just pick up the phone? You know I'd so like to be alone. Why on earth can't you just pick up the phone? You know I'd so like to be
Woo! Thank you so much for helping
Thank
us.
you so much.
And I'm getting ready to read the total from this hour. Do you want to do the drum roll or are we skipping it?
I'll do the
Okay,
drum roll.
everybody, let's
You
do the
manually.
drum roll.
We gotta do it by hand.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. $51,159. Thank you so much. We'll be back.
Thank you. Renee.
Thank
you.
so much. And I have a guitar named for me.
It's better to listen to music than the drum roll anyway.
Oh, amazing. I think so.
Yeah. Definitely.
She's where?
Salmon Point Road.
We'll find
No
it.
idea where that is.
Okay.
Oh,
Great. Amazing. Thank you so
Here's her
much.
phone number.
Okay. Perfect.
That is hilarious.
We'll call just to let her know we're
Yeah.
on our way.
Yeah, I had no idea that was gonna happen. I didn't expect that.
I was so hoping it was.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah.
That was super. Really good.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back for the stand momentarily.
Okay, well, I'll walk it out because I've got to walk out.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Get out of the way for whoever's next.
Guiding me through this whole process.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Hi, Craig.
Who do I give this to?
Suzanne, how are you? Are you on next?
No, I was on yesterday. I was just downloading, uploading, etc.
Heavily Latino city of Paramount, south of Los Angeles, the federal agency pursuing the Department of Homeland Security office nearby. County FM Sports, 4 Canadians are within 4 shots of the lead in the early final round coverage of the RBC Canadian Open underway at the TPC. CFL action. Nathan Rourke threw for 324 yards, 3 touchdowns. BC beats Edmonton 31-14. It was Calgary over the Hamilton Tiger Cats 38-26. County FM weather forecast 25 degrees, mainly sunny skies today. Some local smoke expected, 13 overnight, partly cloudy skies. That's your County FM weekend update.
You want Joe?
This is all pre-recorded? It is too. Is this entire segment pre-recorded? I'm just doing cut-ins. Is that the idea?
I don't.
You don't know? Let me see what Renee knows.
Yeah, see what you know. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't have any.
Maybe I was told he didn't need to come in. Just give me 1 second, please.
Your mic's over here.
Okay, where's Renee?
We were kind of screwed up our setup.
So Renee, this is all the pre-recorded stuff then? We're just doing hits in the middle?
I don't know. The first thing that I believe Lynn pre-recorded everything, yeah?
Well, no, this was,
It's supposed to be county rate. It's county rate.
oh.
Yeah, I think the thing is that I have to come in at certain times to remind people how to donate.
Oh, that's all we're doing,
That's
doing
all we're doing.
cut-ins?
Doesn't that sound like fun,
Okay,
Craig?
well, that's,
But seriously.
okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna insert the job break, and then you just throw it to the county rates, section.
Okay, so, but I'm gonna introduce you and I'm gonna.
No, you don't need to introduce me. We're just doing updates this hour, so I don't need to keep you.
I wanna say, you know, all the volunteers were here and that's why we
You can
wanted.
say whatever you want.
The next newscast on 99.3 County FM is at 8 a.m.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Lockyer's Country Gardens, where quality grows, just around the roundabout, west of Picton on County Road 1. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password, and don't forget all our contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including McDougall Insurance and Financial Picton, and to Angie's Pooper Pumping Septic Service, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
And I'm so excited to be here. I'm Renee Wiseman Standards. I'm sitting here with Craig Foster, who's running the board for me. And you're going to hear the county reads. But I will be coming back in to remind you that we are part of a radiothon. This is the last day of the radiothon. And in this last hour, we had the coolest thing. The artists who were here offered their services this afternoon to the first person who donated above a certain amount. And that happened. And that person, Heather Boyd, is going to get a marvelous concert.
We have listened to Siobhan Beaudrug grow up musically in this very station.
That's right.
That little annual radiothon visit, man, it just keeps getting better and
That's
better,
right.
doesn't it?
So that was, I love the interaction between her and her father. Anyway, Craig and I are going to stop talking, but I do want to remind you, come in person. I see Suzanne O'Connor's at the desk. I think Deb Hepburn's here. There's lots of people here who are happy to see you, and come in and make a donation or call 613-476-2229. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, email, mailing address. Please use the password 993CountyFM or go online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. I'm very anxious to hear County Reads. What about you, Craig?
Let's do it. And that's now time for the County Rights County Reads. All right, we got 15 minutes.
Have fun.
That gets a lot of trouble in 15 minutes.
Celebrating the written word, this is the County Rights, the County Reads.
I get people out of my bar in the morning.
It's that time of year, right?
Yeah, it was bachelorette karaoke night.
So, this is the final day of Radiothon.
I have to tell you though, I hired this bartender in his first shift. His name is Curtis. He's got a little longer hair. And I really hired him based on my friend, his girlfriend's kid. And he get the kid a job. He's got some experience. And I love the family. All right, let's give the kid a job. It's his first shift. Right out of the gate, I find out he can fucking sing. He is such a great singer. I'm like, welcome aboard there, bud. And then later at night, for the first time ever, we had a little altercation at our place. Turns out he's also like this multidisciplinary freaking martial arts guy too. So he's like, I have hired Patrick Swayze. We have these things under control. We have the right people for that. But this kid, I'm like, who are you? I don't know what his last name is because Sandra and Janice Platt, our mom and the Platt family from Wellington. But I think he has his dad's last name. Curtis Wait, I want to say. Yeah. Like, I still don't know a lot about the kid, but what a first night for him.
David will be here at 2 this afternoon in the County FM studio on Cold Storage Road in Picton, but first, he joins me on the County Rights to County Reads. Welcome to the show, David.
Stepson.
Thank you. Good to be here. And thank you for supporting Radiothon 2025.
My pleasure.
This year, you're celebrating
I just took a bus trip with
and your talent covers
my daughter's group to a Blue Jays game the other day. It was interesting to watch. First of all, you get to see what his social dynamic is. Just the social dynamic in general. I gotta tell you, our school was like a bunch of backwards hillbillies. Some of those kids accepted it. Boy, it was like a rough one, I'll tell you.
Craft and building like
The teacher at one point when we get home running a little late, I can hear
all
him
the things
saying,
that
his meds are starting to wear off.
Replicating these things.
Different times.
I came up with a line of spears, tomahawks, bow and arrows, 8 little kits for kids to actually play with, and then that kind of enlarged, and I started making traditional things like tomahawks and bows, and then I started manufacturing pieces for museums, like recreating different things that our people use as tools in the fields and hunting and different things. And then I was given a piece of stone, and that I started carving on, chopping on, and that kind of changed my life. Because when I was able to sell a stone and make some money to sustain my life, I got thinking, you know what? I'm going to follow this dream. And 40 years ago, I continue on today doing the same thing.
Well, you received many awards for your stone sculptures, and I gather your work has been acquired by art lovers from all over the world, all walks of life.
Yes, it's quite an opportunity I've had to be able to travel and go to these huge fine art shows in North America and abroad, and meeting some very awesome collectors that can see the value in the stories. And as I was capturing these different images and putting the legends behind them and the values are traditional teachings and stuff into the stone, I think people were really appreciating not just having a piece of art in their home to admire and to look at and admire, but to also see the symbolisms and feel the indigenous vibes from that.
Let's go to your music. And we heard a bit of Sweetgrass at the opening of this segment. It's from your latest album, Path of Totality. Can you describe what inspired this particular album?
Well, being 40 years in the industry, I thought, I'm going to do something fun, and I actually wanted to put a few songs in there people can relate to as well. And being my very first vinyl, I thought, I'm going to I put a song called Black Magic Woman in there, and In the Air Tonight, and House of the Rising Sun, and I thought, I'm going to do these things and play it and digivibe it up, these songs, and just play it on the flutes and add some other things. And I had a gifted young Mohawk man, Raul Brandt, come and play on my album too with the guitar. And it just came together beautiful. And I thought, these 3 songs would be great to add on there with my traditional things. And lately I've been getting into the poetry and really enjoying doing poetry. And I was just at a competition in Belleville. I performed there with poetry, slam poetry, and it was a great evening. And people really took to the pieces I was conveying and the stories I was conveying through poetry. And this album, just I've always admired vinyls and the feeling of a vinyl and just being able to hold it, the size of it, and to look at the artwork on there and just feel the past being present now just felt good. Back in the day when hot rods were swimming around and the ghetto blasters were going and the speakers in the cars were rumbling, that's when the vinyls were out, and I needed to have a vinyl, so
yeah,
we did it.
Well, I think vinyl is really making a comeback, and it's not just for people like you and my husband, actually, who recall those days, but younger people are I think, feeling that the sound of vinyl is so much warmer than what you get on CDs.
It is, and it's a culture, and it just feels good to say now that I have one. The only thing I don't have is an 8-track, so I don't know if I'll ever get to that.
Speaking of poetry, you've also published a coffee table book, Elemental Daydreamer. How did you decide on that title?
Well, I'm always thinking of the outdoors when I'm inside, and walking outdoors, I look up and I see that sky is the roof over my head, and when I'm doing things, I see my mind seems to be carried off into the nature, along the rivers, through the forest, to different people, that inspire me. So I was always, they called me a daydreamer, and I took that as a great title, because I do daydream a lot, and I turn my dreams into reality, So it was just an elemental, all the different elements that we are supposed to respect and give thanks for, those things that sustain our life. I thought it was very fitting to have that title.
Well, in an interview with Base 31, which you've appeared at a few times ago, you said you look at the book as a teaching tool. So what will readers take away from your book?
Well, they're going to learn how the different things that I use, these different elements inspired me to pick up and, you know, I manipulate the stone a little bit, the sticks, the bone, the different things, and I turn them into stories. They're actually, half the story's already there. I just kind of bring it out in what I'm being taught, you know, with these different things, these elements. But I like to look at the color, the shape, the size of the stones, and I kind of like to get the image in my mind, and I kind of squint at the stones and driftwood, and so things start to speak to me before I even touch the material.
You also said that your tradition is mainly oral, and so that having a book in print, you're bringing all the stories together.
Yes, I thought it was very important, you know, as I'm getting older, I thought lots of these stories into a book, and being able to have this on a coffee table somewhere where people can lift up and open up and flip the pages and see not just my life, but things that inspired me in my life and places I've been and things I've shared with elders and with youth alike, and places in the world I've traveled to, and how you'll see these things come out in my work and the stories. I thought it was great to have this. I also have a QR code in my book, so when you're actually opening the book, you can zoom in on that QR code, my music will pop up, so it just makes it a nice read, and to be able to look at the stone sculptures when you're flipping through and hearing the music, it just kind of adds a little bit more magic to the whole project.
That's really interesting, David, because I was going to ask about technology and how when you started 40 years ago, it's so different now, and that you've adapted to the technology with your YouTube channel, and now when you're talking about the technology you use for your book. How has that enabled you to reach my people?
Well, it's really worked well for us. I'm not very technical when it comes to all these electronics, but you know, I have help, and people, when they pop into the house, I get them to help me out here and there and show me what to do. But you know, it's always nice to be able to put it out to the world, and I'm seeing in spots from France, Germany, England, and like all these places in Europe and right across Canada and the US. It's really nice to see the text messages roll in. And you know, back in the day, I never thought my life would go in this direction, and I thought if I did take some pictures of my work, and I had the old 35 millimeter and the old instant cameras with the little flash cube, and I was using those, but I was just getting pictures here and there, and I never thought of really having them professionally done. So there's many pictures that are missing from my book, but that are in my memories, and I'm getting people coming forward now with pieces that I've made back in the day, and they're sending pictures in, so there may be a book number 2 with more pictures. So I'm hoping that people are really enjoying their reading and having a good time going through this book. So far, so good. A lot of good response, and we sold quite a few books.
Great.
And at base 31, they were lined up to get books, and it was a good feeling knowing that the story of my childhood and my upbringing is in this book for people to see.
Well, I told you before we started recording, David, that I had a surprise question for you at the end. And this is it, okay? I began by saying that some people may not know you as a sculptor, but they may also not know you as one of the Miracle family who appeared on Family Feud Canada a few years ago. I was watching the show on CBC Gem on my computer, and there you were. How much fun was that?
That was so much fun. I'll tell you a quick little blurb about that. Kimberly and I were in the basement watching Family Feud, and we're having a coffee, and I looked over at her and I said, "Wouldn't that be fun if we could
Is this
get on
just me?
the Family Feud?"
This bothers, the
And she
waste of
said,
paper bothers me.
"Would you like to go on there?
This is
I'll
just
see what I can do." I said,
See,
"Absolutely."
this one's double sided.
So she called up, she took the address off the TV. She called in and there was rules that we had to follow, and they said, "Well, if you really want to come, just look at the rules and let us know if you're, willing to abide by these rules and go forward." So Kim said, "Yes, we are." So they called back and we had to set up a little mock-up Family Feud on the back porch, and we had my nieces come by, and we wore actually jerseys from our lacrosse team, and they asked us questions on Zoom, and we answered the questions. They wanted to see how fun we were as a family, and they said, "Oh my God, you guys are showing it. We want to have you on our show." So off to Toronto we go, and they put us up in a hotel. They fed us. We had the dragons.
We were initially. It's more
The
winter
dressing
time.
room was used.
Oh,
and it was in the studio, CBC studio. And the game was on. We had a lot of fun. We competed against some great families, and it's worth the watch.
And I will say that, that there is a video, the Family Feud casting, the Miracle Family, that you can see online. So people can see that audition that you did. So that was really fun.
You can see the games we actually played too. Yeah. They're out there.
Well, thanks very much, David, for speaking to you today. And thanks again for contributing to County FM's fundraising, Radiothon 2025. It's been great.
My pleasure, Yalagoa. Thank you very much.
David R. Miracle will be in studio
We got
this
30
afternoon supporting County FM's Radiothon 2025. Go to the website, 993countyfm.ca, and click on the donate button.
Keep it fairly brief because this hour is heavy and I'm not even sure how I'm going to navigate into this.
Or stop by the station, Cold Storage Road in Picton, and listen at the top of the hour for an update on the total so far. You're listening to Radiothon 2025 on 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Actually, no, let's let that go through this break because then we come in after the thing.
Enhance your home with windows and doors proudly made in Canada. I'm Jason from ViewTech Window and Door. We're proud to offer a selection of high-quality windows and doors designed and manufactured right here in Canada. So whether you're upgrading your home or building new, ViewTech makes it easy. Choose Canadian craftsmanship and support Canadian jobs. Visit ViewTech Window and Door, corner of Church and Station, Belleville. Enjoy your local view.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 99.3 County FM as the password.
He just said all of these numbers, so don't do that. Just,
Or feel free to
something
drop by the
to
station
keep it,
during
make
the
it feel live.
Radiothon at 38 Cold
brief.
Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Welcome back. So excited to hear the next segment of the County Rights, County Reads. If you feel like a coffee, doubling the tips that make their way into the cafe today at Citizen Francis. Andrea and Gosha are bringing all the tips to the station at the end of shift. So go to Bloomfield by 3 p.m. today and get a coffee, and all those tips will appear here for us donated to 99.3 County FM. Then they're doubling the tips. Okay, let's go back to the County Rates, County Reads, and thank you. Please donate to the Radiothon.
Okay, now we got 20 minutes.
Do you think I have time to go get a coffee?
I gotta have
We're
it
listening to the
kind
Kansas
of
Rights
segment down or
Because I'm
something.
the Hickory, and this is Radiothon.
I would love one.
45 edition. And joining me now is Jennifer Brandt, who will be in the studio this afternoon during the 3 o'clock hour. Welcome to the show, Jennifer.
How are you? Say good.
I'm great. I'd like to learn about you and where and when your talent for music became apparent, but first, here's a clip from your Facebook page.
Sego everyone, it's Jennifer Brandt and Kieran Edwards from Canandaigua Mohawk Territory. We're going to do a song called Build Slash Road. I've been down some roads in my lifetime, but I paid the toll. One I know right back of my head, it's that old slash road. It's where I grew up and lived on the farm, and I still call it home today. I take the trip down memory lane when I drive to work each day. I've been down some roads in my lifetime, but I paid the toll. One I know right back of my head, it's that old slash road. Travel roads like a map of our lives. Twists and turns and ups and downs and those potholes that slow our way. I've been down some roads in my lifetime, none I paid with gold. One I know right back of my head, it's that old slash road. Every man roads in my future, but I know I can always go home. They call me old slash.
That's Jennifer Brandt. Road. What was life like growing up on a farm?
Anywhere else. There's always tourists and they raise beef cattle and air chickens and the whole works, right?
So we call that a trunk sale. And what about siblings? Who made up the family?
So my mom and dad, so Roger, Grant, and Tyler, and I have 3 younger siblings, Danny and Ruben. And my 2 younger brothers were adopted. They're 3 from the Kingsway region. So they were part of the 60s scoop. 60s, 70s, 80s, probably still today, even, right? Things happened that shouldn't go on, but they do. So they were part of that. We were fortunate enough to get a couple brothers, right? And I was pretty excited to visit that again. I was 5 and 6. She would have been 3 and 4, so the boys are sons in between her and I. And then my younger brother. Well, I sit with the Bear Clan. Yeah. My dad's Mohawk and his family. We can trace our family line to in the Mohawk Valley. So whenever they started writing things down, yes. Prior to that, there wouldn't have happened at all. So, I think we should. And I know my dad's mother we're having trouble finding the documentation for her ancestry. She is UEL, United Empire Royalist. So I believe that her father was, I say Uwe, so a Native person as well. So we're trying to figure out if she's Mohawk. So we're just trying to pin down her ancestry more. And my mother's United Empire Royalist from the county. So I'm a mix of Mohawk and English and Irish and whatever else.
Like so many of us. When did you start writing your own songs? What was the first one you ever wrote?
Well, I probably can't tell you exactly which one was my first song. I have papers with a file full of papers of chickens that I wrote down. And I probably should go back and revisit those. And look at them. But I wasn't until it was in my 20s, I think, that I really thought about it as songwriting. And when I started playing guitar, and I was able to have tunes in my head, right? So I could just bring them out on the guitar and play harmony on the piano. But like I wrote a lot. I would have thought they would be, it would be poetry, right, with it, or how I would think of it. So my first two strong songs, really dominant songs that I would say are my early ones. Promises of Love. I'm thinking of a couple more, but I really didn't finish them off really well. So those Slash Road, Promises of Love, those are the ones that have carried through for those early songs that I was okay to release, and I'm sure with other writers edit and re-edit. So we get to the point where it's like, okay, this is I don't want to go to that down that perfection road. Like, we could never finish something if we always wanted to perfect
You continue editing and editing and editing. It was never actually put it out there.
I think human nature, some of us were a little on that perfectionist side. Our human nature wouldn't let us do anything, wouldn't let us release anything because it would never feel like we achieved that space, right? So I know I had a conversation with my sound engineer for one time, and he had put me my first in-studio album. And we said, it's good. It's good. He said, you can edit and edit and edit and keep editing. But he said, you're going to have to come to a point where you say, this is good enough to release. So that was a real lesson, I guess. Everything's not going to be good all the time, and I'll go back and I'll listen to something I recorded release, and I go, I should have did this, and I made a mistake here. I hope people, especially Mohawk language speakers, give me a little leeway for learners, and I'll try and correct things as I'm singing in live performances, and I'll go, okay, by the way. I thought I knew what I was doing at that point in time, and I actually used the wrong terminology or whatever. So
I noticed in the studio here at the end of the segment, Mohawk language and keeping that alive is very important.
It is. I released from work to have educational needs, and I've just completed and graduated last night actually from my 2-year Mohawk immersion or Benny-Geha immersion adult immersion program where you went every day for like a full-time job. Instead of going to work, I went to school and studied for 2 years to get a basis in the language. And with over a year being a proficient speaker, I'm still at the early stages of my learning. can't remember how many hours, how many thousands of hours you needed to reach different levels. I'm just at the babies, you know, at the early stage of my learning.
Now, as we started that correctional world, this is one which your husband here. How did you read?
Music. A friend of my dad had a band, he was in it, and we got to be good friends over the years. Later on, we became better friends.
And now you're making beautiful music.
And we're still, 25 years later, still playing music. We've got 2 daughters, and then his children from prior to that. We have a busy family.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me find which one is yours.
I went to Trent University
Oh,
and did my undergrad.
when I was this time.
At the time.
And
I read.
It gets harder as you get older
And learned about like.
to party, honestly. You feel it the next day, like
yeah, you're the odd man.
glasses of wine, great, that was it. And I danced, and I sang, and I am now zombie.
All of those things that happened.
Like I had trouble saying sure You're running out, you're having trouble talking. It's really
brought that memory, those memories back to me of what I learned about. And then just even in my.
How much younger, the longer, how much younger, see what I mean?
Well, there's 8 in this segment. Part of me is looking for a natural place to kind of cut away with 5 left to get back within the hour. But you know how Lynn is with her stuff, so it might be smarter to let it run 5 minutes longer in the hour, just interrupt, do the dally or something.
Okay, whatever you think is
Yeah,
best, you're the boss.
Just follow my lead on it.
Did you see what we did in the last hour?
Depends what we're talking about.
We kind of donate.
Oh, yeah.
Them to go to a conference.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah, Shazana's actually using my venue as the home leg of her tour later this summer.
Yeah, she said that.
Yeah.
She did, she mentioned it.
And one of those.
Very exciting.
You know, I didn't have any understanding of how it impacted our family and what that must
I
mean.
think Greg had a great time performing. Twice.
Separated.
Where was last night? Where were you?
At Up Street with Lenny.
Oh.
He's having great fun playing the
With all
bass.
the things in
Yeah.
the news, it kind of set me back a bit. And I was listening to other people's responses and other songwriters, but I was still trying to sort it out in my own mind about how I was feeling about that still. And it's shocking. It's still shocking when you hear about it.
I would have asked you to do Telegraph Narrows and Friends, but I figure you might be insulted if I asked you to do such a thing.
I really want to.
So what we do is we perform at the vineyard. There's no payment. There's, you get a bottle of Sanders wine, which is good wine. But you perform for like a middle, like Telegraph Narrows does a set, then the artist, special guest does a set. And then we either do a set together or not.
For me, the trick is, I'm a firm believer, is you gotta put the right people in front of the right crowd. And not work on my Friday and Saturday night crowd. But you might work on my Sunday afternoon. Problem there is, that's a pretty competitive slot these days. I have a lot of people that want that slot. And Rita and Martin were the ones that created it, so they kind of get first dibs. And I fill in around that sort of thing. So while I'm not saying it can't and won't happen, that's my truth on that front.
Oh, but I was, thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than if you put, you put an older artist who does all classic rocky stuff. You've got a bunch of 20-year-old bachelorettes, you know what I mean? You gotta make sure you're matching your artists with your group on the weekend. We're not that young, but like, I'm too young to play my place on the weekend.
Are you? You're too old.
Too old, I mean, Musically speaking, what I'm
It's
talking about.
interesting. That's the county's really changed that too, hasn't it?
Well,
Because we were all sort of at a certain.
it sort of evolves, right?
Because I remember playing the agrarian too with these, the bridesmaid things.
Yeah.
And they went crazy. And you know what their favorite song was? You know what the song is. What's up? They love that song. By Four Non-Blondes. Crazy song.
Navigating my coverage back at the other station.
Hear that? Fan? Is the fan blowing the paper?
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay, I think it's gonna be a weird day. That's it. Hear that sounding. No, that's it.
Yeah, Dave pops by quite a bit. Not should quite a bit, but he
Well, he's very good friends with you.
he's very he's a social fellow. Let's put it that way. Social fellow. Both of them are.
I made such a faux pas with, Warren was our drummer, Warren Bear.
Yeah.
I said, well, there's your cousin over there.
Oh, Jesus. You should know better.
You would think. That's what I'm telling you. It's very hard being me. Nobody understands how tough it is. Put my foot in my mouth. Much?
He should have said, "Okay, Mrs. Weinstein."
Right?
Right.
Thank you very much. See this? I have to wear it now. I never wore one.
And what does that mean? You have to wear it now.
I feel like I have to.
You felt like you're losing your connection to that a little bit.
I feel like the world is losing.
Yeah.
I never thought I would experience the kind of things. My niece had to quit.
We should be so far past that.
Quit university. She's scared. We should not be anywhere. These are not things that we have.
I mean, this lady that she was in the other day, Donald Trump changed everything, and not in a good way. Yeah. He really did. He seemed to give all these fucking idiots a voice that had finally quelled.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's what I see.
All right, so we're going to be 2 minutes before we're back doing our little bits and snake oil thing.
For more information about Jennifer and her, go to her website.
We've actually started a Jewish community here because we need to support one another. I would advertise this thing that's happening on the radio. People are afraid to advertise.
Which is problematic, isn't it? Well, I thought we were revolving past all this. Yeah.
I'm terrified.
Yeah. There was, yeah.
Yes.
Especially even that you're in Canada. I'm so glad I
Yeah.
All right, so a couple of breaks.
It's the season to look good, and you know where to go. Lafferty's Menswear. This from date nights to wedding days, boardrooms, backyard barbecues, they've got the perfect fit for every occasion.
Suits, shirts, golf balls, and everything in between. Your local menswear shop.
Make your next impression a lasting one. Visit Lafferty's Menswear with great style is just a fitting away. Find them in Belleville or at Lafferty's Menswear.
Do it quickly, honey, because we're going right on the
So
air.
Victoria Taylor is just donating $500 right now.
Celebrate National Indigenous Peoples Day in the county. The tolerance of
Oh, yeah, just, yeah.
I never heard of it. Shine light on something. What sequence we thank them in doesn't matter. We want to thank everybody. That's never a bad thing.
Right here. Victoria, do you want us to also see the landscaping company? Or landscape architect? No, do you want us to say Victoria Taylor?
No, just my name.
Okay, just Victoria Taylor.
Historical production. Media sponsor, 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Welling's official Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@veritasfoundation.com using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon.
10 seconds.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of
5,
99.3
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm Renee Wiseman Standards, and you are listening to the 11th annual Radiothon. And I will have numbers for you shortly, but I just learned that Victoria Taylor, who I am waving to right now, very graciously has donated $500 to this marvelous cause. Thank you, Victoria. Everybody out there in Radio Land is listening and clapping. Thank you so much. And if you feel like a coffee, doubling the tips that make their way into the cafe today at Citizen Francis. Andrea and Gosha are bringing it all into the station at the end of shift. They're doubling it. So you have till 3 o'clock to go in there, get yourself a coffee in Bloomfield and then they will bring it here. Let's get back to County Rates, County Reads.
Good stuff. So in this particular case, this is a segment that we'll actually have to cut into more. Actually, I can't do that, can I? But we're going to have to end the segment because we're going to have to tally. It doesn't allow me to pause the segment. Now that I think about it. Either way, we're going to have to.
Doesn't let you pause it. It doesn't.
No.
You just press stop and it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. You would think
I don't have a way to resume the segment that I can think of. Let me troubleshoot that.
And how did your interest in writing?
I started writing as an outlet when I was a very small child. I have a room in my house here in the county that is devoted to my writing.
Can you meet her? I heard her.
Yes, and they raise.
So it's been a lifelong.
Can you explain how it became where you read to a lot as a child?
And someone actually did it. Yeah, that's so great.
Definitely, yeah. So my experience with my mom, we read books all the time as kids. I was a voracious teacher. My mother is also a writer, and I think I probably learned through observation, observing her turn to the page as, an outlet for herself. But then I think because I was getting older and maybe going to city and I was a little bit of a loner when I was a child. We lived in the middle of a forest and spent a lot of time alone in the woods and was really enamored with the natural world. And writing just became like a natural outlet and a thing that I would do that would help to calm me and make me feel, I just found a sense of belonging in writing.
And how did the songwriting begin? How did the music come into it?
That came in later in life. I'd always sang as well as a child, so writing and singing were completely separate things. But then when I was in university, I had an ex-boyfriend who taught me how to play guitar, just a few chords on guitar. And then I started singing back up in his band, and suddenly with a couple of guitar chords in my back, I realized that, oh, I could
figure out?
combine these two
No.
singing and just write songs instead. And that was really good for me that I entered a very prolific songwriting period at that point.
I read that you spent time busking across Europe and Africa. How did that come about?
This is an excellent story. So as I mentioned, I started writing songs later by some standards in life in university and playing guitar. And I amassed like quite a catalog of songs at that time. But I wasn't performing for that. And so I graduated university and I booked my very first show, which was for friends and family in Ottawa.
Although,
And
if
then
anything,
we got to play the songs that I had, and then I left on an adventure where I had a one-way ticket to London, England. And from there, I was meeting my best girlfriend, and we were buying a camper van in London, England. And we were going to travel along the coast of traveling to France and then Spain and then across into Northern Africa. And from there, I was flying to Rwanda, where I had a place set up for myself in an orphanage there. And as I said, I had to go I had to come home eventually, but I was young and idealistic.
And how do you know Ian?
Well,
he's an architect and I'm a landscape
anyway,
architect.
we flew to,
We just connected professionally this
bought this
year and we
camper
moved here.
and I didn't
And
know
now
how to
we're
drive
living it out.
and
And he's
I
good.
didn't know lessons.
I know, yeah. The stairs.
I learned how to
I
drive
love it all.
standard
With you?
in a massive camper van on the opposite side of the road, on the opposite side of the
Very
street.
nice. Very nice.
In London, England, on a Saturday night.
Are you romantic?
Nobody
No,
died.
really
It
are.
was good. And somehow miraculously,
Jane,
I
together.
was able to
So sad.
kind of
It's my
drove through the night. I was afraid.
Okay,
I
really?
was
Yeah.
so terrified.
So my husband is
our
great.
standard.
Collins,
Pulled over
my
to get
brother.
gas.
Oh.
My friend got gas.
They're like
and
Center
then
Farm all
I
the
drove
time.
the
Yeah,
other way,
in
and
fact,
it's
Greg was there 2 days ago,
sitting
spring.
and died
Yeah, they're
within 30
looking,
seconds.
looking great there.
And so I looked at her and I said,
This
what
county.
did you put in the
Yeah,
gas? And
66.
she said,
Yes.
"Oh,
Yes.
I think that's only gas."
Even less.
I said, no,
How long have you been in?
diesel in French. And
Well,
so
I've been
she
visiting
killed her
Jamie
head after
for
having it for 30 years.
I just moved to Dixon 4 years ago.
And
Full time.
all of our money was poured in that band. It was our accommodation, it was our transportation. And so suddenly we found ourselves
Well, I
having
grew up
to
there.
make it as quickly as we could to Northern Africa, where
I
our
grew up
money
in
was
North
over.
Did
And
you?
so
But I
to make
got out of
money,
North.
we started busking.
And,
She was she's a fashion designer and she had like, all of these prototype clothes with her. So she was selling clothes beside me and I was busking. And we were taking, trains and hitchhiking and buses all the way down into
There you go.
So that's how I
Yours went in there. You're getting there. Just saved
It sounds very great. I realize scary. It's
it was not something that I recommend. But I'm also very good at it because this was before cell phones. The computer and the tablet, and we just had to figure things out on our own and
And then you had a solo.
I'm gonna tell Ian. You can tell when we missed him last night.
It was, yeah. I mean, that trip that I was just talking about.
It was a wild dancing
Noting the
event.
way that I.
And that's why I'm so spaced out.
Sort of pursue songwriting in a more serious way. I had chums at the end of that trip, so my friend and I, we were busking, et cetera,
This is
and
from
then
10 years.
made it into we made it to hostel. And
Are you going to see Jen Cosby?
And there was a message in my email inbox from a manager of a very successful artist who said he had heard my music. And I didn't have any music, but it turned out that he sound guy at the first show that I played in Ottawa had recorded the set and put it online. And this person recorded it and said, I see that you live in Ontario. Any chance you're going to be in Toronto on September the 8th? I would love to introduce you to the artist and introduce you to my friend Sarah, this person. And Hero was sitting in this car desert, planning on going to Rwanda. And this was on September the 5th. And the show was on September the 8th in Toronto. And so all logic would say that there's no way I was going to make it there, but my intuition told me that I had to go. And so planes, trains, automobiles later, I got off the plane and got taken right backstage and been listening to the met this artist, played for them, and then I walked off. I got tour bus and the first person I met backstage was Art, who's my husband and my collaborator and partner in life. So that's how I began then pursuing music, because Darian and I met, this is a whole other long, beautiful story, but shortly thereafter I was on a North American tour and then just kind of continued to do things in a very unorthodox way. And so the tour that you were just referencing came about from I had a fan on MySpace initially, dating myself. But somebody who really liked your music, who was 15 or 16 years old, a student at a Waldorf reached out to me on MySpace and said, hey, for my end of year school project, I really love to
Mel.
for an artist that I admire. And
Say hi to Jamie.
Project, so would you consider doing this with me?
Well, I think she's on right now, but she probably is going to be on.
We decided that we were going to do something a little bit different. I've always been
During this, but I think she's on during that hour.
All right, Renee, we're gonna do this about 2 minutes here. We get too far past it, votes the intro. I have to look for my opportunity. I'll do the can drum roll if I can get this time.
And so I told this person that we do something a little bit different, and we can play traditional venues at night, but then during the day, why don't we play people in places that are traditionally forgotten about by tourists, by music. And
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellness and 50 Radiothon.
So we're gonna come in. You're gonna say it's just about that time for tally. I'll cue that up and then I'll tell you when to actually say the number, okay?
Call us 613-476-2229.
See, we had to just interrupt that segment because it's time for
993countyevent.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the radio at 38 Cold Storage Road, Pitt.
10.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
It is time. It is time. We had to interrupt that that section there was so that we can give you the most recent tally.
Let's get the drum roll.
Let's get the drum roll. And we are at $51,844.
$51,000,
Yay,
very
everybody!
nice. Yes.
Everybody is dancing a jig out there.
Sundays are big. That was a big hour, big
That
couple
was
of
a
hours.
Big hour. Good work, everybody.
All right, Renee, thank you so much. Stick around. In the next hour, Legier and Smith are by, a couple of the finer picking fellas in this area. There's going to be some good guitar happening. There's been some great talent already today. Quick reminder, 613-476-2229. You can come by in person. That's the way to do it, Cold Storage Road. E-transfer, info at theveritasfoundation.com, online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Stick around. We'll be back with
Can I
Liz
remind you
Jared
of
Smith. Of
special
course you
donation?
can.
Okay,
Absolutely.
special. Feel like a coffee? Doubling the tips that make their way into the cafe today at Citizen Francis in Bloomfield. Andrea and Gosha are bringing it all to the station doubled. So you have until 3 p.m. to go get that coffee.
Love the community rallying around this thing. We'll be back. This is Radiothon 2025. All right, we're clear here.
Thank you very much.
No problemo. Brian and Martin moved in.
Go ahead.
All right.
Before you're waiting for me.
Repurpose some things.
Okay. Those are their waters, but there's water. How do I give this?
You're listening to the 99.3 Lines of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Lockyear's Country Gardens, where quality grows just around the roundabout, west of Picton on County Road 1. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously
I think Renee picked it up.
to Radiothon 2025, a supported by not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993countyfm as a password, and don't forget all your contact info.
Who's filling in for you today?
Well, it's funny you should ask that. There he is right now. Hello. Hey, good. Can you fill us in for an hour? Well, not even two.
Visit JJthecoach.ca.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you in an hour.
9.3 County FM to connect the county.
Okay, bye. Yeah, it's funny how that worked out. I had screwed up the scheduling, and when I came in, shit, I was not in today. I'm naked back there, and but I had one of my servers from the late night last night just passed out in the bedroom upstairs, so I just roasted him and said, "Hey, get your ass downstairs for an hour. That's your rent to pay for getting."
So how did that work out? So, was it Siobhan that was here earlier?
Siobhan was here earlier today, yeah.
And she was double booked or something here, or what was
No, well, she had originally she talked about doing a Sunday down here, and so we had looked at this date, and then she got back to me about this tour, and that she wanted to use it as part of like a tour. I thought she meant instead of, and she meant as well as, and so that's where the communication gap was there.
So we're gonna do you want to do the Gordon Lightfoot one first? All right. Make sure I just drop these still too. I don't know what's two mics on us here. Right? So we should be back with it.
You can set that however you're gonna play, and I'm gonna adjust accordingly. Basically, I have control of all three of those mics.
Oh, I see.
Essentially,
Okay. So
that's your specific vocal mic because you can do. I guess I get that back.
we're both singing all the time.
So that's an easy pivot for me. I have control of you.
You want me to move it towards? You want me to move it towards us? Maybe in the middle.
Yeah, that's not the worst idea.
We have a lot.
Why don't we do like a natural?
Yeah, and like again, because I have the three, I have pretty good control. I
Okay,
get the
sounds
line.
good.
I've been doing this a lot.
I know, yeah. You did a great job at your club there too, man. The sound, that monitor sounded great.
Yeah, it's coming along nicely.
What's that?
That should be okay.
Yeah, we could just kind of move in.
Yeah, you want to, give as close a proximity as you can, but I also recognize you're not trying to pass each other's bets. ABC there, so.
Playing here, found the best result for us, or for me, was playing soft with, once I guess was if somebody else didn't know how to really work the mic, so it was really distorted, and I heard it recorded it, right? So, sounds really good though.
I had Despo and his buddy with banjos and accordions,
Did you?
right? So, and Steve Sawyer was through. We were relentless with the banjo jokes, though. So
Yeah,
Steve has that going.
No, Steve's great.
We got about 45 seconds. The first thing, I'm just going to set up what's happening, throw a break, then when we come back, we'll take a bite. Yeah, we have this late crowd that shows up now. It turns up after about 11 o'clock. It turns into bachelorette karaoke. Now, there's a lot of money in bachelorette karaoke, but we'll get a wolf these late nights, I'll tell you.
Bachelorette.
All right.
Yeah, they take over some places. Get into wineries and
One of our own, of course, Miss Emily. That was Lefty Isabel. This is Radiothon. My name is Craig Foster. Good afternoon, everybody. The move is on. The number climbs. You know the goal. You know the deal. This is one of those things. It's a huge weekend for us. We've talked about that all weekend. You've heard that part, but who knows? Maybe you just tuned in because you hear that Legier and Smith is playing here, and maybe this is your first listen for the weekend. So we'll tell you quickly how you can donate and why that's important. This goal that we reach that bridges the funding gap. You know, this is not for profit. While there's a ton of volunteers that do 90% of the work around here, it certainly costs money to run this operation. And the one thing that you have done every year continuously in this Radiothon is let us know very specifically that you are picking up what we're putting down. One of the elements that I want to draw attention to that maybe we don't draw attention to enough, because we love to celebrate new donors and big numbers and such, but we have the people whose names just continue to surface on these sheets year after year. Every time we turn for help in any way, shape, or form, they are there front and center. So we want to make sure that we also really thank those that are continued sponsors, because that obviously is the key to the sustainability of this thing. And like I said, one thing that you tell us every year with the way that you get off your wallets and donate is that you are definitely appreciating what we're doing here, that you're feeling good about what we're happening. And so we're going to keep doing that with these sorts of functions to make sure that we can keep things afloat. My name is Craig Foster. As I mentioned in mere moments, the stringular styling, just make that up right there on the spot, by the way, stringular, I don't think that's a word. But Legier and Smith will be here in just a moment's time. We will probably dial the clock back musically a little while. That often happens when the fellas are in. And we'll talk about their keep on matching guitars as well, probably at some point too. My name is Craig Foster. Let's hit the concert calendar. We'll come back. It's Radiothon 2025.
And now, the
All right,
calendar.
clear for
a couple minutes. Just make a little
Yeah.
if I can. So she won't
But
the mic will be
visit warehouse.com for menus and pricing.
Every Monday, the
They're-
Warehouse
they're-
presents open mic night. in
I
the
have
Barber
surprising
Pub.
control if I
On
set
Friday,
multi-mics
June
up.
6th,
I can
the
balance
parade
it out.
is at Pounders Pub
We have
and
no
Patio.
control, so.
On Friday, June 7th, it's Pounders Pub and Patio's
Well, that
opening
espresso
party
might
with
straighten
live
us out.
music,
Why is everything up tempo this morning?
and John Sharkey
Goes up at
at Three Dog
6.
Winery.
Yeah.
On Sunday,
Oh, I
June
had to
8th,
get up,
Matt Smith is at
restock the
Happy
damn bar from last night.
Good night last night,
By the Warehouse and can be heard 6 times a day, 7
I
days
had
a
this
week
new
on
bartender,
99.3
his first shift
FM,
on,
the
younger
voice of the
kid.
county.
And first thing I find out he's a great singer. So right out of the gate, I'm like, welcome aboard, kid. We had a little singing bartender shtick going on. And later at the night, for the first time ever, we had a little altercation at our place, a couple of guys. Turns out he's also like a multidisciplinary martial arts guy. Like, holy fuck, I'm Iron Patrick Swayze here, man. Welcome aboard, kid. What a night for him.
Local music, local news, and county conversation. Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap so we can continue to connect the county. Donations are eligible for tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Your support is what keeps us on air. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Or donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Or e-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com and use 993 County FM as a password. And don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. Thank you again to our matching donor hour sponsor, Port Picton Homes, up to $500. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info. Or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Nice. Welcome back to Radiothon. My name is Craig Foster, and you heard right there, this is one of those matching donor hours. Thank you to Port Picton Home up to $500. That's a great opportunity to double down. So basically, they'll match what you do. So you got to think to yourself, well, if they're matching what I'm doing, I'm going to double that and then double that again. To double down, just do that and everybody will win. It is Radiothon. That's what we're doing here today. We are bridging the funding gap, as they say, and the goal has been set. We are on our way. And these Sunday afternoons are often pretty fervent that way. The phones get ringing, people start streaming through. That's the most fun way to do it, isn't it? Come in person and not only donate, but also hear some great music. Speaking of great music, joining me in studio now, and this seems to be an annual thing for us. I believe we did this last year together as well. Brian Legier and Martin Smith join me. So first, the obvious thing is to thank you for coming to this and donating your time. Now, we often will start that segment by saying, okay, so why this station? Why here? Why do you feel that this is an important thing to come in and be a part of? Because you've done it more than once now, but
it's been a few years. Yes, third year, I think, for us. And it's for me, I've been in since the start, actually, Craig. So it's clearly important. I think the community component, featuring, local artists and people who have stories to tell. It's just a really great station.
And for fellows like you, musically speaking, there aren't stations at every turn that play the sorts of music that you do. And so one of the elements that this particular station brings too is an openness to different genres and different time periods and such. And so that's one of the other elements that, I think of with people like yourselves when I think that, because you're not going to hear Legier and Smith on Hits FM or anything, but you will on County FM and where it fits properly and that sort of thing. So we talked about the fact that you are doing more traditional music, generally speaking. Let's talk about that and how where that is rooted for you guys and how that sort of came together, as far as, because you both got to be on the same page if you're going to be picking songs from 120 years ago at that, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I come from the 60s, like a lot of us at our age, and we were really exposed to so many different types of music at that age. You had everything from the Beatles who were coming up and the Rolling Stones, blues music, of course. I grew up in Hamilton, and besides getting into blues, rock, at an early age, I was also into folk music. There was a place called the Night 2 Coffee House in Hamilton. It originally was called the Ebony Night. People like Joni Mitchell, Gordon Lightfoot could play there. And so folk music has always been a part of my listening experience and playing experience. And so when I came out to the county, number one, I thought I'd be playing by myself. I always tell people that I'd be strumming and playing, but luckily I found musicians to play with. But anyway, I kind of got known as the jazz guy out here, but I play much more than just jazz. I like everything. And I don't even know how we met, Martin, but when we opened our guitar cases the first time at this place, we had exactly the same instrument.
Let's talk about that since you touched on
Guitar
it.
at first sight.
Listen, this is not like something you grab off the rack at Long and McQuaid.
No.
Let's start there. These are a unique, rare, vintage guitars. They're gifted. And the odds of you two having matching guitars in general is fairly astronomical, but to be wind up sort of playing together.
Yeah.
So tell me about that little transaction.
Yeah, so I have a 1962 J50 Gibson, and it's a long story how it came to me, but it's an interesting story. But the original guitar I know was purchased by a friend of mine, I think in the 80s, in a pawn shop in Toronto, and it was kind of walked in, saw it in the back, tried to get it, they wouldn't sell it to him, so he came back in the 30 days, dropped down whatever his $200 was, no case, just took it by the neck and ran out the door. And that guitar was sitting at home for a long time, and he'd had a J45 that I loved to play. So my wife actually purchased this one for me because it was almost my age. So I won't say which way it was, but that's as close as we could get.
And mine is a rescue guitar. I buy old beat up instruments that need some tender, loving care. And so I got this off an old Cowboy. The guitar case alone is priceless. It has stickers all over North America, Nashville, and PEI and places. Anyway, it was really beat up. This has a lot of cracks on the front.
But I really like that approach. These guitars need to be saved. They need to be played. They sound so, they just get better with age. And so I like that approach that you're keeping some of these amazing guitars off not the scrap heap, that's for sure. They don't belong there. But they need to be played. That's the perfect segue, isn't it, fellas, right there? I'm in radio, you can tell, right? They need to be played. So let's do that. Let's play some music. What are you going to play for us, fellas?
We're going to start with a Gordon Lightfoot song, and so this is
that's contemporary.
Well, that's for us. This is new music for us. But
ladies and gentlemen, I give you Legier and Smith.
I'll just say, Craig, we try to blend the styles a little bit here. So I'm, a lot of folk and Celtic and Brian's jazz and blues, and so this is just us playing around with arrangements. So this was, I think it was a hit in 1965 for Gordon Lightfoot. So we just played with the arrangement a little bit.
Love it.
I'm not saying that I love you. I'm not saying that I care if you love me. I'm not saying that I care. I'm not saying I'll be there when you need me. I can't give my heart to you or tell you that I'll sing your name up to the sky. Can't lay the promise down that I'll always be around when you want me. I may not be alone each time you see me, on a street or in a small cafe, but still I won't deny you, won't mistreat you. Maybe if you let me have my way, I'm not saying I'll be sorry for all the things that I might say that make you cry, and say I always do things you want me to. I'm not saying I'll be true, but I'll try.
And I may not be alone each time you see me, or show up when I promised that I would. But still I won't deny you or mistreat you. Baby, if you love me like you should, I'm not saying I'll be sorry for all the things that I might say make you cry. I can't say I'll always do things you want me to. I'm not saying I'll be true, but I'll try. Can't say I'll always do things you want me to. I'm not saying I'll be true, but I'll try. I'm not saying I'll be true, but I'll try.
All right, very nice, gentlemen. Tones. Not just the guitar, you boys. Nicely done. Let's talk about that musical chemistry, because when you take on a different arrangement like that, there's got to be some musical chemistry. You got both kind of find your way there. How does that process work in general? I know that's never usually the same answer. It tends to vary. But is there a process for you guys when it comes to settling on material and how you're going to arrange them?
Well, first of all, just getting two guitars to work together was something we have to really think about. And we spent quite a bit of time, probably at least a year, maybe 2 years before we started to perform.
Yeah.
And you've had a lot more experience, Martin, than me, as far as fingerstyle, acoustic guitar playing. I've played it sporadically over the years. I've been playing it quite a bit in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
But really, it's been a real learning experience for me. I'm capoing all over the neck.
Mm-hmm.
And some people think the capo is for people that don't know the chords. and that is so wrong.
Yeah.
By capoing, it puts you into a different sound.
Mm-hmm.
So when he's playing down the bottom of the guitar, I'm always capoing up higher.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to stay out of each other's way.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
What happens is you get this lovely canvas that he provides,
Mhm.
and it's not as white a canvas as it often is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a lot of color in the canvas as well, which really gives a nice blend. And so that's I appreciate that too.
I think we both come from an orchestral kind of background. We both have conducted, I've conducted bands and things.
Let me ask you this, because you've both been self-proclaimed people that were, rooted in the 60s, musically speaking. A lot of people that are so loyal to that, right? The folk music scene and that sort of thing, that they tend to be at times, and I'm generalizing, reluctant to accept newer music or be open to newer music. I always like to ask those, are there any newer artists on the landscape that you kind of had an eye on or ear on? I go, I really like what this young person has to say.
Lots.
Yeah.
I don't know where to start.
Good. Love that.
You look at
An example
YouTube,
or
my
two?
goodness, the amount of young musicians now on YouTube, it's scary.
Yeah, how do you cut through the noise, I guess, is the trick, right?
Exactly. Like, anyone that sits about good music today, they're not listening.
I say that all the time, yeah.
Jacob Collier,
yeah, nice.
Amazing guy from England, young guy. I really like the newer bluegrass folk music that's happening.
Mhm.
Chris Thiele, EFA O'Donovan. There's all these people out there that are younger generation.
Yeah, and it's a rootsy movement in some ways too, which is pretty cool. I came across a track the other day called Roll the Bones. The guy's name is escaping me right now. Just a young kid, kind of got this natural, dobro, little thump going on. It had a really vintage vibe, and I thought, wow, that's it's great to see the younger people still connecting with music from their yesteryears, I guess, because let's face it, the landscape of how kids listen to music has certainly changed since we were kids. And so, they had that playlist of X amount of songs. It's hard to pull them out of that playlist. And so, thank God, I guess, that some of these younger people are finding their way. Let's talk about Radiothon for a quick second here. This is what we're doing here, aside from listening to great music and talking a little tune each year. 476-2229. You could call and donate. Phone's a little bit quiet right this minute. The problem is listening to great music. But by all means, it's a good day to support. It's a great day to support. It's the last day to support. This is down the backstretch now. So if you haven't had a chance to do so, you kind of thought, yeah, I got to make sure I do that. That's important to me. It's important to us. And so we hope to see you or hear from you today. And of course, great thank yous to all those that have already done that. People like Valerie Hussey, Bruce Bennett, Doreen Harvey, and Patricia Kerford and Colleen Harrington. What we're going to do now is we're going to reward you with some more terrific music from Legier and Smith. What are we going to play next, fellas?
Well, Craig, I was thinking you were asking about younger players, and this isn't really about a younger player, but for me, it's more about kind of new sounds and new ways of combining. And this is a great example because this is a Norman Blake song. So again, an older, 60s or 70s. It's an old song of his called The Ridge Road Gravel. But Brian and I think we've tried to change our arrangement a little bit. There's a guitar player now named Bob Minner, who's Tim McGraw's acoustic player, an incredible player. And he put together an album of these songs, which are so different from what you used to hear Tony Rice or Norman Blake play.
Yeah.
And I think you would say it's kind of like the new bluegrass or new country or whatever. So for us, it's been really fun trying to change the feel of songs like these to make them maybe more modern sounding or just our own, a little bit different. So this is the Ridge Road Gravel.
That's a new one for us.
Very new.
All right, unveiling it here on Radiothon County FM. Legier and Smith.
Sitting on a riverbed, nothing coming down. I don't know why I don't move on out of this old town.
Snow's falling in the street and winter's setting in. Years of changes say to me, well, you can't go back again.
Singing your song is not too long. Take me home tonight. Head around the bend, I see you again. Ridge road gravel in the cold light. Heard it on the radio, hard times coming down. Tell me something I don't know, change can help out now.
Looking for a good time, gal, I'm searching for a friend. Mourning for the good old days I thought would never end.
Sing me a song, it's not too long. Take me home tonight. Get around the bend, I see you again. Ridge road gravel in the cold light. Sing me a song, it's not too long. Take me home tonight. Get around the bend, I see you again. Ridge road gravel and the cold light. Round the bend, I'll see you again. Ridge road gravel and the cold light.
Sounds great, fellas. Nicely done. Very nicely done. One thing I can't help but notice, and in fact, you were playing at our place a couple Sundays ago, and my other half noticed a lot of little knowing glances between you as you play. There was a lot of that going on. I want to talk about the in-song communication when we come back, okay? We're going to take a quick little break. This, of course, is Radiothon. And you know what we're trying to do here? We're trying to get across that line. It's the last day of Radiothon. The goal's been set. You know how important it is to us. And I know that we're really starting to feel how important this is to you as well. You do it every year. You tell us, you pick it up what we're putting down. 613-476-2229. E-transfer to info@veritasfoundation.com. Online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Come and see us. Cold Storage Road. That's the fun spot. We'll be back. This is Radiothon on County FM. All right.
Hey, Craig.
Yo.
I think Renee mentioned that there was a donor that gave $500 so and get a free concert or something like that, we'd be willing to do that as well.
Nice.
The highest bidder during our stay.
Gotcha. 500 is the gotcha.
All right.
$1,000 will do it, Nate. Come on.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM.
As long as it's not in Saskatchewan or Alberta right now.
Gonna need some gas money. Did a long time that.
You know, the first tour I did out west, I was a kid. We went across an old van in an old car. And our first day was Fort McMurray, Alberta.
Yeah.
Winter.
Sounds like my buddy came out of radio and he took a morning drive job in Dryden, Ontario. He phoned me at 6:30 one morning, like, what the hell have I done?
Ontario, just getting out of Ontario takes so long.
All right, we got about 30 seconds.
Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Tipton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors.
All right, we're going hot in about 7. Welcome back to Radiothon 2025 here with Legier and Smith this afternoon. Now, during the break, they were very gracious to make the following offer. Anybody that donates $500 today, or at least the highest bidder above that, the 500 ceiling, an in-home or in-place concert wherever you want it, unless it's Fort McMurray, Alberta, they'll need gas money then. But outside of that, if you want to have two of this region's premier guitarists at your party, in your house, impress your friends around your campfire, whatever the deal is, I'm sure they'll make that happen. So a $500 donation will make that happen as well in this next half an hour. And so another wonderful gesture and opportunity from a couple of this region's finest musicians. We talked before the break about the little exchange of glances that often happens mid-song with the two of you. And while you can certainly recognize the time put into arrangement, there's also some room for some organic nature in that performance as well. I noticed, in fact, that last song that Martin would pick up the odd little lead here and there. He'd swap back and forth. So how much of that is sort of predisposed at the arrangement level, and how much room do you leave for that sort of breathing in the performance, do you think?
It varies, excuse me, from song to song. Some tunes we leave it really open. Other tunes it's a tighter arrangement. But there's always room for, if he starts the solo and takes an extra solo, whatever, we just look at each other and come back in. And as far as looking at each other, it's happening a lot when we're doing the singing in harmony together for phrasing. We're always working on that for new tunes. Yeah. And today we're doing a lot of new tunes, so we're still working.
So we're really looking at each other.
But, you know,
sometimes nice glances, and sometimes not.
What the hell do we do now? Yeah. But that communication, of course, that comes back to that musical chemistry that we talked about earlier. And you have to have that, or it can be a bit of a struggle too.
And you have to have, two people that are listening all the time. And I feel totally secure playing with Martin. His level of musicianship is great, and we've always got it covered between us, and it's fun.
Yeah,
when that happens.
We know a fair amount about Brian's background, Martin. What about you, as far as your musical arc goes?
Yeah, well, so I have I guess like most music people, I've been doing it most of my life, and it's been a mix of playing military bands, those kinds of things. I have a degree in music, but on woodwinds and stuff like that. But I always was drawn to banjo, guitar, that kind of thing. So that sort of took precedence after a while.
It's a special breed, drawn to banjo.
Yeah. Got drawn away from that again. But I played with a Scottish band called Killicranky that was out around the Stratford area. So we were working out there for just over 10 years, I think. And so when I came to this area, it was time to start playing again. So I have a band, Seventh Town, that it's kind of similar. We do a lot of acoustic material and things like that. I've lately been doing some bluegrass with
Boy, a big smile when you said that. You must be enjoying that.
Well, it's fun because it's new for me, and I wanted to say, like Brian talks about playing together with the styles. He's such a great improviser and such a great player, and I don't do a lot of that. So he's been really pulling me along, and we've been pushing each other a little.
Don't you love that? And listen, if you're not growing, you're standing still, moving backwards.
it's you go back home and like we'll work together every week, and I go back home and I'm back in the basement like trying to work it out and wanting to kind of really move forward. So this has been a lot of fun.
What is it in your personal background that gave you such a connection with traditional music? And there's like I see all kinds of Richie stuff. I hear Celtic stuff. Like, what is it about your personal background that gave you that access to that?
Yeah, I have no idea because I'm my parents were both from Holland, right?
Is that right?
So my mother always says, "Can't you learn some like lumping songs or something?" I'm like, well, but I don't know what it was. I think it was the '70s folk revival, the Canadian folk revival.
Yeah.
So my brother had a lot of albums back then, like String Band and Stan Rogers.
Was he an older brother?
Older brother.
Yeah, the older brothers can be influential.
Yeah, and so he'd go out with his friends, and I would sneak through his record collection and listen to those
That's
things.
a great
And,
story.
I think that really kind of got me moving along that path.
You can't snoop through somebody's record collection. You're not going to go through their phone, which doesn't seem
No,
right.
that's right.
And that's another reason that I tend to like music that's sort of rooted in traditional. I feel like I'm an analog guy in a digital world. I really do. And so, when I see the old gibbies pulled out and I hear that sort of the room filled with the tones, that's nothing but, a couple of people crafting something out of a piece of wood. Love that stuff. Let's do some crafting, boys. What do you got for us?
Okay, another new tune. This is a couple I really, really like. And again, they're not exactly the youngest of the new generation, but they are.
But they're still alive.
There you go. This is by Gillian Welsh and David Rawlings. They are very popular in the folk. I don't know what you call them. They're one of those.
I love artists that you can't brand.
Yeah, exactly. They have a unique style of playing, but they're great. And this is a new one's called Scarlet Town.
All right, once again, Legier Ed Smith, Radiothon 2025.
Buddy, I went down to Scarlet Town, never been there before. You slept on a feather bed, and I slept on the floor. And I don't mind a little time, drinking my coffee cold. The things I've seen in Scarlet Town that mortify my soul. Look at that deep well, look at that dark grave, ringing that iron bell in Scarlet Town today. I spent some time in New Orleans, in Cairo on a bend. Scarlet Town brought me down as low as I have been. Look at that deep well, look at that dark grave, ringing that iron bell, Scarlet Town today. On the day I came to Scarlet Town, you promised I'd be your bride. You left me here to rot away like a holly on a mountainside. Look at that deep well, look at that dark grave, ringing that iron bell, Scarlet Town today. at the Scarlet Town for 100 years or more. The man who knows what time it is knocking at your door. So fare you well, my own true love. Never see me around. I'm looking through the telescope from hell to Scarlet Town. Look at that deep well. Look at that dark ray. Ringing that iron bell. Scarlet Town today.
Very nice, boys. It's always adds a little bit of excitement to your own personal performance when you're playing new material, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does for me.
It's always a little scary.
Right?
You were nervous too.
No, I didn't feel like we're on a tightrope, right? I think we were all good there. But yeah, I know how there's a certain energy that comes when you're playing something that's new to you as well. And we appreciate that too. This is Radiothon 2025. And don't forget, if you want to hear those amazing tones in your place for a private show, make a donation, $500 in this next half an hour or so, and it will make that happen. That is a fantastic offer, fellas. Thank you very much for that. We are going to take another quick break. We want to remind you that this is Radiothon, and of course, the goal has been set. We are on our way. We're not far from another tally in about 20 minutes time or so. We still have time to Legier and Smith. I just want to walk through the options once again. Come on down in person, Cold Storage Road. Give us a call, 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com or online for credit card donations. Go to 993countyfm.ca. That seems to be a popular option as well. We will be back with more Radiothon 2025. All right, clear?
You want to do next? Want to do Fig Train next? So what have you heard lately, or you've been listening to, maybe younger players?
It's funny. I can't come up with Shaky Graves, the kid's name is. And he's sort of this kind of a one-man band vibe. He's a very percussive guy too, but just his style is so percussive and it's so rootsy. And I'm like, listen to this kid. It was funny. There's an Australian artist named Xavier Rudd, and his son is in the area right now. And Fino comes to see me, and when I listened to Fino, I said to him, "You gotta listen to this Shaky Graves kid. I think this is right where you live." And he got in the car on the way home and listened to it. He said, "Dude, that changed my life. Like, that's the direction I'm going right there." Like, it was really one of those fun little moments kind of thing. And there's a lot of that kind of little rootsy stuff that's pretty young right now, which I appreciate. There was Nathaniel Ratliff came along and some old school stuff that kind of sparked a little bit. There was a few guys that kind of, well, if you go back a little bit, Mumford & Son had some, kind of stuff. So it was sort of shifted that way a little bit. Now there's some kids that are really taking that and kind of pull that way.
Help us bridge the $74,000 funding.
Yeah, here's a live version of this song that I use on my Friday live shows. And you can hear the crowd is just so enthralled. You can just hear them. Like, this is the greatest thing we ever heard. And it's the Shaky Graves.
Shaky Graves.
Shaky Graves. It's like this particular version went 7 minutes or something like that. Like you didn't notice it. Because he really varies with the phrasing and stuff.
Music's in a good place.
Yeah.
No lack of talent.
Well, these open mics around here. I counted 3 generals and a Grammy in my room for an open mic.
Sorry, what's that?
I counted 3 generals and a Grammy in my room for an open mic, for God's sake. Yeah. There's a lot of good people.
Up to $500. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold
Whose voice is
Storage
that?
Road, Pickett. We'd love to see you.
Who's the
Thank
voice
you
on
for
that?
your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Welcome back to Radiothon. My name is Greg Foster. Love how this community rallies on this particular weekend. We do that anyway. That's what we do here in the county. This weekend, we really rally. Let's talk about the people down at the Citizen Francis Cafe. They're literally doubling their tips they make, and they're going to donate that. It's such a great thing happening today. Love those sorts of stories where people launch challenges and they get their friends involved and that sort of thing. And so that is community radio at its heart, isn't it? That's what we do here. And we also really need to mention a couple of things. Once again, it's those of you that consistently repeat support, shall we say, that year after year, this is part of your life, and you make sure it stays part of your life by helping us at this time, and we're so grateful for that. And so that's also something that we celebrate today. And we have to celebrate the volunteers. There are a lot of people, a lot of moving parts for something like this. There are only a few staffers, and it's those people that make this thing move. That makes them help. So it's easy for them to ask you to donate because they are donating every day in many shapes and sizes and forms. A lot of those same people are also writing checks as well, which is also an amazing thing that happens. We are here with Legier and Smith this afternoon. And Brian, I want to talk to you. We want to nerd out guitar-wise a little bit for a second, because you're the guy, as Martin alluded to, that will freelance more, that will have more room to maneuver within the song. And when it comes to that, you have this toolbox, and you decide how you're going to run around that playground, basically. When it comes to things like phrasing and such, is that something that, again, you tend to work at in the arrangement process, or do you like to try to let that be an organic thing?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. Like, I mean, realistically, if I'm improvising, I kind of play best when I don't think about it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm always thinking about the chord changes.
Yeah.
Country music or jazz or anything I play, I'm always thinking about where the chords are going.
Yeah.
And I often try to play melodies based on the chords. But realistically, when I'm playing, I think at my best, I think I'm not thinking at all.
Yeah, just get out of the way. Yeah, love that. It's very an organic process for sure. And then are there times where you'll go somewhere and you go, ooh, that wasn't so great after all?
Absolutely.
Never.
Absolutely.
I've never heard that.
So many times.
That's such a valuable thing to tell, to point out to those that are new to this. It doesn't matter who you are, there's going to be that night where you can't remember the words to your own song, or you're just not going to know where that chord change is coming. It doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, how long you've been doing it. That's going to happen from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I was teaching a lot years ago, I used to tell my students, I'm a student too.
Yeah.
I often, when I was conducting bands or whatever, I was learning as much as they were. And I'm still a student.
That's one of the awe-inspiring things about music, is that the more you peel it, the more they recognize you have so much still that there is to access as well. It seems limitless, and that's pretty exciting creatively for anybody, isn't it? Right? All right, let's do some creating, shall we?
Sure. Well, this is a good example of that, because this is an example. Like, this is old. This is 1906. It's Elizabeth Cotton, and I mean, real well-known folk song, like probably one of the first fingerstyle songs people ever learned.
Yeah, I learned this as a kid when I started to do fingerstyle.
And
that kind of thing.
Elizabeth Cotton is a great songwriter, and she was a left-handed guitar player. She was the original, but they say that she learned because when her brothers were out working in the fields, she would sneak in and take the guitar.
Yeah.
But because the way she watched them was a mirror image, that's how she learned to play. It wasn't because she was left-handed, but she just held it upside down.
We'll show off.
And so she just had this lovely fingerstyle guitar playing, and this is and so, like I said, where we try to combine styles, because I'm doing the finger picking, and that old kind of ragtime thing, and Brian's got a lot of the jazz going on. We put this together, and like we do with our tunes, where we try to feature each other a little bit. So I get to try a little bit, and he takes it off in his own world, and it's just kind of a fun.
And in the train
the train.
Was all over tunes years ago. And folk music, blues music especially, the amount of tunes that, take the train, on the train. This is Freight Train. We're going to have some fun on this one.
All right, we're taking the train.
And we may crash if we go too fast.
That's right.
We'll see what
We may
happens.
drive the train off the cliff.
Freight train, run so fast. Freight train, run so fast. Please don't tell what train I'm on, so they won't know where I'm going. When I'm dead, Lord, and my grave, no more good times here, I pray. Just place stones at my head and feet, and tell my God to sleep. I sing freight train, run so fast. Freight train, run so fast. Please don't tell what train I'm on, so they won't know what I'm on. When I'm dead, oh, just bury me way down by old Chestnut Street, so I could hear that old number 9 as she comes moving by. I sing freight train, run so fast. Freight train, run so fast. Please don't tell what train I'm on, so they won't know what route I'm on. Freight train, freight train, run so fast. Well, please don't tell what train I'm on, so they won't know what route I'm on. Please don't tell what train I'm on, so they won't know what I'm on.
Very nice. Some tempo changes there as the train speeds up and down.
Like my son says, good song, Dad, but you guys tend to speed up.
My name is Craig Foster. This, of course, is Legier and Smith, two of the finer guitar players in this area, to be sure. And we don't want to leave out them vocally, of But these guys are picking and grinning out here. They can get the job done. And don't forget, there's still time to sneak in more donations as this afternoon progresses. Let's talk about, aside from here at Radiothon, where people can see the likes of Leger and Smith. Tell us about what you got coming up.
We were just saying we don't have any big gigs coming up.
Oh, is that right?
Well, we just finished quite a few of them, and you're going out on tour with your Seventh Town Celtic group. I've got quite a few of my jazz quartet groups, including Wellington Park free concert. Happening on the 24th on Tuesday night concerts throughout the summer. All the great local acts are playing, and I'm lucky to be there with my group. And I've got a few things going on. And
it's important to know that there is more than just Leger and Smith as far as the different. There's a lot of machinations there. Tell us about the Seventh Town tour, Mark.
Seventh Town. So we've kind of changed our model a little bit. We used to do a lot of sporadic gigs and things like that. So now we're trying to isolate things a little more to make it easier on people. So we're starting off in August in Wellington in the park. I think that's on the 5th. Is that the Tuesday? And then what we've done is we're calling it the Cottage Country Tour. So we'll be in Warkworth, Charlotte Lake, Delta, and Maberly. So
I did a campground tour one summer. It was a blast.
Yeah,
private campgrounds. There was good money. But the one we do, we actually do a regular gig now. They had like a stage built on the beach, and you had this captive audience. They were a lot of fun. Actually, it's funny where you can find audiences sometimes that wind up being a lot of fun. Where have you found audiences where you thought, never expected this? This is kind of fun here. You come across rooms and places where you're like, wow, this was cool.
Well, the Waring House is always a great place. You love to play there. People come to hear the music, which is really great. We did our first show together at the Old Church Theater.
Another great venue.
And we're hoping to get back there.
And that's the key for acts. Like, I'm it's so important to match the performer with the venue and the vibe, right? You're not going to be a wallpaper gig. You need listening rooms. And so finding those listening rooms is such great value for sure.
Well, that's it. Like I have 3 projects and they're all different. This is totally different than my jazz group. And then I have a blues thing with Clint Ryan out here. And we're playing next week at Cressy on Wednesday night. Cressy Mustard down in Wapoose. So
see, now there's an example. Did you ever think to yourself, Cressy Mustard in Wapoose is where I'll play today? Like it's so fun, actually. These quirky venues that are popping up all over the place and providing opportunities. And let's talk about this musical community as well, because we're pretty spoiled. I used to joke I could put together a band I had no business being part of here. And that is 100% true. So let me hear your take on this musical community as it's grown here as well.
Well, I'm coming up to 9 years in the county, and it's changing rapidly and has been changing since I came here. More people are moving in from all over. We know that. And the amount of talent in all areas, not just music business, marketing, you name it. But I've been very lucky to play with a lot of the great musicians out here.
Nice. Okay, so we have been hanging out with Leger and Smith. We probably had time to sneak in one more if you're feeling it.
We could do something. Well, you want to
do some come alive there?
Or we're trying to remember what tunes we did last year.
But
here's a little instrumental. We're going to get into the early swing jazz.
Give us a few minutes just to get us to that tally topic. Once again, Leger and Smith.
Just fade us out, Craig, when you're all done.
All right, gotta be the hook. How fun is that? Legier and Schmidt Radiothon. I feel like I got my own soundtrack. Very cool. Thanks, gentlemen. It's that time of day, that time of the hour. We're going to sneak up on a brand new total. We'll do it with this cool vibe behind us. Are you ready? Our new total, $54,444. So amazing. So amazing. Legier and Smith, also amazing. All of y'all at home. I just said y'all. I did that. It's a thing on the radio. Legier and Smith, thank you so much for coming and spending some valuable time with us, helping us to raise some money. Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Can't wait to see you again very soon. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to turn things over to Vanessa Pandos. This is Radiothon 54,444. We're getting there, kids. We'll be back. Radiothon 2025.
Thanks, Greg.
Nice, fellas. Thank you so much.
You're great on the radio, man.
Yeah, you are so good.
Well, we all have our little weird skills, don't we? One of my weird skills is losing my glasses.
Oh, and we actually have another. Look at that. Where did that come from? Because that hasn't been there.
Well, I think the fourth mic was there. I just didn't have
I
it. Just on a roll.
pedestal. Okay. Got it. Thank you very much for donating your time.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. Love the radio station.
I would just rather get in here and get myself set up. Oh, somebody forgot a pick. Okay, in my pocket it goes. I'll give it to Lenny. She likes to make earrings out of them. Or something like that.
My favorite, Jeremy Albino, who's got that.
I know that he's so good.
I'm so sad he's not playing anymore.
I would love that he. Oh, I know.
He was spinning vinyl up at Slate Brewery last Sunday, so I went up and watched him. It was great.
Who was?
Jeremy
was at Slate?
Yeah, DJing.
Oh wow! I did not know
DJing
that.
with the drummer. It was great.
Slate.
That's
Oh
the
yeah,
one up
of
on the
course.
hill.
Oh wow, yeah.
It was fabulous.
So he was DJing? Yes. Wow, I'd like to know what kind of music he spins.
But yeah, it was amazing. He was doing
Oh, cleaning up. Oopsie. Some rock.
Mexico. Never gonna find.
Okay, too messy in here.
there's so much cash sitting there.
99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. And if you are familiar at all with 99.3 or local musicians, or in fact on international radio now, you will know that that was the voice of Jeremy Albino doing Shipwreck. And we have had Jeremy in before, and one of these days when he happens to be in the county, when we happen to be doing the Radiothon, we are going to get him to come in and play live for you. 2:04 in the afternoon, Vanessa Pandos hanging out with you on this Radiothon 2025. It is our 11th annual Radiothon here on 99.3 County FM. I hope that you have been enjoying the past 3 and let's say 3.5 days. I am here because, well, I'm here because of Radiothon, but I'm here because I'm going to be interviewing David Miracle. Now, we found out a few days back that he had some personal matters, so I actually went up to Tyendinaga and interviewed him in situ in his studio, which was really fascinating because, you know, if you are a musician and you play with a lot of instruments, which David does, he has hundreds of international instruments of all kinds. And when you're coming to do something live in a radio station studio, you cannot bring all those with you. But guess what? When we were up there in his studio, we got to be right there with all of his instruments. And he showed us, me, him, us, you, all of us. You're going to hear about that. But let's just talk about a little bit about Radiothon. This is our 11th annual Radiothon. I have been participating a part of the radio station right from the very get-go. And I moved to the county in 1999. I wanted to focus on my glasswork. So I turned the front part of my farmhouse into a gallery and a studio. And when I heard about the radio station and they were putting out a call for anybody who had an idea for a radio show, and I thought, well, we have to have the artist covered. So I came in, had a meeting. I remember Jim J.J. Johnson was here. John Mather was sitting. I'm sure there were a bunch of people. 10 years ago was a long time to recall that. And I sat down and pitched the fact that we needed an information segment about the artists of Prince Edward County. And they said, oh, this is a fantastic idea. And in fact, we've already been in conversation with the Prince Edward Arts Council about this, but we have no host. How do you feel about doing that? And I said, sure, why not? So I hosted Art Scene for a number of years. And when I was ready to pass that on, right around the same time, Richard Todd, the Toddster, he had 3 afternoon on-air hosting gigs. I think it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. And he was ready to give up one of those gigs. And so I stepped into those shoes after that. And then I also was doing what Lenny Stewart does now, which was be the traffic coordinator. And that means that you take all of the different programming and you make sure that it plays seamlessly on the radio every day. It is not an easy thing, but it's kind of like moving jigsaw puzzle. And I have been a donor for 10 years. My mom as well, and dad, Neva and Paul Pandos, our whole family donates every year. And I just want to say that this is such a special radio station. You will not find, as you've been hearing from musicians and volunteers and radio hosts alike, you just don't find anything this evolved anywhere. And especially in a community that is as small as Prince Edward County and as diverse in what people are interested in. And we cover it all and we bring you together. And that is just so integral. We have thousands, I think, of miles of road and not very big a population. And so for all of us to feel like we are kind of cohesive on this kind of island peninsula, 99.3 County FM is so integral with that. So if you are listening, if you know of somebody that hasn't listened, if you have any idea at all about wanting to commit $1, $5, $10, $1,000, and in fact, we've got an incredible matching donor hour, which you will hear about in a second, please feel free to pick up the phone and give us a call, 613-476-2229. Come down in person, 38 Cold Storage Road. Come say hi to me. Come say hi to everybody else that's here. Check out our wee little space. We are small but mighty. You can e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your email and mailing address and name so we can get that receipt out to you. Use the password 993CountyFM. Or go online, 993countyfm.ca. There's a big donations button if you've got a credit card and you want to slap that baby down. Okay, we're going to come back. We'll start with part 1 of my interview with David R. Miracle coming up after this.
County FM Welling's Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Lockyear's Country Gardens, where quality grows just around the roundabout, west of Picton on County Road 1. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993countyfm as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stuck? Visit jjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
The County 11th Annual Radiothon. Woohoo! I am here with David R. Miracle, and due to unforeseen circumstances, David was not able to perform live today in studio at 99.3, so we are live on the floor of David R. Miracle's garage studio in Tyendinaga. Welcome, David.
Why, thank you for having me again, Vanessa. It's always a pleasure being on your radio show.
David R. Miracle has been crafting his artistry since 1985, 40 years of which you just celebrated not only with your new album and CD, The Path of Totality, but also with an amazing coffee table book called Elemental Dreamer, which you presented and launched just earlier on this year in Prince Edward County. How does it feel to be in the music and stone sculpting world for 40 years?
It feels good to definitely be in the arts and doing what I love to do in life. It's always something people would love to be able to do, and I'm able to do that because that's kind of the road I went down, the path I wanted to actually exercise in my life, because it allowed me to actually display things in my world that I would like to convey to the world. And the book, that Elemental Daydreamer, is just one way to be able to say how much I love what I do. And there's pictures of my art in there. There's pictures of where I've performed in the world, so it's all good.
Speaking of performing, why don't we just go straight into a live performance? What's in your mind? What are you going to play for us? Can you set up the song for us?
I think I'm gonna just so I record as I go. I kind of loop the show when I'm alone. So I'm alone right now, so I think I'm gonna loop it. I think I'm gonna do a song called Love Medicine, and it's a beautiful song. It's just a song that lets your mind just travel along the waters, along the lakes and the rivers, the oceans, and just enjoy life, And life is a fragile thing, and this is why I come up with beautiful music and beautiful tonage, and with the flutes and different percussive instruments and instruments that lend itself well to bringing people's minds and bringing people's hearts to be in sync with what's going on in the world and Mother Nature. So I'm going to start this song, and
I know MJ, yeah.
She just donated and she wanted to say hello.
Oh,
Thank you for
right.
this.
She and her partner Angie have a decanter on Main Street
And they call
in
it the Seller Sisters.
the Seller Sisters. Absolutely, yeah. All right.
Put that in the system right now.
Perfect. Thank you. That was David Arner performing live in Garage Studio at 99, in Tyanega for the 2025 Radiothon, 11th annual Radiothon. I love this idea. It was by circumstance that you were able to perform live in studio with us here at the radio station. I am so
Winery with the Vineyard Discovery Tour. You can choose between a guided tour with the winemaker or explore at your own pace. Available starting Saturday, June 14th. And 99.3 County FM will be broadcasting live from the winery that day. Learn about the varieties of grapes, the seasonal vineyard tasks, and the unique terroir of the county. The Vineyard Discovery Tour opening ceremony is on June 14th at 1 p.m. Details at brokenstonewinery.com.
This is a 99.3 County FM Wellington Picton Radiothon 2025 Sensational Matching Donor Hour. For every dollar donated, it will be matched up to a total of $2,500. Proudly sponsored by an anonymous friend of 99.3 County FM. 99.3 County FM means local music, local news, and county conversation. Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap so we can continue to connect the county. Donations are eligible for tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Your support is what keeps us on air. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Or donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Or e-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com and use 993 County FM as a password. And don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. Thank you again to our matching donor hour sponsor, an anonymous friend at 99.3 County FM, up to a total of $2,500. You're listening to the 99.3.
So we want to. Yeah, so Randy Stewart is in that, and he got 2 tickets for Carlos Estates for the highest dinner that hour. And my husband happened to walk in, it was the highest dinner that hour. He wasn't really a good artist, but she knew that she didn't want him. John cried no tears.
All right. Yeah. 99.3 County FM, our 11th annual Radiothon. You know, for 11 years, the local musicians have stepped up with their time, with their talent, their creativity, their fabulous stories, their covers, their original songs, maybe they've tap danced, who knows. But just a huge thank you to the people that step up and donate their time and their talent. That is so integral. And as JJ just said, we really need your continued support. It is necessary. This is not a, hey, please help us out a little bit. This is necessary to keep this radio station on air. Let me tell you how to donate. No, I'm just joking because you just heard it a whole bunch of times. You know how to donate. For example, MJ and Angie from Decanter, the Seller Sisters, they just took advantage of this super sensational matching donor hour. And an anonymous person came in, donated $2,500, and we are asking you to phone in, come in, e-transfer, go online, whatever makes you happy, however it works for you, come on and do it. And every dollar you donate this hour, it equals $2. And there is Rosemary Brown and Doug Monk right now. Doug Monk, one of the creators of the radio station and a tireless volunteer. So besides the Seller Sisters, here are some other folks that have donated. Here's one, an aging drummer donated, which is fantastic. Thank you, aging drummer. Jane Moon is a donator. Margaret Taylor. Margaret, we love you. And here's a great way of showing what the community is like. I know that Margaret Taylor has a friend in Toronto, and the two of them listen to 99.3 at the same time from their different locations, and then they feel connected not only with us here in the county, but with each other. And I know that we are family to Margaret. I have become friends with Margaret and some other folks who listen to the radio station. Nancy and Gary Parks have also been faithful annual donators and participants. Alan and Ruth Brown. Okay, let's get back to my interview with David R. Miracle. Amazing interview with David R. Miracle. We're live in David's garage studio up in Tynedega. I know I'm saying the Anglophone way of saying Tynedega. How do we say it? Gundege. And you started off back in 1985 as a stone carver. How do you say your name? Cutter of stone. Right. Say it again. Okay. That's So beautiful. You are Bear Clan Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte.
Yes.
Tell me about your music. You started off as a stone carver, but how did you become interested in music, or how did that become a feature of your vocation?
Well, I've always enjoyed music. My mother was quite a musician. She played the piano. She played the guitar, the tambourine. She sang. She did poetry. She was an artist. So I mean, there's many things that my mother was doing around me that kind of inspired me to be this guy.
And I think in previous conversations, we talked about the fact that music kind of started off as an in-between cutting and carving stone, and somehow became a companion.
Absolutely, you put that absolutely right. Being in the music growing up and doing rock and roll, I really loved the rock and roll scene, and I used to sing and travel around with different bands and drummed for bands and did a lot of singing. But after a while, I started picking up different instruments and just having fun with them, and I found myself with a native instrument fell on my lap one day, a flute. And I was really enjoying that and the quality of the sound that it was producing. And I started playing more and getting more familiar with the notes and the sound quality of this instrument. And I just made that a part of my life. And then, as I would be standing in my studio carving stone or just looking at stone, I would be playing melodies on this. And it started resonating with my heart and what I would love to do, with this flute. And I was having thoughts of, recording something one day, and actually it came to fruition. And here I am, with 17 albums under my belt and now a vinyl record.
Congratulations.
Thank
That
you.
is so impressive. Oh my gosh, 40 years of playing music and cutting stone. Could you play another song for us, please?
Absolutely. Let me play something on my hang drum, just something nice and peaceful. This is, it's in a 528 hertz frequency. And every time I bring this out, wherever I may be in the world, and I pull it out and tell the story of the hang drum, it just seems to really resonate with people and people wanting to hear it. And when I get playing, people not wanting it to stop, just because it makes you feel good and it brings a cool energy and a cool vibe to your heart, to your soul, to your mind, and allows your body to slow down and allows your mind to think of beautiful things.
I was watching it earlier on YouTube.
So,
Were you?
It is, but last year.
With Kyra and Tully.
And Kyra and Tully,
And
yeah.
then Boudrug. Siobhan. And before that, the girl, she played guitar.
Is that Robin?
It was fun.
Oh, Becky Elliott. Yeah. She's a local gal. I love her music. Great.
When I was in the ground, we all asked, who's that with me? And my husband's cookie, SENIANENSO. They never asked.
613
Nice to meet you. Yeah, very nice to meet you.
Thanks,
too.
Leah.
Thanks for coming in. I'm so glad to get to meet people from the radio station.
like 20 something.
It's been there at the beginning.
We go way back.
So many people to meet. Like it's a pretty overwhelming. People walk into.
Right.
Thank you.
And we're live on air in studio at Cold Storage Road, 99.3 County FM. That was another segment of David R. Miracle playing the hang drum at 528 hertz frequency. We have all sorts of people coming in. This is a super matching donor hour. We had an anonymous donor come in with $2,500, hoping to encourage people to donate. So for every dollar you donate this hour, it is worth $3. No better time like the present. Let's keep on going with David R. Miracle and Radiothon 2025. Come on, give us a call. Come on down. Go e-transfer. Go online. You know how to do it. And if you don't, you're going to find out in just a little bit. Radiothon 2020. You've played Radiothon before. And in fact, your wife, Kimberly Miracle, founded in Digivibes, which airs every Wednesday from 7 till 8 p.m., an hour of Indigenous music. And she was the original host.
Yes, that was very cool. She came home and she said, guess what? And I said, what? She said, I just created a radio station called Indigibites. I'm like, what? I said, that's really cool. And we loved it. And a lot of people loved it. She started putting that out and telling everybody. And a lot of people tuned into that. And we have a lot of talented Indigenous artists out there. So I am so happy that this station is up and running and still going.
Yeah, the show still airs every Wednesday, 7 to 8 p.m. And we are looking for an Indigenous host. So if you, David R. Miracle, or anybody else would like to host, talk a little bit more about what a community radio station means to you and why you feel that people donating to help support a local radio station is important, whether it be as a listener or as a musician.
Well, as a musician, it's always good to be on the radio and be heard, because we have stories to get out there. We have cool tunage, cool vibes to share with people. And it's always nice to hear what's going on in the community so we can get a handle on who's playing where and, the dates and all these things. It's so important, especially during tourism time. I'm on the board of tourism with Ideal Indigenous Tourism Ontario. And, listening to these commercials come on, and it's really nice to be able to get out and support different things in our community. And we hear a lot of different things going on at all the different wineries and, the different gift shops and cafes. So it's excitement in the air, especially in the summertime.
And speaking of local and musicians and performances, you got a number of gigs coming up. The most far-reaching one is in Jamaica. So, unless somebody's traveling to Jamaica, I'm not thinking that anybody's going to see you perform there. But your most local is for the Big Lake Music Festival that's coming up, and you'll be performing in Wellington at the Wellington Music Hall.
Yes, with Alyssa Lee, I am so excited about that. I will be adding an element of the forest and the sounds of the animals and different things, and using Indigenous instruments being blended in with the classical music sounds of the cellos, the violins, and the grand piano. So it's gonna be a beautiful evening. I'm so looking forward to that.
Now, do you know the date of that?
August 20th, I believe.
August 20th at the Wellington Music Hall. People can find out by going online. to Big Lake Festival. I know you're going to be playing in Gananoque over the summer. The Tyananiga Powwow is at the beginning of August. I think the 8th and the 9th, or the 9th and the 10th, whatever that weekend is.
Yes, we're always excited to see the powwow come to our community. It's right across the road from my garage, actually. And I think last year we got close to 11,000 people showed up, and a lot of good food, a lot of great artwork, a lot of great dancing and music. If you like to hear traditional drumming, they have a lot of it going on there.
And what a great way to either revisit or introduce yourself to traditional Indigenous music, plus all of the fun and the pomp and the dresses and the dances.
Absolutely, that pumps me up. When I go to Indigenous shows and where there's other artists displaying their arts, and I hear that sound of that drum and the chanting, it just goes right to my soul and just makes me want to join in, and dance. I love to get up and dance the circle. It's just a beautiful way to honor the earth and those natural things around us that surround us each and every day, and those things that we should be taking, not taking for granted, but adding to our list of prayers to be thankful for all these things that sustain our life. And this is what the powwow brings. And, there's a lot of good words and good vibes up there at the powwow when we talk about these things.
And I do also know that both your stonework and your music is very based on your beliefs and your storytelling. You were reading me a piece that you wrote a little bit earlier, talking about how you feel about your music, how you feel about the essence of the world.
Yeah, the piece I recited to you, it was called Woman of Tradition. And, I try to pay attention to what's going on in my surroundings and see who's who in the community. And when I travel and I see people really buckling down and giving thanks for their surroundings and their beliefs, and going the extra mile to get out of your comfort zone and pray, and, take that time to maybe smudge or put out a spirit plate or things like that. I believe that the Creator sees and watches these cool things we do, and putting effort into our prayer. So, before I even play, I like to, look up and thank the Creator for allowing me to have this ability to play music and to sculpt stone. I think it just makes life go a little smoother, and I think the longevity you get out of being thankful just helps to push you further into the future. And at our age, as we age, to have these cool things behind us to be able to share with the new faces coming behind us is just a great way to live life. Passing it on, paying it forward.
Playing it forward as opposed to paying it forward. That's great. My name is Vanessa Pandas. I'm in conversation with David R. Miracle for Radiothon 2025. David, could you play another song for us, please?
Sure.
Live from your garage studio in Tyananiga for Radiothon 2025. Set it up for us.
Why don't I play you The Lifeblood of Mother Earth?
Clubhouse, we have met
Yes, we
in
have.
different circumstances.
Yeah, I've been listening to you.
I'm not doing too much right now, but
You're lucky.
you know what? It was a really, I was disappointed at first that David wasn't going to be live, but to be able to be in his place with all of the instruments, I mean, is just beautiful. For him to play all of that. That's what is your last name? Ward.
Yes.
Gosh. Okay.
That was David R. Miracle playing live off the floor in his garage studio in Mega for Radiothon 2025. How many instruments do you figure you have in the room right now?
I don't know. Counting the flutes, I have quite a few. Just a lot of little added different things, chimes, and I have thunder drums and horn rattles. We use this in Longhouse when we sing our traditional songs. I have this here. This is used for Chinese New Year, and it works good with my recordings for movies and documentaries. Or creaking doors. Yeah, it's my bad.
Is Mike playing by himself? I've never even heard him play this.
Unless it's playing somebody in my world.
I think he's played by himself here before.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron.
I absolutely love the fact that David was able to be amongst his instruments, his creativity, and just be able to play with whatever suits his fancy and make the wind and the rain and the birds. It's just absolutely riveting to watch David play live. If you ever have a chance to see him play live, for example, as he mentioned, he's playing Big Lake Festival this summer. I think we talked about the powwow. He's in Gananoque. Please check him out because he is fantastic. And once again, donating his time. Now, donating his time because it is Radiothon 2025, our 11th annual Radiothon. You'll learn how to donate. You can do it in person. Listen, we're here until 8 o'clock. But the really important thing is that this is a super matching donor hour. An anonymous listener came and gave us $2,500. So we are asking you to donate this hour because for every dollar you donate, it is worth $3. Please do it now. 613-476-2229. E-transfer info at theveritasfoundation.com. Include all of your deets so we can get that receipt to you. Use the password 993CountyFM or go online 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. But come on down, say hi. We've got a lot of great more musicians coming up. We will be back with David R. Miracle.
Jumpstart Barbecue to raise funds for local kids in need. Saturday, June 14th.
Is our artist here yet?
I haven't seen her. That's Jennifer Brick.
Yes, I think that is our first artist.
And then Mike Farrell after that.
And then Mike Farrell after that. Oh my gosh.
Well, see, that'd be easy for me because this is my first radio thought. And so, having a guy like Mike in who's well known, blah, 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 it will just make it easier.
Jennifer is also well known in her hood.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah. She's actually, Lynn just did an interview with her on County Breaks, County Reads just in the noon hours. So, yeah.
Take a journey with Tom as he weaves together personal narratives.
You're on typically what afternoons?
I'm on Thursdays 2 to 6. Pandemonium.
Bringing filling in tomorrow.
Oh, for Renee. Yeah. 2 to 6.
County FM, the voice of the county.
Okay.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings and Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Lockyear's Country Gardens, where quality grows, just around the roundabout, west of Picton on County Road 1. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993countyfm as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including McDougal's.
All right, welcome back. Radiothon 2025, our 11th annual here at 99.3 County FM. My name is Vanessa Pandos, and I cannot repeat enough that this hour, for every dollar that you donate, it is worth $3. This is a super duper matching donor hour up to $2,500. Do it now, please. Let's get back to our interview with David R. Miracle.
2025. I am with David R. Miracle. We are on the floor of his garage studio in Chattanooga.
Okay, so Kimberly hooked me up with a place in Belleville. I just need to let you know this. It was a poetry slam competition. And this was happening in Belleville at the Century 21.
So we're gonna need.
So you're gonna handle the board for me?
I'm gonna handle the board for you. Yeah, we're about gonna be about a couple minutes behind. Let me just put. We'll need. Is Janice gonna be singing with Kieran, or just the two of them came in? Just her?
Just.
So while I just signed you up.
Sorry,
Jennifer?
What did I say? Sorry,
I said Janice.
oh yeah, no, Jennifer. Sorry.
Okay. So Jennifer
So I went
and
online quickly to see what the poetry slams are.
Kieran?
Kieran, yes, they're both going to perform.
They're both gonna perform.
Yes.
So let's make sure. Do they both have guitars?
Yes.
Okay, so Doug, you're gonna sit here in this chair. I'm gonna give you the big mic.
Okay.
And then they'll have those two chairs. I
So
don't know
here
if
we are.
you
I
want to
find
sit or
myself in the
stand,
car.
but we should, we only have one.
Signed up already.
Let me just think. If they're both gonna be singing, I can switch this mic around and we can have the two mics there and you can use this mic. And then we've got this for their guitars.
So,
All right.
lo and
Check
behold,
these out.
Yeah, let's see if we can get them in studio at any time actually, because I'm just.
My saxophone sat down and the ballots went out and they added them up and they said, David, you just won the show, and I'm like, what? It was amazing. So I did some pretty cool poetry, talking about here, talking about residential school, talking about my parents, talking about my upbringing. It was a big hit. So it really felt good to know that
So both
the
going to play,
words
both
were,
going to sing.
the people that were listening to the
Great.
words, they felt it was something to be noteworthy.
Wow. So we're going to get to hear one of those poems right now. David R. Miracle with award-winning poetry slam poem.
So with what's going on in the world today, and with the news, and we hear a lot of not too nice things going on these news channels, and war and all these things that surround us. It makes our mind get a little bit more tense, and people with anxiety, they kind of have a hard time dealing with hearing all this bad news all the time. And I thought, I just want to write a poem talking about these people that sit around and I guess they design ways to bring anxiety into our life. But anyway, here you go. Coffee shops, traffic stops, Globe and Mail, you look pale. CNN brings you the best. Greedy humans never rest. Missile launchers passing by, children playing in the streets, military might in sight with the Navy SEALs and all the fleets. Computers froze and buffering,
children crying and suffering. Tainted winds and shallow graves will stain the earth where innocent lay. Will there be a time and a place where man will learn to share this space or cause more disaster to the human race?
David R. Miracle with some beautiful spoken word. Thank you for that. That was unexpected and fantastic.
Thank you.
Radiothon 2025. David, how can people find your work, whether it be your brand new book, Elemental Daydreamer, your LP, Path to Brutality, or CD version, or you've got some beautiful Eagle Pod EMVs here. How do people find your work?
They can go to davidrmiracle.com, or they could actually, go to davidrmiracle.com. You can make an appointment to come to the gallery. I'm usually either busy out on the road or in my studio carving or rehearsing music. So I decided to keep the gallery open by appointment, but I have books there, I have CDs there, I have finished artwork in to come and see. And we also rent the cabins right along the water, the Peacemakers territory. And the cabins are all surrounded by water. And it's just a beautiful way to go to bed and wake up to the sunrise and sunsets.
Will you please play one more song for us?
Sure.
Okay. I have been speaking with and hanging out with David R. Miracle, and you got your band on.
I think I wanna do one more poem.
Oh, of course, please do.
Because usually what I do is when I'm traveling and touring around the world, I create soundtracks and then I reset music in the background. But this one's
Randomly choose.
this one's actually untitled. It's titled in the water.
Are you okay if I have the headphones or?
Don't love to hate or hate to love. We all adapt one way or another to each other's ways, no matter what the color. Don't shun your ways of your fellow man. Learn all you can on your mind stand. Move on swiftly like the smoke from a raging fire. Onwards and upwards, get high, high, high. Don't slow your pace. Don't waste your time. Don't love to hate, 'cause that's a crime. Not here forever. Why fight and complain? Why hurt someone? Why cause them pain? After all said and done, we are all the same, just another living creature with a breath for a name. Hey, just a thought. Are we on this planet Earth for the amusement of who knows? I'm just wondering, are we being watched by an eye in the sky, privately owned by a movie company, and having an unlimited budget to create a documentary called, Hey Dude, Where's My Implements of War? Don't take too long to think your life through. What part of this picture best suits you? A villain, a champion, a fool for hire, an effigy of peace, a lover, or a liar.
David R. Miracle, multi-talented stone carver, musician, poet, actor, chef. I'm sure that there are many other hats that you wear that I. Come and support us and each other. Thank you so much, David.
Absolutely, Mel. Goa, it was my pleasure. Always a pleasure being on the radio station.
Goa.
Oh, it was such a pleasure to speak with David R. Miracle. Thank you, David, for all that you do for us. And you've got about 4.5 minutes to give us a call, 613-476-2229. We have got super duper extra special matching donor hour, up to $2,500. Every dollar you give us, you will have it worth $3. You can come down in person, e-transfer, go online. I'm going to go to a quick break because we are getting ready to welcome, who do we have coming in next? We have, Jennifer Brandt and Kieran are in next. with Doug Ward. Coming up, we're going to tally.
And now the Arts Calendar on 99.3 County FM. Eno Gallery presents Into the Woods. Sculptors, glass artists, fiber artists, and printmakers share their vision of the woodland's glorious diversity, from towering trees to winding streams and tranquil ponds. On now to June 8th. Visit enogallery.com.
Andera Gallery presents Botanica, fine art paintings, photography, and digital art, celebrating the wonders of the garden. On now to August 31st, open daily 11 to 5, 54 Wilson Road, Bloomfield. Visit anderagallery.com.
Shatterbox Theater presents She Kills Monsters, a heart-pounding, hilarious journey through grief, geekdom, and goblins. Live on stage at the Picton Public Library to June 7th. Tickets at shekillsmonsters.ca. The Wellington Art Walk is June 7th and 8th from 10 to 5. Follow the green bikes to the 10 studios and galleries. Paintings, sculptures, and more will be available for purchase. Find brochures in local studios, galleries, and businesses.
The library's author series continues, featuring Martha Batiste, Thursday, June 19th at 7 p.m. at the Tipton Branch Library. Free event, all are welcome. Visit peclibrary.org/authors.
The Arts Calendar can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week on 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Hi, I'm Charles Morris with a reminder, if you're driving, don't drink, don't look at your phone, get home safe. A public service announcement from 99.3 County FM. This is a 99.3 County FM Wellings and Picton Radiothon 2025 sensational matching donor hour. For every dollar donated, it will be matched up to a total of $2,500. Proudly sponsored by an anonymous friend of 99.3 County FM. 99.3 County FM means local music, local news, and county conversation. Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap so we can continue to connect the county. Donations are eligible for tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Your support is what keeps us on air. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 99.3countyfm.ca or
They okay to come in?
I absolutely, they need to come in.
93 County FM as a password. And don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. Thank you again to our matching donor hour sponsor, an anonymous friend at 99.3 County FM, up to a total of $2,500.
Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
County FM Wellings and Picton Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for their generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
I haven't heard you play with
donate
before.
online.
No, great.
Everywhere we play, we
except here. I don't think last year.
Using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info. Or feel free to drop by the station during the radio.
Fall asleep, just leave me the email.
So,
you snore.
For your continued and necessary support.
Feel free to turn these however you want. It's going to help you. I'm just going to go on air. I'm going to go on air on mic 3. There we go. 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. We are ready for this hour's total. One moment, please.
It's now time to do this hour's tally.
Oh, I know. I've got the drum roll already. It's already set up. This hour, the total. You're going to love it. $60,009, my friends. We are just under $14,000 away. We are so excited. Thank you very much. We are coming back with Doug Ward, your host, and Jennifer Brandt and Kieran in studio live. One moment, please.
Connecting the county every minute of every day.
give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergency.
So you're
This
gonna be
is
talking there.
CJPP, better known as 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Listen to us live
Are
anywhere.
you folks
at
gonna be good to
99.3
go on in a
County
minute
FM.
and 18
County
seconds?
FM.
Or else we can wait,
You're
but
listening to the
I'd like you to get
99.3
as much
County
time in
FM.
here as you can. Yeah.
Radiothon.
Excellent.
Today's music is sponsored by Lockyear's Country Gardens, where quality grows just around the roundabout, west of Picton on County Road 1. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have
About a minute,
graciously
you know,
donated their
still.
talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax receivable donation.
Did you hear this up here? The archives, you can go back
Okay,
and you can
I'll go
listen.
listen.
I don't even have to listen to that. Oh, goodness. All right.
You should have listened to that.
Yeah, it's like you make sure you get your information right. 30 seconds.
Use 99.3 County FM as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stuck? Visit jjthecoach.ca. Helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
And good afternoon. We're in the 3 o'clock hour. This is Radiothon 2025. I'm Doug Ward. You normally hear me on Saturday mornings, but this afternoon I have the pleasure of being involved in my very first Radiothon here. And as my first guest for Radiothon, I've got Jennifer Brandt and Kieran Edwards joining us in the studio. Thanks for showing up, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, for sure.
We really appreciate it. It's great to have the local artists supporting the radio stations, which leads me to what is it about County FM? What is it about
Oh, yes.
this type of radio station that really kind of sticks to your heart?
Well, it's community-based, which is always good, and they're great supporters of local music and local arts. And I think that's really the most important thing, right?
Yeah.
Community supporting community.
Absolutely. And I think, from my standpoint, community radio, they've been so good at promoting county artists, local artists, and just being the voice, as they say, of the county, and therefore in the emergencies, as they say in their promos. I know you've got a couple of songs lined up for us, and we're going to ask our listeners to phone in and get those donations going at 613-476-2229. We had a great hour last hour as far as donations go. Let's keep it rolling and get some more donations in here. So what do you want to play first? I know you've given me a list of songs, and I'm quite interested in a couple, and I have gone online and I've listened to them all. And what's your favorite of these?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
You got a favorite out of these.
No favorites.
Okay, which one do you want to start off with?
I'm going to start
and
with
why?
the old Slash Road.
The old Slash Road. And what makes that one so good?
Well, that's about home.
Yeah.
So it's about, like all those good things about growing up.
And where is home for you?
So Tynaneg Mohawk territory. So, or Gundag, if you're getting up on your Gunyageha. Yeah, I lived on a farm growing up, and I don't know. Yeah, it was tough, and you had to work hard, but I don't know. I guess that stems into maybe how you live your life afterwards, or whatever. So.
And when we hear the song, we'll know why.
Yeah.